Hello,
Thank you.
everybody. Good morning. Welcome to a fantastic, or what should be a fantastic ministerial panel. Of course, I don't need to introduce the distinguished members over here. You can see we've got ministers from Zimbabwe, from Tanzania, from Trinidad and Tobago. It's an honor, Your Excellencies. Thank you for joining me. We have a very, very important topic to go through, really about exploring partnerships and how you are unlocking the true potential for each of your countries, really, through these kind of partnerships for ENP. If I may ask Your Excellency from Trinidad and Tobago to start it off, I would love for each of you to really frame the question that we are going to be answering, because each of your countries is in a different stage of maturity, right, when it comes to the hydrocarbons. But before we get into that, what is your view of the energy world going forward? There's so much talk about energy transition. Of course, we all know all forms of energy will be required. Oil and gas will continue to play a very important role. And each of you are doing so much work around providing, whether it be fiscal incentives, whether it be different types of incentives. But before that, if I could ask each of you um, really about your views on energy demand going forward to frame the discussion. So yeah, thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sen, and good morning to the very distinguished ministerial delegation on stage and the audience. It's a pleasure to be here, and let me just begin by expressing our deep gratitude to the Indian government and all sponsors of this very important event this week. To get quickly to the issues, uh, Trinidad and Tobago is considered a mature province in that we have been in the oil and gas business for over 100 years. And today, we provide, in that sense, leadership, not just in terms of production, oil and gas, but we advance ourselves as a sort of Caribbean hemispheric leader in the sector, where we intend to capitalize on the advantages we bring to the table, such as considerable human resources. Um, uh, we have operating in the country as well several of the leading oil and gas companies in the world, but not only as oil majors, but also the service sector is also highly developed given this experience. So that while we are in a transition in terms of the economic structure of the country, over the last 10 years or so, we have had a sustained decline in oil production and gas. That may change in the coming years based upon projects that are ongoing, so that we believe that the energy demand in the next quarter century or so will increase by almost 50%. And we will still have a huge role to play in the region, notwithstanding, our neighbor Guyana as well, where you have to talk about that as well. We believe that we will play a significant role as the energy hub of the Caribbean. And this is why we are looking for investment and partnerships with the international private sector as well to develop some of the key projects going forward that will bring the revenue and the foreign exchange, of course, but it also bring a reasonable rate of return to the investing community. So that to answer the question really initially is that they, for the next 25 years or so, we expect almost a 50% increase in energy demand, and Trinidad and Tobago is well poised to work with other partners to meet that global economic challenge.
And like you say, I mean, if you look at your even geographical position, it's so important in that region. We'll come back to that. What's Tanzania's view on energy demand going forward, and how are you positioning yourself?
Thank you very much, Doctor, and good morning, each and everyone in the House. I feel honored to represent my country and my Minister for Energy. I'm a Deputy Minister. And as you asked, the global is talking about oil and gas, is talking about energy. The demand is too high, and we, Tanzania, uh, considering our geographical location as well, we have a lot of exploration that have been done, and we have ongoing seismic data and surveys. which will bring, we have already discovered a lot of oil and gas, which serves domestic purpose, industrial purpose, and as well as the regional, East Africa regional and Southern African regions. So if you ask me, looking forward in few years, the demand is going to be very high, and that makes us invest more on it, which we believe from the country more job will be created, and from the country more industries are going to be emerging, which will support the economy of the country.
Yeah, I mean, East Africa is absolutely booming in terms of what's going on. Your Excellency, you were on stage yesterday as well, and we heard you. Give us your views on this topic. You've got some really interesting perspectives on how, of course, Zimbabwe's role, but just generally where you see economic growth and energy demand going.
Well, thank you very much, and I want to thank the whole audience that is listening to me for the second time. Let's look at our economies, particularly in post-colonial countries. This is for the first time that we are changing our production systems. Rather than remaining being extractive, most countries are pushing for beneficiation. And that beneficiation of mining, of agriculture, of other industries means that there is more demand for energy. And that energy requires investments in all forms of energy resources. And oil and gas is particularly very important for us because almost all the countries in Southern Africa, Tanzania, which is just mentioned, Namibia, South Africa, Mozambique to a large extent, they are all now in oil and gas.
Yes.
And because they are in oil and gas, and Zimbabwe has joined them recently, we believe that this is an opportune time to use that oil and gas to power not just the electricity demands that are increasing, but also to power our chemical industries, to power our manufacturing, and in order to have chemical industries, including fertilizers, because we are agricultural countries, but also to power, to produce chemicals that will be used in the mining industry itself. So the demand will be there, and what we need is to create partnerships for extraction, for production, and to create partnerships for making sure that we can evacuate this oil and gas and reticulation within countries, among countries, and that's what is required as we see it. So the growth is expected to be phenomenal.
I couldn't agree more. You mentioned the word partnership, and that is really the topic of our discussion here, right? How are you driving that? If you just give, and I'd love to hear from all three because it's different perspectives. Talk to us a little bit about the importance of building partnerships and what you are doing to attract that kind of investment from abroad.
Well, this partnership is very crucial. Oil and gas exploration is intensive in terms of demand for financial support, is intense in terms of technological support, and these technologies and even human experts, we require to create partnerships with those who have been doing it. And in order to create this partnership for investment, for human resource technological support, we need to create good regulations. And the regulatory framework must be well put. The incentives that we want to give to the partners who come in must be very good because people who invest want to make money out of their investment. And we as government in Zimbabwe have created that atmosphere where we sign agreements with those who come to explore and the production agreements so that a person can see what they will put in, how much returns they can get without hindrance from the regulatory framework.
And you've seen that really encourage a lot of new companies to come in?
You know, I went to a conference down under in Perth, and the people who are investing in our oil and gas are better marketeers on what we have done than what we as government have been able to explain to the whole world. So we are very happy about what we have created, and we think going forward, they will be our best ambassadors to explain what they are already practicing in Zimbabwe.
That's fantastic. What about, in whichever order? Do you want to go first?
Okay, in my country, we are also doing public-private partnership, and this is done from the level of investors and the government. They work together through our Tanzanian petroleum company. They work together, but also there is a partnership between investors and the local people in terms of local content. So this helps to assure the investors who, of course, as my brother has just said, who brings a lot of money in the country. So when they have partnership with the government, it assures them of that the regulations and laws are going to be certain. They cannot easily be changed because we are also having a stake in the investment. Yeah. That being number one. But number two, with the local community, when they do partnership together, the investors, first, they transfer technology, but second, they are not going to be staying in Tanzania forever. So when they are going after investment, we are quite sure that the local people who have participated in those projects, they can continuously keep doing whatever it is that they've learned from the experts and investors. So I personally, the country really embraces partnership between us and the experts or the investors, because without it, this business requires huge capital, and of course we are the developing countries. Getting a capital is not that much easy, but also this thing requires good technology, which is more advanced, of which most of the modern countries, other developed countries have already passed that, and they have learned the experience already, and they have a lot to share for us not to start doing the same mistake they have done while they were starting investing. Yeah.
What about Trinidad and Tobago? Because you brought up Guyana as well. So just tell us a little bit about, and you have been, like you said, over 100 years, right? You really know about attracting investment, about how to really foster partnerships. And I'm really excited to hear that potentially in the next couple of years, we'll see some projects that turns around the production. So has your model changed over the last 100? I'm sure it has changed, but like, how has it changed?
Well,
and since you mentioned Guyana, does that make a difference, the fact that Guyana is there, or you just know what works for you and you're just continuing with that?
that's quite a question. There are several related issues I'll just raise quickly. First is that the region's energy landscape has changed in a fundamental way. Trinidad and Tobago has this rich legacy of oil and gas production, and along that line, several competitive strengths, including political stability as well, which is a key feature. And we are leveraging that legacy at this time. But with the partnerships, how we look at it now, is that we want to build strong partnerships with the international private sector and bring to the table institutional, regulatory, legal change and innovations so that we can do business, and we can do business quickly. When I entered office, I was, a bit surprised when the technical people and so on and the business leaders tell me, they said every single year our country would lose 120 million United States dollars. We lose it. And we lose it only because we delay. We take long for approvals, for license, for regulatory.
So just from
and
just that
they have calculated, and I have no reason to doubt them, that if you don't get a drop of oil more, or molecule of gas more, but if you make decisions quickly, you can get more money.
Yeah.
And this is why we're very excited that we have brought an innovation to the table, something called the Energy Accelerator Hub, that we have created a multidisciplinary, multi-department type of secretariat somewhat, led by the ministers as well, that we meet and treat with the international energy companies almost on a weekly basis with their issues. So if something was taking 6 months to do, we want to do it in 6 weeks. If it was taking 6 weeks, we want to do it in 3. So that helps with our investment climate, that business can come in record time. You will have some, environmental, regulatory approvals and so on. We will not sacrifice at all issues of the environment or safety for that matter, but we just want to move quickly. And that seemed to be a hallmark of a new partnership that is evolving now. Within recent time, you may know that ExxonMobil has returned to Trinidad and Tobago after 25 years, and we were able to do that in a record pace. And they praised the government of Trinidad and Tobago for the speed at which we operate with dealing with approvals and license and health safety regulations and so on. I think that is an important issue. The other issue is that we are making changes to the fiscal structure and the framework so that we again can encourage the massive investment that is needed to get back oil and gas production to what it was, at least 10, 15 years ago.
No, it's so encouraging because, I was on a panel with the CEOs of big oil companies yesterday, and we talked about technology, but they really talked about efficiency.
Yes.
And the fact that you mentioned this is, no wonder somebody like Exxon goes back and commends you for what you're doing. So it genuinely does sound very, very promising. So we'll be looking forward to that. Tell me a little bit about Zimbabwe, like how your latest kind of explorations development that you've done. You're a much newer basin. What's the outlook there for the exploration side of things?
Well, we started our explorations early in the 1980s. But those who explored at that time said we didn't have enough of gas for commercial production. We didn't have enough of oil for commercial production. But then came young people from Zimbabwe who partnered with the Australian company, and they say, let's go for it. This time with technology which is advanced, and they asked for special grants, and which were given by government. So the partnership between an Australian company and the companies owned by young people in Zimbabwe was created, and they started applying for exploration. That exploration has gone very well with all the rituals that we need to make sure that the communities understand what we are trying to do, and the president made sure that the communities were well educated about what exploration meant and what it meant if there was enough oil and gas. So with the support of the community, they have explored. They now have confirmed that they have 1.3 trillion tons of gas, and that this can be extracted and commercially used. The oil is also very good. It has been rated as one of the best by rating companies. And we think that gas especially is where we will start, because it has these benefits of electricity generation and, as I said, clean cooking, as well as other chemicals that can be used in the country. So the exploration has been very well. It has been announced. The company that is Invictus is listed on the stock exchange in Australia, and they have listed on our foreign currency stock exchange in Victoria Falls, and they are raising funds both in Zimbabwe and in Australia. And we think that with the association and partnership they have created with a Middle Eastern company from Qatar, this will take place much faster than when we started. And there's optimism about what is happening.
Maybe we'll even see you export LNG at some point. You never know.
Well, everybody wants to export, but we, as I indicated, the economy is growing.
First,
the economy needs a lot of energy. The economy needs to use all sources of energy. We are connected to the Southern African Power Pool, which is headquarters in Zimbabwe, and electricity generation will definitely go to all parts of Southern Africa, and there is a shortage in all of Southern Africa. Then our gas, we are discussing with Mozambique, with Namibia, with Zambia. We have signed a memorandum of understanding, to make sure that we connect our gas pipeline, which is coming from Beira. We have asked for another pipeline which will link Mozambique again, and another pipeline which will come from Nakala, coming through Malawi to Zimbabwe to Zambia and to DRC. There is so much demand of energy in the expanding mining hubs in DRC. So we're all looking into not just the market in Zimbabwe, but the market in the whole of Southern Africa. And Tanzania, once we connect with the interconnector of electricity from Tanzania, and then we interconnect with Zambia, they have excess energy, electricity right now, but we are not accessing it.
Yeah.
We have a shortage, but we cannot access it. So those interconnectors are also very important. And that is why investors, when they come to invest in one of the countries in Southern Africa, they are investing in the whole of Southern Africa.
No, that makes so much sense. Deputy Minister, can you please expand a little bit on, like you were saying earlier as well. And you also talked about employment, the economic development of the region. So is exploration something you are seeing help that as well?
Yeah, and in my country, we have invested a lot in exploration, and of course, as you said, you can see a direct impact to the job creation that young Tanzanians are benefiting from it. And there is ongoing exploration in the southern part of Tanzania. And we are still picking up seismic data in some of 2 projects, which are mega projects in the country. But over recently, there's an upcoming licensing round, which will invite investors to come and invest in their upstream business. So this sits at the heart of Tanzania. Tanzania is not that very much old like my colleague from Trinidad and Tobago, but over 10 years now, we have been enjoying the exploration and the benefit of investment in the oil and gas sector. So we are looking forward to start exporting LNG, and we are at the very final stage concluding the contract for export. And perhaps by the mid of this year, we start constructing LNG plant in Tanzania. So yeah, I agree with you. It's one of the mega job creation center in Tanzania that we are proud of.
And I will come back to all of you about the fact that clean energy and this whole thing about energy transition had been dominating, right? The media headlines, and often the concept of energy transition comes from a very Western point of view, right? When you have developing nations where just basic demand is soaring, you need, even in India, we have so much wood burn still, right? And therefore you need oil and gas to just meet that latent demand, just like you were saying, Your Excellency, just the amount of time. So we'll come back to that. But I think Trinidad and Tobago, you've been, there's so much exciting stuff in terms of exploration. Just tell us a little bit, especially with Exxon going back there, what's up?
But, okay, yeah, I just want to raise one issue that you touched earlier. There can be no doubt as to the impact of the oil and gas sector on social and economic development. What we have found with our history is that to build that sector and get the sector resilient and robust, it was very important to make the massive investment in human resource development. Right. And it's no coincidence that Trinidad and Tobago is also home to a major campus of the University of the West Indies specializing in engineering. So that human resource development is critical for that sector intergenerational growth. And that's the advantage as well that we have. In fact, we often, boast that you can't go any place on this planet and not find a Trini in an energy setting. But that did not happen by accident as well. It was part of a long-term strategic development.
And it's a very good point, actually, right? Because you need to, without the people and the skills, you can't really progress.
You can't, and there's a limit to how much you can depend on the expat community as well. In terms of the projects, we have some very, very exciting projects taking place on the southeast of Trinidad. ExxonMobil is there, and that is an interesting case scenario because it is the ultra deep. Now, today, what we have also found is that we are a mature province, and the technology has reached a stage now where um, companies are interested in blocks that they never had an interest in before because they have the technology now to go ultra deep. They have the technology now to, quicken the efficiency gap, so that is a major issue now for us, and that Trinidad and Tobago still has enormous reserves of oil and gas, and they are in areas that before have proven to be somewhat difficult. Also with the issue of climate, geography, the scientific issues, and so on. But the technology, we believe now, has allowed companies to relook, to review their position with our country in terms of what they can do. The ExxonMobil block is along the same path, we believe, as what they were working on in Guyana, which made this historic find. So we're very optimistic about that. But we also have about 7 or 8 very interesting projects with several companies. I'm thinking BP, Shell, as well as many others as well, to expand gas production by 2027 or thereabout. And then we will lift that production back to some of the levels that we have seen over 10 years ago. So it's an exciting time for the sector on all fronts.
No, and like I said, I was very excited by, again, the more we look into Latin America as a whole, the prospects are just phenomenal, right? So yeah, in the interest of time, I do want to ask each of you about this question, of, like, in terms of, are you seeing a shift in investment away from hydrocarbons, right? The reason I ask is because you three represent countries where you will appreciate what sustainability and energy affordability mean, right? This is not just saying, oh, let's not use X, Y, Z because we must be cleaner and greener. Just putting basic food on people's tables are still critical. Why don't I start with you, Your Excellency?
Well, in Zimbabwe, we have had a balance between thermal production of electricity versus hydro. But with climate change, we have realized that hydro might have limitations. And so when we are moving to non-hydro clean electricity sources is because of the necessity and because also of the technology that has lowered the price of solar, the price of wind. So we are having a shift in the sense that a lot of people now are investing in solar than that they were doing. But that does not mean a transition from thermal and from oil and gas. It only means an expansion.
It's an additive.
It's an additive to what we already need as baseload. And we are very happy with this type of scenario. And we know that internationally, these ESGs are necessary for some of the companies who are now investing in thermal as well as in solar. And we are seeing that competing without negating one for the other.
No, that's fantastic. I remember having a conversation with the Energy Minister of Nigeria once, and she was saying that we are also transitioning away from like wood and cow dung to oil and gas, right? Because again, that's very, very important. You need to be able to resource every single person, and it's a growing population with so much economic growth. What about you, Deputy Minister?
Yeah, we are also, like our colleagues from other countries here, we are also transitioning from hydrocarbon, but as you said, our priority now is to make sure that nobody is left behind as we are moving to clean energy. So it will be like our priority as a country is to make sure that people get access to affordable, clean energy. Not only that, but the cost of energy should not be that high. So now Tanzania is exploring and getting a lot of natural gas. We cannot just be saying that we are running into electricity, because the fact is, yes, we have successfully electrified our villages, and now we are shifting to hamlets. We are remained with very few hamlets, and until 2030, the vision of the country is to make sure that everybody get access to electricity. But right now, what we are doing, we provide clean cooking depending on the geographical and accessibility of those people who get access to the clean energy. So we understand and we really support the global agenda of clean energy, but that should be, I think it should be transitional justice to understand that we are not that major polluters of the environment, and we should at least get justice to get into this transition gradually while we are observing the global topics and agendas. Yeah.
And you know, the funny thing is that the countries that really talk about the energy transition, we forget often that 15% of the world's population, which is the US and Europe, consume 40% of the world's energy, right? So it's very easy to talk about it when you are still consuming and telling others to reduce, right?
Yeah.
We started with Trinidad and Tobago, so the last word will also belong to you. Just tell us a little bit. Are you seeing a shift, and you know, the balance between sustainable and affordable?
I know, of course, we are pressed for time, so I'll just make two headline points on it.
Yeah.
And the headline point would be the developed world built their industrial thrust on fossil fuel.
Exactly.
And today, there's this feeling that the rest of us must now go into another area.
Yeah.
And I think there's an ethical issue there as well. And the second point I want to make is that islands, Trinidad and Tobago, of course, an island, Twin Island Republic, there's the issue of economies of scale and economies of scope.
Yeah.
And dealing with transition investment, you also have to reflect on the scope and scale of what you do. And sometimes it's not very easy for islands to embark upon that type of capital outlay. And for the foreseeable future, we would continue to explore, produce oil and gas, and concentrate on the domestic resources available.
Yeah. And then absolutely, like you should.
Yes.
All three countries, very, very exciting. Different stages, but very exciting developments ahead. Thank you so much for joining me. Please give the panel a fantastic round of applause. This was really, really enlightening. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to this panel on managing global LNG supply and demand dynamics. My name is Vandana Hari. I am the founder and CEO of Vanda Insights. We provide global oil market macros. And with me today, I have what I would call a perfect composition of a panel to discuss the very, very exciting times that are now on the cusp in the global gas and LNG markets. And in a moment, I will tell you why I am so excited about it, and I'm sure these four gentlemen are as well. We have, starting from my left, Mr. Akshay Kumar, Petronet, India's largest LNG buyer. Ronan Andrew Barry, ExxonMobil, upstream anchored LNG super major. Mr. Izumi Kai of JERA, which is Japan's largest power generator and world's biggest LNG buyer. And Ronan Beskant, Total Energy is a major portfolio LNG player. So those of you here who are already in gas and LNG markets will agree with me that we have a perfect composition here. Why am I so excited? Well, we heard a lot of excitement and plans and aspirations and targets around India's gas plans yesterday. Of course, India is not alone. This part of the world, especially the emerging market economies in Asia that are generally described as energy hungry, are all looking towards natural gas. And some of the figures that I just want to throw out there is that we are at the doorstep of a major LNG supply wave. The figures I have with me is about 35 to 37 million metric tons of LNG supply coming on stream this year alone, which is about 8% of global LNG supply. And over the 4 years from 2027 to 2030, another 135 or 137 million metric tons coming on stream. So with that, very, very excited to have you four gentlemen on the panel. Thank you very much for making the time. Andrew, I'd like to start with you.
For sure, it's an absolute pleasure to be in Goa this week, and what a fantastic conference, what a fantastic facility. Certainly a significant upgrade from where we were 2 years ago here in Goa, and so it's fantastic to be back. You mentioned about the additional supply that's coming on over the next few years, and we can all see that, and the projects are progressing, and our own projects are a part of that, which we're very excited about. I think, from our perspective, from ExxonMobil's perspective, we are very bullish about the demand for LNG over the coming decades. And I think, in fact, we're one of the most bullish when you look at third-party estimates and other company estimates. And there's many reasons for that. We believe very much that the way that natural gas can partner with renewables, the way that it's fungible, the way that it can replace alternative fuels makes it very attractive during this period. And so our forecast itself is that between now and 2050, we'll around double the LNG demand in the market. And so you mentioned a figure, I think it was around 40% increase that we expect to see.
And I have a related question for you on that as well. So we saw a wave between 2015 and 2020 as well.
Yes.
How would you distinguish between that wave, especially when it comes to supply and demand keeping in step with each other, and supply not overshooting demand, because we saw what happened with that in the 2015 to 2020 wave. So how do you see it different this time?
Yeah, it's a very good point. And when you look at 2015 to 2020, the LNG supply/demand rose about 50%. And so the numbers are pretty similar from a percentage basis to what we saw back then. I think what makes us very confident about the longer term demand for LNG is that we see that there, even in the base case, there is a lot of latent demand that can become unlocked with additional supply that comes on. And India is a fantastic example of that, right? I mean, when you look at the gas-fired power generation which has been constructed here in India, there's more than 20 gigawatts of capacity, and the utilization is down in the 30% range. You've got over 50 MTA of regas capacity that's been built, and the utilisation of that is still quite low. And so as supply comes online, there is this latent demand that we're going to see a response to. And we saw that in 2015 to 2020. What's happened over this, what I would say is a unique period of time where we had these very significant increases in prices that did hold back the demand growth. And even as you look at the international spot prices over this winter, yeah, they've moderated a lot, but as supply comes on, we see that there's going to be a good amount of demand response from that.
Okay, so with the supply and demand dynamic, a lot of the composition, the structure of the market is also changing in very interesting ways. And Ronan, I'd like to come to you on that. Portfolio players. So they are increasingly sitting between producers and end users. I personally see that as a good thing. How do you see this structurally shifting the power, the risk allocation within the market? And you are in an excellent position to see both sides as well of how the buyers are responding to this shift in structure and how the producers are seeing it.
Yeah, thank you for the for the question, and thank you for the invitation to participate to this convention. Incredible to see how big India is when you're coming to Goa. Interesting, like maybe to start up with is I'd like to qualify a little bit what's a portfolio player. There are plenty of different types in a market. For me, the portfolio player is someone that will bring to the customer geographical diversity and integration along the chain. In the world we live in, security of supply is coming back at the top of the agenda. Price is paramount, no doubt about that, but the customer, they want the LNG to be delivered. We are going in this industry and in this world from a crisis to another one. You're talking about Ukraine invasion, you're talking about COVID, you're talking about Panama drought, which blocked the Panama Canal for a while. There is always something happening, and it's becoming incredibly challenging for both the seller and the buyer to navigate. And that's where a portfolio player like us is coming. We bring that geographical diversity. We produce in 11 plants. We are exposed to different markets. We can offer diversity of index to the customer. So I think we should not see like portfolio players as only trading portfolio. I think it goes further than that. The trading part is bringing a lot of value to the industry. It's bringing liquidity, which facilitates the management of the risk. But when you look at the big portfolio player, for example, here my neighbor, like Gera, is a big portfolio. They're coming from the buyer side, and they have integrated all along the chain. We are coming from the seller side, and we have integrated down the chain. So I think that's what is important today is for a customer, they see the portfolio player as someone that will deliver the molecule no matter what.
Thank you for that. And as Izumi, Gera brings a very interesting perspective just by the sheer heft it has in the industry and the buying power as well. I'd like to get some perspective from you as a purchaser of LNG. We also hear a lot of changes happening in the LNG contract structure, and you have a very good insight into how IPPs, independent power producers, are looking at the opportunities that are coming their way. So talk to us a little bit about, from a buyers, importers, and IPP perspective, what are your aspirations? What are you looking for things to change in the market?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm pleased to attend this conference, and I'd like to share with you what we have experienced and also we are thinking about for the future. So from Gera's perspective, we supply about 30% of entire JERA's electricity demand based on the thermal power generation. So we purchase about 35 million ton per annum of LNG, which is critical to secure necessary volumes and also flexibility as well as price competitiveness. So historically, we needed to make sure stable supply, but also recently, due to the change in the market condition in Japan, such as nuclear resumption, renewable introduction, energy efficiency. So we need to manage the uncertainty of the future demand. So more and more flexible LNG, like a FOB contract, including shipping arrangement by ourselves, are quite important. But beyond Japan, we are, as a IPP investor, as well as a potential investor, we are considering how to utilize our portfolio beyond Japan. And the country, the situation in Asia differs. For example, in Southeast Asian countries, such as Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines, so they are all facing the issues of declining domestic gas, while electricity demand or energy demand is expected to continue to increase. So such countries, they are used to use gas, but switching from gas to relatively expensive LNG is not an easy job. So it is important from IPP investors' perspective in such Asian countries, we need to make sure whether respective country or energy players can commit for a long term based on the long-term procurement as well as a long-term offtake of electricity. So that's a typical situation in Asia. But when it comes to India, as explained earlier, I understand the huge potential of LNG import over the next 5 to 10 years. It could easily exceed 100 million ton per annum. And although the global LNG demand will be double, India's percentage will be much greater than the current situation. So therefore, how India can achieve this stable import, securing long-term LNG procurement, that's critical. But from potential IPP investment perspective in India, that is relatively small in my understanding, because the gas demand, majority will be for city gas distribution as well as supply to refineries. But towards 2050, depend on some statistics, I mean, the projection, about 1 terawatt hour, 1 terawatt of the 1,000 megawatt of power generation demand is expected in India, and about 4% will be natural gas. So that's not small. 4% itself sounds small, but 4% of 1 terawatt is quite significant. So whether such a potential IPP, including increasing the load factor of existing gas-fired generation, is critical. So therefore, in any case, long-term commitment of this off-taking of natural gas, regasified LNG, or power off-take will be important. That's my understanding.
Yes, and great segue for my question for Akshay. Let's stay on the topic of gas in India and for power production. I think it's very well known that LNG affordability is a binding constraint as for power sector's use of gas in India. At what price range do you think LNG can genuinely scale in the power sector in India?
Yeah. So first of all, good morning to my distinguished fellow panelists and wonderful audience. This is truly an honor to be the part of leadership panel at India Energy Week 2026 and discussing very important topics of how to balance the demand and supply, particularly for balancing the energy growth of the country and in particular and for the world. And as we know that everybody is looking towards India for increase of LNG consumptions particularly. Yesterday in the opening session, you must have heard our Honorable Prime Minister mentioning that by 2030, government is targeting to increase the natural gas share by 15%. So that itself translates into almost increasing more than 3 times the present consumption of natural gas in the country. And as we know that we have a limited domestic availability of the natural gas, today we are able to meet 50% domestic and 50% import in form of LNG. But going forward, if we have to go 15% in primary energy mix, the LNG volume is going to more than 100 million ton, definitely, if we have to achieve this 15%. And presently we are consuming around 25 to 27 million ton. So there is going to be a substantial increase. But what are the challenges we are facing to consume this large volume of LNG? Entire world is struggling this energy trilemma of security, affordability, sustainability, and India is also in that web how to come out with this trilemma. On infrastructure part, that is the making the accessibility to the consumers, we are moving quite nicely. We are developing a lot of infrastructures to reach to the consumers where we can consume to that extent LNG. Even the terminal expansion is happening. Right now we have a 52.5 million ton capacity, but we are utilizing only 50%. So we can increase the utilization in the existing terminal itself, but going forward in coming 3 to 4 years, we are adding further 20 million tons of regas capacity. And the transmission and distribution networks is expanded to each and every nook and corner of the India to cover almost 100% population. So almost $60 billion investment is going on in infrastructure developments for reach of this natural gas. But the major challenge, we are facing the affordability, and we hope that this good news, what you told that around 33 million tons is coming in this year, the LNG capacity. Our information is that in coming 3 years' time, almost 160 to 180 million tons of LNG is being added in the international market. Majorly, US is leading, 70 million tons we are hearing, then Qatar, and even the Canada and other countries also adding. So LNG is going to come in the market, and we expect that the volatility which we faced in the past 3 to 4 years, particularly during the COVID period and then subsequently the Ukraine-Russia war, which led to the increase of price to unprecedented $80 per MMBTU, which nobody would have expected. That has jolted the confidence of the consumer, and we are struggling to convince the consumer that such shocks may not come in the future. Yeah. So that is the need of the hour, that this volatility is not good for anybody, whether it is for producers, suppliers, or consumers. So we expect that this addition is going to stabilize the prices. And you ask that what price will be the good for increasing the power consumptions. As we know that India has already got 27 gigawatt of installed gas-based power plant. That itself can consume more than 25 million ton per annum of natural gas. But hardly 20 to 25% capacity is being utilized just because of the prices, where that price is not affordable by these power producers to compete with the alternate fuel energy available in the country. So going forward, we hope that that will be the major trigger for maximizing the utilization of LNG once the prices are in an affordable range to these power producers.
Can I put you on the spot a little bit, Akshay? Just if you can give us a number, dollars per MMBTU, or a range where it becomes comfortable I'm sure
Actually,
nobody in the audience will hold you to that. Just an estimate.
I always struggle to work out a single number, and always I fail because at different point of time this number is changing, and it all depends upon the alternate fuels what is available in the market. Now we are looking LNG at least to compete with the liquid fuel, not with the renewable and probably not with the coal.
Coal.
Yeah, it will be extremely difficult and maybe too much expectation to look for that it is going to replace the coal with the price of LNG. But the liquid fuel, there is a huge market, and one is the transport sectors. In transport sector, we have a huge potential for the LNG. Our estimate is that even the 4 to 4.5 lakhs, 450,000 long-haul trucks, if it is converted on the LNG, that itself will consume 10 to 12 million tons per annum of LNG. And that is quite doable. There is no technological issues, only the infrastructure need to be developed, and we are on the track. People are putting a lot of infrastructures. So that is the one area where we can maximize the LNG use in the country. Second, what we talk CGD network is being developed, and majority of the fuel in the CGD network is a liquid fuel, whether it is LPG or if you go to the commercial or industrial, it will be the furnace oil, diesels, all those things, which our expectation is if the cost competitiveness with LNG is there, that can be easily replaced, which will maximize the use of LNG in the Indian scenario. Coming to the coal replacement, as we know that we also do import a lot of coals for the power generations. And if you ask me the single number, I will just try to guess, may
Please
not
do.
be the correct. Anything around $6 to $7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
For MMBTU.
That's what I was going after.
Yeah.
Thank
so
you.
that may work quite comfortable for the power generators.
Wonderful.
And which will improve quite large consumption of LNG in the market.
Wonderful.
So,
Andrew, I see you smiling. So,
I thought you did a very good job in answering that.
so obviously, cost competitiveness, as Akshay mentions, is big. But from your perch, you also have great insights into the ecosystem of India. So what else do you think India needs to put in place in terms of the entire ecosystem to leverage to the most the upcoming wave of supply?
Yeah, and I think Mr. Singh did a really good job in sort of answering, the key sort of dynamics in the marketplace. And the one that he did mention that we also agree there is significant growth opportunity is that LNG to transportation. I think the numbers, and Mr. Singh, you'll probably have better numbers than me, but I think there's like less than 1,000 heavy-duty trucks in India that are LNG powered trucks. In China, it's about 1 million. And if you look back over China's growth in that over the last 10 or so years, it has been extraordinary. And it's been driven by a number of different factors, primarily around regulatory support from the government, where they, particularly from an environmental perspective, as Mr. Singh described, that LNG in transportation has the advantage on the environmental side, and then also can compete versus the liquid fuel. And so I think when you think about the ideal solution for energy for a particular consumer is where you can have something that's cheaper and more environmentally friendly. And if you can have that combination, it's a real winner. So if you reflect on what China has done, the opportunity space, and what India can follow, and then you look back at, well, what has India done in this type of environment that has been very successful, and it is on the light vehicles with CNG. And so the policies that India put in place that really helped with significant growth that has been seen in the CNG space, and again has helped from an environmental perspective, you can see that that potential can be duplicated in the heavy-duty trucks. And so we see great potential, particularly in that area. And then, I think Mr. Singh talked well about the other opportunities in the power generation space, in the petrochemical space, and in the CGT space. So a lot of opportunity, but certainly the one that stands out for us is in the transportation.
Thank you. Ronan, staying on the same theme of India's priority on supply security, so basically reliability of LNG supply and of course cost effectiveness, what do you see in terms of that India can do to build an LNG value chain that ticks the boxes on reliability and cost effectiveness?
Yeah, I think we are quite bullish about LNG and gas in India. There is absolutely no doubt that it's going to play a huge role in the energy mix. It's feeding the energy transition. The ball is really rolling in India. When you look at it, India is already the fourth largest LNG importer in the world. And the prices are still quite high, because if we want basically the gas to develop further, obviously there is a big question, as it was put forward by Mr. Singh, about the affordability of the molecules. Today we sit, let's say, about $10 per MBTU, and the consumption of LNG in India is increasing, and it's allowed by quite a rapid development of the infrastructure. There is a lot of regasification capacity available, so it allows Indian customers to capture very quickly molecules if they need it. So price remain above what they were pre-COVID, but they are far less than what they used to be in 22, 23, where we experienced that massive increase that led to an immediate reduction of LNG supply to India. If you remember, between 21 and 22, I think the reduction was about 17 or 20%. So it's extremely reactive. But with all that supply that is coming to the market from the US, from Middle East, from Mozambique, we should expect the gas to allow to boost demand in the country. Beyond price, again, it's participating to the decarbonization of the industry. That's why for us as a company, the two pillars in India for operation, they're renewables. We're generating 10 gigawatt already of renewable in India. We expect to grow this to 18 gigawatt by 2030, and together with this, we expect to increase significantly our share of the market. And I think our Indian partners have already understood the role of the value of gas integration, LNG integration. You look at BPCL, ONGC, and Oil India. They have collectively, they own 30% of Mozambique LNG. Mozambique LNG is a 13 million ton per annum plant, like a huge investment, about $20 billion, located 5,000 kilometers from India. It's 7-day sailing time. So I think with time flies, but like people have already taken the steps to build that LNG chain, like to have a reliable LNG supply to India. The infrastructure is there, the LNG integration is there, and it's combining with the rest of the energy mix. So we think that all the pieces of the puzzle are already there.
Already in place. Izumi-san, the price sensitivity to LNG, certainly power sector, is a theme across this region, across Asia. Of course, Japan and Korea are probably exceptions. Where do you see, if prices become, let's say, get into the sweet spot, and we get what Mr. Akshay is hoping for. Where do you see gas unlocking the potential in the power sector? Will it be in baseload generation or peak shaving? How do you see this playing out in the power sector in the price-sensitive part of Asia?
Yes, so again, even within Asia, even within Southeast Asia, the situation is slightly different, not the same, right? So we need to think about the tailor-made approach for each country. So, for example, the Vietnam, they have a government plan to develop 16 or 17 LNG power project from north to south by 2030. That's the official plan, but that's not. To be frank, it's not realistic considering the procurement of gas turbine, transformer, etc. Even LNG supply is abundant. Downstream infrastructure development is also very critical. So, so such countries requires base load supply as well as middle load as well as a peak load. So, for base load, replacing the coal generation, that is also one of the potential lowers. And the other one is, of course, to manage the intermittency of renewables. So gas-fired generation is, due to the flexibility nature of the plant, it can be introduced effectively. And on the other hand, for example, India, as I mentioned earlier, power generation, gas-fired generation may have a relatively small increase compared against other laws. But I think whether that is used for base load or middle load, and whether that is a little bit expensive or not, how each government or how each utilities or IPP developers trying to secure stable generation or stable supply of gas, and also maybe from big picture perspective, stable energy system management, that is important. So if for example, in India, we see more and more 500 gigawatt of renewables in 5 years, and even the base load coal, the generation output may need to be adjusted. So we may even consider coal plus battery, for example, so that renewable can be fully maximized, and after the evening or early morning before sun rises, such stored electricity could be used to make sure coal-fired generation can continue generation, but part of the electricity can be stored for the release when needed. So, we need to think about gas load as a base power, middle power, as well as coal generation in consideration of increasing renewable generation capacities.
Indeed. So you don't see coal's share dramatically shrinking anytime, do you? Let's say, looking beyond this decade in this part of the world?
So in reality, for example, in Southeast Asia, Philippines and Vietnam, and Indonesia, they rely heavily on coal. So they are trying to reduce the reliance on coal, at least try to stop the new coal-fired generation development. But for example, what is happening in the Philippines is they want to introduce more LNG. But in addition to the price, the affordability part, it's the difficulty in securing the equipment. So therefore, and this is influenced partially by the increasing electricity demand globally. Even the developed countries such as the United States, Japan, due to for example, AI data center development, power demand is increasing, and resulting in the competition in sourcing such a gas turbine and transformer, etc. So it's not realistic for such price-sensitive Southeast Asian countries to introduce sizable amount of gas-fired generation on a greenfield basis.
Indeed.
So therefore, they cannot help by relying on coal generation. But we need to think about how to consider lowering the emission, even new coal is introduced, maybe higher efficient coal or potential combination with ammonia combustion, etc. And maybe in the future, even gas will combine with hydrogen, so that as a whole, emission can be reduced towards 2050 or beyond.
Yeah, thank you for that. Akshay, I come back to you for the last word on another very interesting dynamic of the market, especially from India's perspective, which is the share or the mix of term contracts versus spot contracts. So how do you see, well, spot, medium term and long term, in the LNG world, we've talked about 25 and 30-year contracts is how it started. How do you see this playing out for India? What would be your preference in terms of the tenure of contracts?
Yeah. So, first of all, just a small corrections. In 2019-20, India imported almost 26 million tons of LNG. And then the COVID started, and there was a drastic reductions in the LNG import, and it went down as low as 19 million tons in 2022. So from 26 in 1920, now last year we have come to 27 in 5 years. So the net effect of COVID and the Ukraine war and the high volatility of the LNG prices, that caused a lot of demand destructions in the country. And going forward, we expect that the confidence building with the consumers is happening. And the India could be saved during this volatile period because of the very large contracts on long term. We were having almost 80% on long term, main with the Qatars and this, my other friends, ExxonMobil, that they maintained the supply without any disruptions, even though prices were going $35, $40, $50, supplying on the long-term basis. And that saved the country for the main demand in the fertilizer sector, that is, and CGDs. That is the two major sectors which require a stable supply of the natural gas. So going forward, for any country, security of supply is equally important, and you need to have a long-term contract for the base load requirements. And we should have some cushion to play with when you get the opportunity of such drastic reductions, and then you mix up the two volumes and manage the portfolio. So my view would be not go totally on the spot, not go totally on the long terms, but have a right mix. And the right mix, we have analyzed all the consuming countries across the world, and we could find that for all consuming nations, at least they maintain 60 to 70% on the long terms. They never go 100% on the long terms, and they keep some cushion for the spot prices, which helps the country in some volatile conditions. And if the prices are very high, you don't consume it and manage the things by efficiency and by whatever, as the Europe did, that they reduced the temperature from 25 degree to 15 degree to save 15% energy consumption.
Yeah.
So in case of crisis, you can look for that one.
Yeah.
So, and going forward, you know that India energy consumption is 1/3 of global average. We have 18% of globe populations, but we only consume 6% of overall energy consumed in the world. So seeing our GDP growth and going forward, there is a huge requirement of energy. So it is not the small increment, it will be quantum increase in the energy in the country. And I think all form of energy will be required in India.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
On those words, we were having so much fun. We ran out of time just too quickly. I hope you found this informative. Please join me in thanking this illustrious panel. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Steven Stepchinsky. I lead Bloomberg's energy coverage here in Asia. I'm really excited to be moderating this panel today on the revival of nuclear energy, not just in India, but around the world. Just going to give you some interesting numbers that I found recently. The global nuclear power capacity could more than double to 860 gigawatts by 2050, pumping nearly 2.2 trillion, with a T, into the value chain, according to Morgan Stanley. A large share of those additions could come from India, should it reach its goal of having 100 gigawatts of nuclear power capacity by 2047, when it aims to reach energy self-reliance. Now, this panel has quite a few experts. Let me quickly introduce them. To my left is Yegor Kwiatkowski, the Director General of Rosatom International Network. It's embarrassing that I can't say last name given my last name, but thank you very much for joining us today. Also is Sama Bilbao-Leon, the Director General for the World Nuclear Association. And to her left is Niraj Agrawal, the President of Nuclear Power at JSW Energy. Let's just get right to it. Thank you again for joining me today. Sama, let's start with you. Could you please sort of set the stage and give us your view on the state of nuclear power in India and what we should expect going forward?
Okay, well, thank you, Stephen. And I think it's very exciting to be in India at India Energy Week at a very historical moment in India. As you know, maybe it's been a month or so since the Shanti Bill was passed in India, which actually is a watershed moment for nuclear opportunities in India. So we are going to see the opportunity to have private players, international players in the market in India. So this is going. I mean, and of course, this comes in the tails of the great ambition that, as you all know, India has for nuclear. The goal is to have all the way from the 8 gigawatts that we have more or less today to 100 by 2047. So the ambition of India is enormous. But let me put these numbers in perspective, because our numbers, Stephen, are a little bit different than yours. So just last week, during Davos, we actually launched the World Nuclear Outlook report that provides a status update of where nuclear growth is expected at a global level. So our numbers, taking into account, number one, the extension of the existing nuclear fleet, that most of the existing reactors are going to go to 60, many of them to 80 years. Essentially, the majority of the fleet that we have today, over 400 gigawatts of energy, of capacity, will continue to be operating in 2050. But on top of that, in addition to the 70 reactors that are currently under construction, all the ones that are planned, proposed, and then taking into account the goals that over 50 countries all over the world have for new nuclear, we are already adding all the way to 40, it's more than 1,400 gigawatts of total nuclear capacity by 2050. So this is more than triple the existing capacity that we have right now. And I mean, this is not going to be linear. I mean, there's going to be a little bit of a initial slower growth, and then it's going to go a little bit faster. And yes, definitely India is going to be one of the countries where this growth is going to be enormous, because if we are saying triple nuclear at a global level, but in India we are looking 10 times the existing capacity, right? So the ambition is even bigger. So that's a little bit the picture. And maybe just to close, to give everybody a little bit of a perspective. So you were talking about the revival of nuclear. I would say that nuclear has never left. Nuclear has always been here. As you know, nuclear energy is and has been for more than 5 decades 10% of more of the global electricity production. And of course, in this point in history where we have complex geopolitical situation, every country in the world is looking at energy security, energy independence, and nuclear energy, of course, plays a very important role. And then, of course, the other two areas is, yes, sustainability. if we are trying to meet Paris Agreement goals and sustainability goals in a timely, cost-effective, and equitable manner, nuclear energy, once again, is something that many countries are looking into. And last, but certainly not least, is competitiveness, socioeconomic development, prosperity, quality of life. That requires abundant, affordable, 24/7 clean energy, and this is where many countries are looking at nuclear once again.
What a great overview. Thank you for that. And it's a good segue also. You mentioned India, 10-fold increase over the next few decades. I want to go to you, Niraj, just to get your view. Why do you think it's essential for India to accelerate to such a degree for nuclear power?
Yeah, actually, if you are aware, today India is a developing country. And our goal is to become a developed country by 2047. Once you want to go to developed country, our per capita power consumption, which is around 1500 kilowatt hour, it has to become minimum 4000 to 4500 kilowatt hours. So we need a lot of power. Now we have another goal. We want to become carbon free by 2070. So we have to only go to non-fossil fuels. And in non-fossil fuel, what we are looking for a clean power, available 24/7, base load operation, and a competitive price. So nuclear fits the bill. Other than nuclear, this wind and solar, today they are intermittent. Maybe along with battery storage, they may become like this. So along with nuclear, these things together, not against, together we can work together. So if we have to become developed, if we have to become carbon neutral, nuclear is, I think, only option which is there with us. And technologically, we have proven in India that we are capable of making power plants. We have the technology, but we are going a bit slow. Now with the Shanti Bill introduction and private sector participation, private sector's management skills will come, their funds will come. So definitely we can accelerate and we can have the nuclear power.
I'm going to ask you more on that in a minute, but let's quickly go to Yegor here to just talk about, partnerships, right?
Yeah.
Strategic partnerships, especially in nuclear energy, from what I've seen, at least across this region, has been really key to building things forward, with the Shanti Bill changing, of course. But based on Rosatom's global portfolio of projects, your ongoing Kudankuram project in India, what key principles should guide these partnerships as they try to come into this country?
Thank you so much for this question. The partnership and cooperation between Russia and India and Rosatom in India started many, many years before this day. And India is now one of our major strategic partner. And our cooperation, of course, it's not only in case of Kudankulam. In early 2001, Rosatom and Russia Federation, in case of embargo, in time of embargo, nuclear embargo, help India and deliver two parts of fuel pellets to India. It was very important for both countries. And then we try to divide and to develop our partnership and our cooperation based on Kudankulam experience, based on our global portfolio. We formulate some basic principles for us and for our partners, and these principles help us to promote and development nuclear infrastructure, not only power plant, but infrastructure in general in our partners' countries. Like a first principle, and from my side, I think it's one of the most one, try to shift from so-called one-off project to a fleet mode. So it is a principle of typicalization of nuclear power plants and nuclear units. It's help you like a vendor, it's help your partner like a country to unify all the process, all the supply chain, all the producers and type of equipment that you use, and of course try to reduce the cost of capital cost, operational cost, and in the final stage to try to lower the energy price for consumers. It's very important and for us and for our partners as well. And of course, using unified design like VVR 1000 or VVR 1200, it's more important try to use the typical one units, typical one project, one by one. Of course, we try to organize infrastructure synergy. I mean, we try to use local producer, local consumer, local industry, and involve them in our chain. Of course, there are two goals. The first one, like for us, for vendor, we try to reduce the costs. And for country, we are interested that not only Rosatom, for example, or someone else will be interested in this project. We are more than welcome when country and any kind of companies will be interested in cooperation and construction of nuclear power plant. Of course, the second principle is integrated lifetime life cycle solution. So we're not only about how to build nuclear power plant. Of course, the timeline of using power plants is 60 till 80 and not more years. And all these times we're in country, we support our partners in human resources and learning and training. We support with fuel supply, of course, service, and so on and so forth. So when we come to country, we not just build a station, we organize just a sector of economy, of energy, of course, involving all interested of this cooperation, and we are interested in common an overall partnership with this country for all this century. As we discussed with you and with some before, it's not about the political issue, it's for people, for humanity, for century, for our children and so on. The third principle, we take it a little bit, it's about localization. Now we try to localize as much as possible, and when I speak about India, we are more than welcome the program Make in India, because it supports us, it supports local producers, and it's win-win situation for all of us. The main issue to find their more efficient way how to localize, where to localize, and what kind of system and equipment. When we build Kudankulam from 1 to 6 units, we step by step go to these stages of localization, from something very simple to something very advanced and technology useful. So now we are more than open, and for us the Shanti Bill, it's not only about the private company who will operate, for example, or own. For us it's also opportunity to involve private company in sphere of localization, because we think that Shanti Bill will support them as well. So we are absolutely more than welcome. And the fourth principle is about the, we call it multi-technology. So in our portfolio, we have VVR, like big-sized reactor that can provide the base load for energy system. But more than all, we have SMR, landed or floated. So the VVR, it's like the solution when you need to solve the situation with lack of energy in big size, and when you have some kind of remote territory or some islands, the best way, of course, is SMR loaded, base load, or land base or floated. So our understanding that with our partner we need to discuss all the portfolio and try to find the best solution, like for base load, like for geography and territory location. So it's a principle that we need to correlate with geographical and political and demographical issues in each country as well.
And the Shanti Bill, essentially that opens the door for all of that, doesn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. We are more than appreciated. So we are more than welcome. I think not only we like Rosatom, I think my colleagues as well. We are more than welcome. Big private companies from Indian side. Hopefully, next big conference, not only us will be on this stage. We are more than welcome the private sector of Indian nuclear industry and machinery.
Sure, and they come and are open up talks to buy reactors now that the Shanti Bill makes that possible. That would be a huge opportunity for Rosatom.
You're absolutely right.
I mean, from our point of view, I mean, as you know, World Nuclear Association has been working in India for many years. This actually is our 25th anniversary, so we are very excited. Yes. So we've been following always what is happening in India. But as you said, and Diego and Naresh mentioned, this Shanti Bill, it is a great opportunity to bring the world the global nuclear industry into India, but also for the nuclear industry in India to join the rest of the world. I mean, as you know, as I mentioned a few seconds ago, there is this enormous opportunity for nuclear energy at a global level. This is going to require, quite a bit of rebuilding of the industrial capabilities, rebuilding supply chains, workforce, etc. And clearly, there is plenty of very fantastic know-how and capabilities in India that will also be, it's a great opportunity for them to join the global nuclear industry.
And that's a great segue to go to Niraj for a moment. Could you describe in some way the roadmap for JSW for nuclear? And India wants to build 100 gigawatts of capacity, or wants to have that much capacity online by 2047. What role will JSW play in that?
Actually, government mandate is that we should be having 100 gigawatt by nuclear. Out of this 100 gigawatt, 50 gigawatt NPCL is planning to build. Another 30 gigawatt NTPC is planning to build.
Sure.
So 20 gigawatt as a minimum is up for grabs for the private sector. And we at JSW Energy, we also have a lot of captive requirements. Like our steel plant, Vijayanagar, our captive requirement is 1.4 gigawatt itself, single plant. Plus, we also sell power commercially.
Right.
So we are looking at different technologies. One of them is PSWR. We are actively studying and analyzing 700 megawatt PSWR plant, because for that plant, ecosystem exists in India. We have the vendors who are ready, engineering is ready, regulator is ready.
Right.
So we are generally ready for that. Along with that, we are also looking at different possible technologies which we can get from abroad. If those technologies are able to provide us economies of scale and give us a power at a competitive price so that we are able to commercially sell the power, then we are open to that. We are talking to different vendors. It is not right for me to say their names.
So we
have a big plan actually, big plan.
But
maybe our construction will start after 3 to 4 years, because getting the land, getting a lot of approvals is taking a lot of time. We are eagerly and very vigorously following up the nuclear roadmap.
Sorry, the journalist in me is dying to ask a few follow-up questions, so apologies. But I'm just curious. So it sounds like these 20 gigawatts up for grabs. Is that separate from the captive, or is the captive part of those 20 gigawatts as well?
Government says minimum you make 20 gigawatt. You can make as much as you want.
And when you're talking captive, that means that we could see some steel plants, nuclear-powered steel plants in India.
Because we have to have a green steel.
Yeah.
We have to export my steel to European countries. So I have to have a green steel.
Right.
So that was a primary goal which we started at JSW.
Right.
But finally now we are opening up for commercial availability of power to the market.
And when you're talking about these reactors from abroad, this technology, are we talking, large, 700, 1,200 megawatt?
We are looking at two technologies. One is 1,000 megawatt and above.
Yeah.
Like 1,200 or 1,400. We are talking about that. Plus, we are also looking at SMRs, because some of our plants are located remotely.
Right.
And our requirement is 200, 250, 300 megawatt. So their SMR will fit into that. So when we are talking at JSW, we have a complex vision, or a very clear vision from our point of view.
Yeah.
We want to go for PSWR, definitely, some imported reactor and SMR. So mix of that only will make us achieve our goal.
That's really interesting. I'm excited to hear more about it as the years progress. Yegor, I just grilled him on his vision for India. Could I ask you to describe what your vision is for Rosatom's vision for India as well, as a nice little segue right there? Wait.
Yeah, yeah, great. You know, I think the best position that I heard for today, the following, the previous, I mean, why that's the best, the one that's correlated with our understanding of vision, how it can be in India. Very ambitious goals from, from India to India and to us as well. And from our side, it's not the question how to take as much as possible in India. Our position try to organize, and not just our like Rosatom, I mean some as well in cooperation in all vendors this. We need to find the best way, like a global vendor community, how to meet this requirement and these goals of India for today. Which kind of technology, which kind of reactors, how many, I don't know, Russian, French, USA, it does not matter. We need to find the best mix of technologies. We like Rosatom, we are also try to have a mixed approach in Russia and in other partners countries. So we're not about to try too much as possible pie as we can. It's not the way, absolutely. The cooperation should be, and we also discussed with you previously that now it's not the century of one type, one technology, instead of, I don't know, something like consortium. We are more than welcome about something cooperative with some kind of European, Chinese, I don't know, other technologies and part of equipment. So it's century of cooperation, absolutely, because no one company and no one country who can realize and who can meet the goals that now India see for them. And we like cooperation. We are more than welcome to cooperate with India in governmental sector, private sector, in case of big, small, land-based, floating, and so on and so far. For us, India, it is a strategic partner in case of nuclear, in case of near-nuclear technology, something like nuclear medicine, sterilization, or decontamination, and depends. And we try to develop our cooperation around the nuclear about some production technologies like 3D printing, like energy safe solution, for example. It's more than important when you try to build the great energy system like 10 or more gigawatt. So it's time to common multi-cooperation.
That's I mean, it really sounds like it's a marriage in a way. When you kind of set this up, you can't
Right.
just, you have to make sure the relationship works if you want to sell them a reactor, SMR, or something like that.
As we speak before, when you realize some project like Kudankulam, both parties, both sides understand that they are together for the century. It's more than marriage.
More than marriage. That's really intense. Well,
Yeah.
on that ominous note, Sama, I want to just quickly jump to you. You know, we talked about, you know, I think everyone on this panel has said very positive things about the Shanti bill. I'm going to turn things very negative now. Are there things that could be done? What more could be done on the policy side? Are there still hurdles that exist? Are there still things that you would suggest to the Indian government to look at or to revise?
Well, I think that the Indian government has given a first hugely enormous step that is very positive. As I say, I mean, for a very long time, the Atomic Energy Act and the liability laws in India were a very big hurdle for other players. So this Shanti law is a very, very big positive signal to all kinds of private players in India and abroad to come to India. But you are right. I mean, the trick now is how this is going to be implemented, right? So the details are going to be very important. And of course, there is additional things that can be done to incentivize private investment. And when I say private investment, there is several pieces, right? Yes, it is the financial mechanisms that are going to be used to actually invest, to fund these nuclear power plants, but also it is the revenue mechanisms. So things like are the markets, the electricity markets, going to be realigned in order to recognize the value that nuclear energy bring to electricity grids, for example? Or are there going to be recognition of the sustainability of nuclear energy in the context of sustainable finance, green bonds, so there are steps that could be done in that way. Or are there going to be other advantages that exist for other carbon-free technologies, like production tax credits or similar things. So, certainly there are many things that the government could do in order to align. Again, so having the bill is very important.
Yeah.
The act is very important. Now the implementation, the industrial strategy that is going to help to implement it is essential. And as I said, the financial aspects are important. But then also there are other things that I think are very important, and perhaps we will hear some more about this. For example, reinforcing the industrial infrastructure. Supply chains. India does have a very good supply chain, but clearly it needs to be strengthened and needs to grow. So it's incentivizing elements of the energy supply chain that perhaps have never really played in the nuclear industry to actually understand what would it take for them to play in nuclear. Or workforce is another very important thing. Obviously, to me, this is an industrial strategy, because it's not just nuclear engineers or nuclear professionals. We are talking the entire ecosystem of energy professionals. We are talking, yes, nuclear engineers like me, but also electrical engineers and mechanical engineers and civil engineers and pipe fitters and welders and project managers and lawyers. And there is an entire ecosystem of energy professionals that are going to really need to bring into this ecosystem. And of course, that does require some, I would say, centralized or coordinated effort at a not only a national level, perhaps regional level, because as you know, there are other countries in the region that are also looking at nuclear energy. So again, to me, the Indian government is going in a fabulous direction, but of course there is always more than can be done. At the same time, I would say it's not just the government, the nuclear industry, as Yegor is saying, as Niraj is saying, we also need to put we need to start getting ready, investing in ourselves, putting in place what is necessary for when all these implementation rules are out there and done, we are all ready to go.
Well said. It really sounds like there needs to be a follow-through, right?
Exactly.
You've hit the ball. Now, that also gives me a really good segue to go to Niraj. When we're talking about international community, how can they help achieve the ambitions in India? And more specifically, because I'm from Bloomberg, how important is private capital to boosting the nuclear acceleration here?
Actually, we have to have a lot of collaboration with the international community.
Sure.
First of all, we are looking for a technical collaboration. We are not looking for a technology transfer. We are looking for a technological collaboration. The idea is that nuclear is a plant, once you build, you cannot shut it down. Means you have to operate for a period of time. Then after that, we have to continue to remove the decay heat. So what we want is that we should be partnered along with our international community, and we should become one of the player who will jointly develop, let us say, Generation 3+, Generation 4, and SMR technologies, so that we understand the technology and we are able to manage that in a very efficient way. Second thing which we want from international players is that regulatory interface should be more enhanced. Because sometimes we found, like in NPCL, when we were using the digital systems, our codes were not up to date. So a lot of resistance were coming and it was causing delays. Then definitely, as you said, finance is must. We want to become a part of the green taxonomy. We want to have the funds for a longer duration, 20, 25 years, at a very reasonable price. Because finally, nuclear, if it has to succeed, two things is must. We should bring down the per unit cost, and we should bring the plant in time. So for bringing the plant in time, lot of management expertise we can help take from the foreign collaborations. At the same time, we want our industry to be integrated with the world supply chain. Today, what we found that when these big companies are coming, they are saying, okay, we want to localize some product and you can make for the Indian industry. We want it to go beyond that. We want to say, okay, we'll give you expertise, and using that expertise, you can become our local supplier for the world, actually. Because once we benchmark ourselves with the established good players, definitely our efficiencies can improve, our productivities will improve, our quality will improve. So we are looking at a different paradigm shift. We're not looking as a country which wants some technology. We want technological collaboration, help us in understanding the technology, and integrate our industry with the world industry. Then wherever shortage of skill is there, you help us in building the human capital. So all these things put together may be useful for the, I think, for the world as a whole, because ours is a low-cost economy. What we produce at a higher price, we can definitely give at a lower price. So it will not only help India, it will also help the other countries in reducing their cost.
May I add some tips?
Yes.
Because Sama and Niraj speak about these challenges for India, but from my side, I think one of the most important challenge for us as well in India and Russia, and WNA and Rosatom, it doesn't matter. It's human aspect.
Sure.
Because now we have goals, we have companies, technology, and so on and so far. But we know when you plan, not just build, just plan, nuclear power plants and nuclear industry, you need 2 or 3 years before to start preparing the personnel for it. I mean, the operational personnel, the guys who will build this, it's not just common people, it's very high professional guys who need not just studying something in the university. In the best way, they need to have 1 or 2 years in like operational and maintenance and equipment service experience. So we need to be experienced. I say it about personnel because I think we need to start prepare it now, because international vendors, private company, governmental company in India were still cooking something regarding these goals, these numbers and gigawatt, but who are responsible for personnel now in this case. Maybe you know, in Russia we also have something like the same goals in India to twice our energy system, to twice our nuclear power plant fleet. And now one of the big challenges for us and where to find and to prepare the people for this global program. I mean, it's the same, like in Russia and India, the problem can be same and the solution can be same. And today, India, it is focal point in case of human force, not only for India as well. I mean, India can be a point when this personnel can be prepared for all around the world. So India can be.
Yeah. I mean, that matches what India cannot just be localizing;
absolutely,
they can be expanding abroad.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
But I'm curious. I lived in Japan. I was covering the nuclear sector in Japan immediately after the Fukushima disaster. And there, you saw a decrease in the amount of graduates who were interested in getting into nuclear power. Has that been an issue for Rosatom, for Russia, or has it not? Has nuclear always been something that's popular, and has it accelerated over the last several years?
That's a great question, because I was born in 20 kilometers near the power station, and main part of Russia located by a power station, and they were built before our births. I mean, it's not the question for Russian people about the public acceptance of nuclear. It's in our culture code. It's normal for us, absolutely. When I went some nuclear city near in the middle of Russia, it's called Voronezh and Novоворonezh power plants. They have a pond near the station, and they fishing there it's normal. No,
No,
it's
no, no, no.
normal.
I think that's
It's
great.
normal.
That's
Absolutely.
great. I mean, I
It's
think that's
great.
very, I think that's very interesting. You know, because the way that nuclear power plants are designed today, the water that is released is no dirtier than the water that's in a reservoir.
Absolutely.
Right, exactly.
And when we have cooperation with some kind of our partners, of course, we invite them in Russia, in any type of nuclear power plants and cities as well around, and not only Russia, in Belarus, in Hungary, and other. And our partners see by their eyes that it's absolutely normal to work on the station, to live near the station, to construct all your life near the station. It's more than normal, absolutely. And the people, frankly speaking, the salary in Russia, in the states near their power plants, is rather high. So people like to be involved in nuclear industry in our country. Not only in Russia as well, in many countries when we build power station.
And so I just want to also toss that to Sama because you have a global context.
Right. Well, we have definitely seen a change in public perception, and
Yeah.
of course that translates in how many people may be interested in a professional career in nuclear. So at a global level, we have seen much more acceptance, much more interest, much more support for nuclear energy in general, and that, as I said, translates in interest in nuclear careers. Also, I mean, I think there are two things that are new and different. So, for example, when we look at the younger generations, as they are looking at their future careers, many times, and perhaps I don't know that we were the same or not, but many times they are very motivated for a sense of purpose. Right? So you see that many of these younger generations, they are interested in careers where they feel that they can change the world. And we have seen a lot of interest in younger people in nuclear engineering or nuclear energy, not necessarily engineering, but other careers in nuclear. Because of that sense of purpose, that sense of changing the world. And then the other thing that I will say is exactly in countries where the government, well, whether it's national government or regional or whatever, when they have a clear vision, a clear signal that nuclear energy is going to be a piece of the future, clearly that gives young people or actually any people a clear signal that, okay, well, there is an opportunity for me. I could actually get a very good, rewarding, well-paid, long-term job, and that really gives them a good signal. So we have really seen that change. But I think that what Diego said is very important, not just with nuclear, with any professional career, there is always a lag, right? So when the signal appears, I mean, like for example, now in India, perhaps there are many young people that are considering a career in nuclear. Well, obviously it's going to take 3, 4, 5 years before all those young people are ready to hit the market. So this is why, as Diego said, it is important to plan about these things and to think ahead of that. And then maybe say one more thing very important. Another thing that we cannot forget is there is many people that are very qualified in other sectors of the economy. So like, for example, in many countries in the world, we are seeing workers that are working in the fossil fuel industry, in coal, for example. We are seeing how coal power plants, coal mining, etc., are probably sectors of the economy that are winding down. I mean, in some parts faster than in others, but you know, they are winding down. So there are enormous opportunities to reskill, to retool these people to join other sectors of the energy industry, including nuclear, for example. Not just nuclear, but nuclear could be one of them.
Look at India, right? India has an enormous fuel coal sector.
Exactly.
It's in no ways being dismantled. It's increasing. But Niraj, do you see a potential for sequestering some of that talent? Or do you have to, it does have to be plus alpha? You have to add folks in that industry and folks in nuclear as well?
We have a vision.
Yeah.
See, you have to understand 2, 3 things. In certain areas of nuclear, you need a deep expertise.
Yeah.
Expertise comes by education and by working on the field. So if you need people for, let us say, reactor physics, reactor dynamics. So we are giving them 8 to 10 years by the time they are ready. If you see the full reactor, turbine island part of that, definitely we can get from the other industries, like other similar power plant industries, and we can retrain them to think like a nuclear engineer. But for the core nuclear thing, definitely we have to train the people. See, we can get people who are good in, let us say, mechanical. Now that nuclear culture has to come into that actually, Nuclear culture is a different thought process. So we have to get the people, get them aligned to this thought process, and then we can give them the work actually. So generally, at GSW, we are planning 5 years ahead. What we are thinking, our first construction will start 3 to 4 years from now. Already we started recruiting people, and already we are in touch with Department of Atomic Energy. We are telling them, you train them in your training school for 1 year, and then put them in your construction plants, your O&M plants, so they understand the dynamics of nuclear. Then they will come back to us. So already we are thinking a long-term basis. Like nuclear manpower need a lot of time to be trained. We cannot, let us say, pick up an engineer and say that tomorrow you work for nuclear. It has to be trained, a lot of hand-holding has to be done. You should understand the standards. You should understand the implication of a small mistake which you can make. And to be very quality conscious, very safe at each and every steps. So we are giving them minimum 3 to 5 years on the job training after the education. Then only we will say that you are fit for nuclear job. That is our understanding.
I see. Thank you. I see that we're out of time, but I don't often get Rosatom on the stage, so I'm going to ask one very, very quick question to Yegor here. You're starting up nuclear reactors, Russian-designed nuclear reactors in potentially Turkey, China, maybe more reactors in India this year. What's your global vision for Rosatom? Where are some strategic areas or countries that you're really targeting over the next decade or so?
Of course, we have some formal strategic vision, some numbers and so on, but it's not so interesting. Our non-number goal, try to find as much possible partners all around the world as we can. When I say partner, I mean the countries who are interested to build nuclear sector, nuclear industry in their country and help them like a partners. I'm very happy to hear from Niraj that they don't want to transfer technology. They want to collaborate and establish something new, something local. So we are also open for it, and we are looking for such kind of partners and partner countries to organize the nuclear industry in each potential region, each potential countries, and help them to light their bright, new, green, stable, and so on future. So this is the same.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that. I know we're over time. Please give a round of applause to our great guests here today. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Great. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Thank you, panel. I'll apologize in advance. We are waiting for one more panelist who will join us, and they'll join in between. Fingers crossed. I want to kick us off by talking about the title, Advanced Drop-in Biofuels and Near-Term Decarbonization, Accelerating the Transition for Mobility. It is an interesting topic because it's, in many ways, a really global topic. Airplanes go all around the world, ships go all around the world, but the solutions really lie locally. And production is really dependent on policy, local infrastructure, and I want to pick that apart a little bit as we go through this panel. This time last year was in San Francisco doing a similar panel, talking about Delta Airlines and some shippers. The answers would be completely different depending on what market we're in. So I'm excited to pull the parallels between the India market and the global market with all of your experience. I'm really glad to be joined today by my panel here. I've got Esther Bajaj, President and CEO of Novonesis. Welcome. Charlotte Morton, OBE, the Chief Executive of the World Biogas Association. We have Mahesh Natarajan, SVP of Fuels and Low Carbon Technology at BP. And then I'll introduce Deepak if he arrives, but before that, we'll keep you guys guessing. Do you want to quickly run through a sort of elevator pitch of what you focus on, and then we'll jump into the questions? Does that sound good? Over to you, Esther.
So what our company does?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, and thank you for hosting us today. I have the privilege to work at Novonesis. We are a biotech company. We bring through science and technology and high scale-up capabilities, solutions inspired by nature, enzymes, microbes that transform the way that we produce and the goods that we consume. Our products, they touch every day more than 2 billion people. You don't feel us, you don't see us, but we are there making your life better. We're there on the yogurt that you ate in the morning, on the high protein, especially if it tastes and feels nice. We are there on the biofuels. When you fill up your car, we are there on the detergents that you use, washing your clothes at low temperature. We are there on enabling regenerative farms and replacing fossil pesticides and fertilizers. Every single point on how the goods are being produced or the healthier nutrients are being consumed, we are an enabler of that. We are 11,000 people. We have a market cap of $30 billion US, and we're growing rapidly in a world which is need of new answers.
Charlotte.
Thank you, and lovely to be here too. So the World Biogas Association is the global organization that represents the biogas industry, as you can tell from our name. And fundamentally, our role is to facilitate the growth of the sector safely and professionally as fast as possible. The industry can recycle the 105 billion tons of organic waste that we humans generate every year, so, preventing 0.15 of a degree of temperature rise, but also releasing the equivalent of a third of today's fossil gas consumption, creating biofertilizers, and if we're successful, creating a very successful industry that could employ something like 10 to 15 million people. So win, 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 win on so many levels.
We like a win, 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 win on many levels. Yeah, there we go. Mahesh, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Great to be here in Goa. It's a nice event. So my name is Mahesh Natarajan, Senior Vice President of Fuels and Low Carbon Technology in BP. I had a group of 300 plus scientists, chemists, and engineers, and the role that my team plays in supporting BP is firstly technical service to our refining and fuels marketing business, in ensuring that they are safe, reliable, and we also help them extract gross margin, higher gross margin, etc. And in the refining context, in the context of the conversation we're having, we provide support to our refineries to do co-processing of fatty oils and greases and oils from non-food-based crop oil in our hydrotreaters and hydrocrackers to produce renewable diesel and SAF. Also, my accountability is technology development and innovation in the low carbon sector, which is primarily in bioenergy and hydrogen. Today, BP have a strong presence in Brazil, where we have around 11 sugar mills and sugar mills producing ethanol as well. So we produce around 1.7 million tons of ethanol in Brazil. and in the US, we've got a large biogas business from landfill waste, and we're one of the largest biogas producers in the US, so we provide support to those assets, but also looking ahead, we are driving innovation in future technologies for bioenergy.
Great. I want to start by comparing the market here in India to the market globally. And Mahesh, I'll start with you. That's right, BP, small company, small footprint. Biofuels, they're increasingly seen really as the most scalable near-term solution for decarbonizing aviation, shipping, heavy transport. Almost everything that's hard to electrify kind of gets this tag. From a global energy company's perspective, though, where does India stand? Where is it gaining ground compared to other majors? And where does the opportunity exist for it to do better?
Yeah, thanks, David. So maybe first start with, I agree that in terms of transition, sectors that can electrify will electrify. But in the meantime, bioenergy plays a really strong role in the transition because of its drop-in nature, because you don't have to change the supply chain already exists. So every year BP produces Energy Outlook, and in the Energy Outlook, in the current trajectory scenario, we see about 45% of increase in biofuels by 2035. And if we look ahead, today's bioenergy contribution to the ecosystem is around 5%. And if you look at 2050, 8% of the energy will be driven by bioenergy. So coming to India, specific to your question, I think India is has already taken a couple of giant strides in bioenergy. The first one is bioethanol, and the second one is biogas. So I'll talk a little bit about each. Bioethanol, Brazil, for many decades, has been blending ethanol in gasoline and have pioneered that technology. But India has leapfrogged several countries in that sort of ethanol blended program that India launched about 5 or 6 years back, with a target goal of 20% blending in gasoline. And actually, congratulations to the sector and the government. India has already achieved that target last year ahead of time. The other area, and actually looking at bioethanol in particular, India already produces blends 9 billion liters of bioethanol in gasoline, which is a staggering amount. And there is more available ethanol for blending into gasoline, but also in other routes, which I'll cover in a bit. Biogas is the other area. The countries launched the SATAT scheme, which is sustainable alternative towards affordable transportation. And through the SATAT scheme, the government has provided the floor for CBG blending and also kind of linked the CBG with the city gas distribution network with a target of 5% blending of CBG in city gas distribution by 2029. And I think through that scheme, we've seen in the last few years a number of biogas plants being built around the country. I think the last count I read was 133 biogas plants across the country, which produces around 900 million tons of gas. So it's really amazing kind of in terms of what the country has achieved. And actually want to kind of maybe touch on that. Having a strong, robust policy drives these investment decisions, and I think what the country has done in terms of setting those two policies has driven significant investment in those two areas in particular. Coming to your second part of the question, which is what more can be done, I think there's more opportunity to kind of scale up. Hi, Deepak.
Hi, no, welcome.
So looking ahead, I think there's, Charlotte will probably talk about this in her section. There's more opportunities in the biogas, looking at accessing different types of feedstock, different types of lignocellulosic feedstock, potentially even sewage sludge, etc., to produce biogas. And in the ethanol space, as the country and the globe sort of develops length in bioethanol, there's potential opportunities to look at converting ethanol to jet through the kind of alcohol to jet route, but also the country has opportunity to look at new feedstocks for ethanol, such as bamboo or other purpose-grown crop, which moves the country away from 1G ethanol to 2G ethanol.
Esther, what's your take on it? Because E20 has been a roaring success, right? We've congratulated correctly where we have a 20% blend. There's a biodiesel blend target too, which has been missed quite a lot, right? So for a win, there's also a challenge there. What do you think about India's position versus other large markets and any learnings that can be taken?
I would like to echo the words from Mahesh on the need and the value of embracing the bridge from where we are to where we're going to go. And it's a continuity, what we're talking about. We, coming from a heritage of energy, that was mainly based on fossil, on coal and fossil, we're moving to the future where we're going to have a much broader, rich portfolio of answers. Well, yes, green electricity is going to be part of that, but also not decarbonization, good carbons as part of the feedstocks of the future. And this is the bridge that India has done a beautiful job maneuvering on. I would like to echo again what has been said and give my respects and congratulations to the government of India, to of course Mr. Modi, on creating a framework, holistic framework that gives reliability and trust on the forecasted demand. Because that's what's driving the investments. The technology is ready. Today, the green economy, it's more than a 5 billion economy. The solutions based on sustainable and planet responsible alternatives for energy, they are already competitive. You only need the investments. And for those investments to take place, you need reliable, predictable demand. And that's what India has done a really good job. And it has done it not only because it's good for the planet, it's for many, many, many reasons. The main one is geopolitical stability. It drives wealth, it drives jobs, it gives resilience from an energy point of view. Only by the ethanol that's been produced locally, India has saved more than $10 billion of importing refined gasoline. India has generated close to 2 million jobs, either directly on the bioethanol refineries or indirectly. India has created a consistent and more predictable income for the farmers, given also geopolitical stability. India has boosted holistically the economy by bringing the bioeconomy as part of the future. We in Novonesis, we're proud of being part of that journey. We, through science, through technology, through our enzymes, through our yeast, we enable those solutions to be even more competitive. And this is a journey that has been taking place through many years. We are already there from as you so nicely mentioned, from a bioethanol point of view. There's untapped potential on biogas, untapped potential on biodiesel, untapped potential on feedstocks for SAF from biomass. For that, to your question, what do we need to make it happen? We need, again, the framework of registration that gives that predictability on demand. And then you need the commitment from companies to continue to invest there. We are 100% in. India is a strong country for us. 10% of our people, we have it here. And we are committing to continue to invest. Last week, I was in Davos and we signed an MOU with the government of Mumbai of our commitment to continue to invest in India. And we see the potential to continue to unlocking and making those precious carbons from biomass into the feedstocks of the future, driving geopolitically, driving feedstocks based on homegrown solutions, driving local jobs, and then through science and technology making it happen. So I see a beautiful future ahead of us with just a matter of producing more, reliability of supply, and the competitiveness will continue to enhance.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a few moments' time, particularly reliability of supply and the technology being ready, because that's a huge challenge, and I think we maybe simplified that a little bit there, but we can pick it apart in a moment. I'm going to hop to Deepak. I'll introduce you first. Welcome to the panel. Deepak joins us from the Indian Sugar Bioenergy Manufacturers Association. Thank you very much for joining us. I have a question for you around taking advantage of the natural resources here in India. And Charlotte, I'll come to you after this as well. We heard from Esther a bit about the, let's say, the even energy independence that building out this sector gives India, and it's highly reliant, as we know, on the import of fossil fuels particularly. So developing anything like this helps its balance of trade significantly. But compared with many regions, India has got significant waste and agricultural residue resources, lots of natural resources. How can these be strengthened to be harnessed and built into a robust circular bioeconomy where logistics and aggregation can be smoothed out, let's say, or improved in order to take advantage of this opportunity?
Thank you. First of all, my sincere apologies for being slightly late. It was difficult to reach here. It took some effort to reach. I'm so sorry.
I think everybody relates
to that. Having said that, thank you for having me in this panel. I mean, my fellow panelists have really touched upon, and as an industry, we take pride in India achieving 20% blending, and today we have the capacity of meeting almost 32% blending. So the problem today is a plenty, and as I just heard, the reliability of the feedstock is something which is of a concern by many, including some oil marketing companies in the country. But as an industry, as an investor, we assure that we have plenty, and the industry is continuously working on making sure that we have more surplus every year. For example, I come from sugar industry. Sugar industry for almost last 10 years have been in the surplus. So we only divert what is left after consuming it. So that means we are not getting into the debate of food versus fuel at all. And as the association, as the industry, we have been working on how we can enhance the productivity, the yield, and the recovery. So because we have farmers who are small landowners in the country. We have almost more than 50 million farmers in the country who are involved in this. And they're small farmers, small landowners. We don't expect that the area will go up, but we expect that the same area they'll be able to produce more. So we are introducing technologies, for example, genotyping, phenotyping, how we can really work on new varieties, which will give more income to the farmer. They will be able to produce more and ensure the reliability of the supply of both bioethanol as well as the advanced biofuel. Having said that, your question is specifically on the agro-bio-waste. See, India, while many countries are struggling what to do with the bio-waste, or for example, agro-waste, we have the capability and we have been showing in various cities that we have the experience of handling large amount of agro-waste. So, for example, in the sugar industry alone, see how we are basically managing our bagasse, which is the waste, press mud and molasses. 10, 15 years back when we didn't have the bioethanol policy, the molasses were actually thrown. So today we have monetized it. So we know how basically we can do it. But if we get into other feedstock, for example, rice straw, and we are basically, there's already a Indian Oil, which is an OMC, has a plant here near Delhi, which is basically using rice husk into making the second generation ethanol. The problem is still of aggregation. So like what sugar industry has done, we are expecting that the government will come out with certain policies, how we can really monetize our waste, do a complete sorting, aggregation, and handling and logistics. But I believe we have the experience in doing it. And for example, we are using press mud for CBG plants. Now we have almost 30, 35 CBG plants based on press mud. We are expecting that by this year end, we will another have 50, 60 more CBG plants on press mud. So I believe we are on the right track. What we need is a proper policy guidance. For example, CBG has a problem of the FOLM, which is the liquid fertilizer. How we really are handling that? If we have the policy, the technology is there, the investment is ensured, but if we have the policy and everything comes together, I believe the agro waste could also be used for making advanced biofuel. So we are on the right track.
Yeah. Did you have a comment to?
It was maybe building on the food versus fuel and echoing and building up on what has been said. It's not food versus fuel. It's feed and fuel. It's the combination what science and technology and good investments lead for. Today, thanks to the investments on operations and the new capacity design and the yeast and the enzymes that we design, farmers, and I'm talking now, for example, the farmers in US, they are, and the growing market here also in India, they enable 30% of their value, not only from the ethanol, it is from DDGs, from fiber that thanks to the innovations and technology, it has enhanced significantly the digestibility and the nutritional value for the cattle. You can replace 45% of the corn that the cattle use with those DDGs without compromising nutritional value.
So it's just a yield play.
So what I'm saying it is, you take biomass, you get fuel, and you get DDGs that they are feed. So it is not food versus fuel. It is fuel and feed simultaneously. And that's only possible today with advancements of technology that we have made. And this happened because, again, the predictability of the revenue. It's building exactly on what you have been said. The new strains, rice, bamboo, new molecules that will be the building blocks for SAF, they will happen. We can make them. You just need predictability and then be able to make those investments to get those returns.
Yep.
How does it sound, what I'm saying?
Sounds great. Predictability.
Yeah.
In 2026, predictability, I think everybody would say yes to that, yeah.
And trust. It's predictability and trust. You also have to make a step ahead from a company to say, yes, I believe in it, and we're committed, and we're going to make that happen. Here, it's not only from the governments, it's also the ecosystems among farmers, companies, oil companies, associations, that we have a responsibility here to create that framework to move it bolder. I'm very eager to hear your thoughts on what can we do to make it happen faster.
Yeah. Charlotte, we'll go to you, because Deepak mentioned government policy around aggregation, for example, and clear policy and predictability being important steps to enabling and unlocking this potential. You look at markets all over the world. What is an example of a good policy in your eyes that maybe India could learn from, and one that it could potentially export to unlock this?
Well, I think the interesting thing about biogas is that you can't really focus just on one policy because you're talking about a circular economy situation where the organic wastes that are the prime feedstock are being produced by and controlled by different participants. So Deepak, you've just talked about the 15,000 farmers across India. Then there's municipal solid waste that will be managed by the cities, sewage sludge, industrial food and drink processing wastes. So all of these are in different places for a start. So just ensuring that there are policies in place that will ensure that those feedstocks can be aggregated and made available easily and affordably to biogas producers is quite important. Similarly, you need the infrastructure to ensure that the plants can be built, and then of course you need the infrastructure to ensure that the energy can be taken off and either injected into the gas grid, or where the gas grid doesn't exist, then it needs to be put into production of CBG and to a transport network, or indeed back into an industrial heavy user, for example. So I think the best way to achieve this is to ensure that there is coordination of all of those policies, and that to achieve successful coordination of all of those policies, it does require involving all of the relevant government departments and all of the relevant stakeholders, many of whom are not actually used to talking to each other. You know, farmers are not typically used to talking to biogas producers, gas grid operators, waste management companies, and there are a very large number of government departments. I think in India we're talking upwards of 8 government departments. Government departments in any country are have a very good reputation of not talking to each other and not liaising with each other. So it is absolutely vital to find a mechanism to bring those government departments together and bringing all of the stakeholders together to really understand what's going to be involved in creating that enabling environment that will then allow the industry to invest. There is no shortage of investment. It is absolutely, everybody understands how to put projects together. There are no technology issues. We've been anaerobically digesting organic material commercially for decades. So yes, the feedstocks here in India may be slightly different and there may need to be some adaptations. This is not rocket science. This is not the issue. It is absolutely the coordination of the policies that are required. What is really excellent here in India is the fact that the political will and ambition is there. So when I first came to India Energy Week in Bengaluru, Prime Minister Modi stood up and made that commitment to build 5,000 large-scale CBG plants by, I think it was probably about now, so the ambition hasn't been achieved, but it is there. So we're behind on delivering that ambition for the reasons that I've outlined. Because policies today across India are very fragmented. There are state policies, national policies. Together, they don't all add up to allow developers to put projects together that can meet that financial close. And so that's why it's so necessary to have a coordinated effort to bring everything together. That's why we've been suggesting that there should be a national biogas mission and a biogas action plan developed underneath that. The government succeeded before in solar and green hydrogen, for example, doing exactly the same.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, a patchwork of policies is not unique to India, right? If you look at the US, you've got federal and state level, EU, very similar, even in the UK between the different countries. Is there a good example of where this has worked in another market?
Well, I can pick up the UK. Obviously, I happen to be from the UK, but I was involved in the development of the anaerobic digestion strategy and action plan about 10 years ago in the UK, and it did precisely as I suggested. There was a government commitment to facilitating a huge increase in energy from waste through anaerobic digestion, which is quite unusual for politicians to be able to talk about anaerobic digestion in that way. But as a result of that, there had then to be a strategy to deliver that increase. And they did involve all the government departments, they did involve all stakeholders. It was challenging. But as a result, the industry then started to take off exponentially. So it was hugely successful. So yes, there is that example. And I think it's a really positive example to look at because it demonstrates that it can be done. It is really, we do know how to do it. It is really all about bringing those stakeholders together and creating the plan.
Yeah, I guess making it bankable for an investor to go in and build out the plant. That I suppose the difficulty for the industry in general is it's so reliant on policy that depending on the structure of the country, let's say it's a 4-year term or a 5-year term, if the policy changes, the economics of your project completely change after a regime or a company or a party goes through, right? So it becomes quite difficult to think about how do you even do the math behind that, right? I do want to think about the future a little bit. We talked about markets that exist today. Every time I see an economic model whether it's a BP outlook, a BNEF outlook, every industry turns to biofuels to the extent that I think we'd have to plant all around the world in order to meet this end use. So I don't think the sort of market demand is the issue. It's more about where it's best supplied, how you supply it, what industry takes precedent, for example, other alternatives and the merit order of where it goes. I want to talk a little bit about global markets and how India can continue to deliver near-term CO2 reductions today while getting ready for that next generation of renewable or clean fuels, clean molecules, whatever we want to call them. Charlotte, I might start with you on this one, and Deepak will jump to you afterwards, because both on the sugarcane side, both on the biomethane side, they are kind of tapped for very many different end uses. And perhaps that's, I don't know if that's good or bad. It could be both, really, I guess.
Well, you're correct. It's a very interesting question. And so I think there's two or three things to bear in mind. One, that we should remember that we're talking about molecules, and molecules that can decarbonize particularly difficult sectors. So we can only ever produce a finite quantity. That quantity will get more and more, but it still is a finite quantity. It can't decarbonize everything. So it needs to be prioritized for those end use cases that it is the only solution for. So, for example, in the UK, we've moved away from using biogas to generate on-site electricity, and unless you can find a use for the heat, and it's been decarbonising heat and transport, because long-distance transport, because there are no other solutions. So focusing on solutions where electrification isn't going to work. Today, there's quite a lot of interest from the maritime sector and SAF. That's where it needs to be sort of ultimately prioritized. Pricing will play a part. And so to answer your point about sort of, I suppose, that economics of it and policy changes, one of the things that we've been looking at for some time is how what can be done to ensure that the industry is not dependent on subsidies, for example, because our view is that this is really just a question of balancing the level playing field, and from a carbon pricing point of view, if carbon pricing and there was a mechanism to reward project developers for the decarbonisation they're achieving, then there would be no issue attracting finance, because when we're talking about recycling organic waste and financially rewarding the prevention of methane emissions that those organic wastes will otherwise be achieving, then, and given the differential between the impact of methane emissions versus CO2 emissions 86 times, the market should be pricing that in significantly. So if we can ensure that the carbon markets and biomethane certificates have the right carbon intensity number on them, then that will get the industry off subsidy, and ultimately I'm sure that will then price in which sectors are most want biomethane or bio-LNG.
It's a hard one, right? Because when you have to assume a carbon market works, which yes and no depending on the day, I suppose, in the industry, and then regionally it's very fragmented too. Deepak, everybody has a plan for sugarcane, whether it's ethanol on the road or alcohol to jet in the sky. How do you prepare for tomorrow when making sure that you're still executing on what's needed today to decarbonize here in the market in India?
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy that we are touching on almost all aspects of biofuel, including advanced biofuel, specifically on the SAF. There is absolutely no issues in the technology preparedness. I believe technologies are there. For example, why bioethanol program succeeded? See, ultimately investors need enabling environment. And why it succeeded? Because there was a guaranteed offtake by the policymakers. There has to be a guaranteed offtake. The investor has to be certain that the offtake will not vanish midway. That is number one. Like it has happened in some of the countries. We have seen some of the countries rolling back on some of the ethanol programs. I don't want to name those countries.
You can name the country.
Yeah. Let's avoid that. Then, for example, how, India is a very regulated market. The center of the entire program in terms of biofuel is our farmer. It's the government who decides how much is the industry going to pay to the farmer. For example, we have in sugarcane, we have something called FRP, which is a fair and remunerative price, which the government decides on year-to-year basis based on the cost of crop and plantation. And it has to go up every year. So we can't really compare the cost of our product, which basically, for example, bioethanol or SAF, with any other international market because we are completely regulated. So our raw material is something which the government regulates. So the industry also expects that the product is also priced in such a way that it takes care of the raw material cost. And that is why government also decides on the offtake pricing. So demand creation, offtake pricing, and every ministry, every government, every department coming together, state as well as central, and then only there is an investor's confidence. And that is how the entire bioethanol program has succeeded in India. Similarly, we are now looking at a national SAF roadmap. And we are very certain that the ministry is going to come out with the SAF roadmap.
Next year, 1%
in terms
or
of
so, right?
decarbonization of our aviation sector. I believe Corsia already has a mandate. Government has, international airlines have already started. In the sugarcane industry alone, we have recently conducted a carbon emission, what is the kind of carbon emission index for example, 1G ethanol and leading to SAF. Because almost 11 feedstocks are qualified for SAF. But the aggregation for other feedstock is a very big problem in the country. For example, cooking oil, it is not taking off. It could perhaps suffice by 1% blending, 2% blending. But if you want to go ahead to 5%, 10% blending, you will have to get into an alcohol to jet. We already have a surplus capacity of ethanol. So that is something, a low-hanging fruit. Investors are ready. So as I was just mentioning, the carbon emission index of sugarcane ethanol 1G is coming to around 14 to 16 gram of CO2 per megajoule, which is the lowest in the world. The Brazil sugarcane itself is almost 22 to 24 gram CO2 per megajoule. Corn is almost 60 to 65 US corn. So for economies who are basically, for example, Europe, perhaps prefer to have more SAF, which account for more carbon credits. So we are perhaps going in a direction where the carbon accounting principles are set in. We still have the mandatory and voluntary markets which are still working out. We still have, we're not qualifying. Japan has signed a JCM. We have already signed a bilateral agreement on carbon credits. But the technology is ready. We are hoping that we will be able to present our numbers to Corsia very soon. And once this is approved by Corsia, then we are ready to perhaps get into the export market also. And ultimately, what I said, the focus is on our farmer. So more value we realize, it is passed on to the farmer. And as the government, for example, led by our Honorable Prime Minister, the main focus itself is how we can really enhance the income of farmer. And specifically also in this geopolitical environment, it's best to rely on own fuel, own food, and everything our own. So I think we are on the right path. Industry is coming forward in contributing in terms of SAF. Similarly on second generation ethanol, similarly on other feedstocks, we are ready to get into the second phase of unleashing our biofuel policy.
Yeah. Mahesh, I'll go to you and talk about, you have a global view at BP, and BP has its finger in many pies when it comes to renewable fuels. I do want to pick on a point that both Deepak and Esther made around the technology being ready and available. And the technology might be there, but it's not scaling, and we're not seeing large amounts. If we think of alcohol to jet, for example, Gevo comes to mind, LanzaJet, but they're very tiny in comparisons to co-processing in a refinery, for example, the HEFA process through a refinery. They're sort of safe, lower cost bets, so to speak. So yes, these things are there in theory, but they're not accelerating in any way fast enough to keep up with the new mandates and the guaranteed demand. And one of the questions every time I go to speak to people is, what's give? Is there not enough supply? Is there not enough demand? And a producer will say there's not enough demand, and a user will say there's not enough supply. And I think somebody here must be like looking at this the wrong way.
You take it first.
over to you, Mahesh. What do you see?
No, thanks for the question. I think maybe to sort of set the scene, we believe multiple technologies and multiple feedstock will be required to deliver the demand for the future for bioenergy based on whether it's BNF outlook or BP outlook. And I think, in terms of the scale up, let's take kind of what's happening in the short term, near term currently, right? And if I take one product at a time, for renewable diesel, we talked about biogas and bioethanol, so I'm not going to touch that again. For biodiesel or renewable diesel, as you said, co-processing and HEFA processing is really leveraging. If you kind of go back 10 years, it started in Europe and in the US with processing of waste oils, so used cooking oil and tallow. But there is only so much chips people can eat, and there's only 500,000 barrels per day of accessible waste oils available. And we already do quite a lot of co-processing in our refineries, again, because it's a drop-in feedstock to our existing process. We can put that into our hydrotreaters and the hydrocrackers after pre-treatment, and you get renewable diesel SAF at the back end of it. But as I said, there's limited feedstock available. So what we are doing is we are accessing alternative feedstock, novel feedstocks. We've got a couple of partnerships, one with New Farm to access carinata seed, which is a cover crop grown in the fallow season. So it doesn't impact your sort of cash crop. So you grow the carinata seed, take the seed, crush it, and that becomes feedstock for the refinery. We also created a joint venture with Corteva, we call it ETLES, which is again built to access novel feedstock for co-processing and HEFA. Why I mentioned those is diversification is really important. Leveraging the capital that's already been deployed is important, and we think about leveraging our existing refineries, leveraging our existing hydrocracker, hydrotreaters footprint to leverage kind of processing these waste oils or novel feedstock to produce renewable diesel or SAF. But that only goes as far, right? And then you need to look beyond that to novel technologies in the future, advanced technologies in the future to scale up bioenergy. We talked about 2G ethanol for gasoline. We've talked about biogas and accessing waste feedstock, but also purpose-grown feedstock as well to produce biogas from lignocellulosic feedstock. And looking at SAF, there are a number of different options, that are available. One is alcohol to jet, and I think alcohol to jet is kind of quite interesting because there's significant amount of ethanol blending in the US, significant amount of ethanol blending in Brazil. Now in India, we've got 20% ethanol blending as well. And we believe that the light-duty transport sector will electrify as time passes. And as that happens, there will be length available in terms of supply of ethanol in the market. And there's an opportunity then to take that and convert it into jet for sustainable aviation fuels. And if you look further down the line, I think as green hydrogen scales up, there is opportunity to take CO2 from industrial waste or direct air capture, combine it with hydrogen, and produce e-fuels. But those are still quite expensive. And so in terms of investment, the industry will look at what is the most cost-effective means to produce renewable diesel or bioethanol or sustainable aviation fuels. And over time, as technology develops and we invest in innovation, the total cost of ownership will reduce, and that'll kind of make it more economic for investments in the future.
That's true.
Those are exactly the right words, over time. We have a responsibility to bring a narrative here and demystify some of these myths that they are not true anymore. It's not, we talk about, it's not food versus fuel, it's feed and fuel, competitively and simultaneously. The green economy, it's $5 billion, and 50% of the CO2 emissions could be removed by solutions that they are already competitive. Still 50% they are not competitive yet, but 50% are already competitive. And we have the responsibility to talk about the ones that they are competitive. Bioethanol to replace gasoline, it is competitive. In US, there is a mandate of 10%. There is more than 10% in the gasoline because it is competitive to gasoline today. It was not 15 years ago. It is today. And I'm inviting all of us to repeat that and to just move fast forward into the future of the ones that they are not competitive. Biomass into ethanol, it's not competitive yet, but it will be. SIF, it's not competitive yet, but it will be. And why will it be? Just because we've done it in the past, and we are not done on the potential on technology. Only from an enzymes and biological perspective, if you look at the yield efficiency per cost, that ratio has changed 30 times in the last 20 years. If you look at the cost of batteries, they have reduced 90% in the last 10 years. Just fast forward 10 years down the road, and you will see that the ones that they are not competitive now, they will be. And the only thing you need, it's time. Time and the framework, the beautiful framework, like the one that countries like India doing, on step by step, bringing predictability, bringing the loop, closing many different entities that maybe they don't talk naturally in the past before, making that dial in place and moving forward to that demand, to that future. Because science is ready, solutions are there, they are competitive, and the demand is there. We need more energy than the one that we can supply today. And we will see that future that you were talking before, that bio-based carbons are going to be a stronger enabler of the future. We're also going to have decarbonization. We're also going to have green electricity. We're also going to have nuclear. There's many. It's optionality. We, Novonesis, we're going to make the bioeconomy competitive, stronger, and we're going to continue to work with governments to make it happen.
So just give it time.
Trust and explain it. The narrative that it's here, it's real, it's competitive. We have to stop talking about the places that it's not working yet and replace bolder and stronger where it is competitive. It is a reality. The solutions of the future, they are already competitive to the fossils of the past. Done. Then we are replacing an ecosystem and we're growing bolder. We're growing twice as fast, the green revenues, as the revenues of the past.
And investment as well, yeah.
Investment in tech. So just take these data points and you close your eyes and you'll see when you're going to be 10 years down the road. And please explain it. We don't have to apologize. It's
a shame nobody here works for a media agency that could, share this knowledge. We have run out of time. I have got many more questions I could have asked you guys, so I apologize for that. But thank you very much for joining me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Super pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Super pleasure.
master level या वैसे कुछ होता है?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Delighted to have your company on the second afternoon of India Energy Week, and what a day and a half we've had here, and progressing on that journey of discourse and profound dialogues is another one. We have another one for you. Simply put, as it says in the masthead, city gas distribution networks have become a key facet of energy needs and servicing energy needs in metropolitan areas. So we're here to discuss establishing global models for CGD networks. Now, let's take a step back, look at the backstory of it, and by most projections, whether you look at investment banks, multilaterals, economists, forecasters, everybody seems to think that CGD networks are going to sort of double in network within, say, a decade or so between here and 2035. So what's the approaching horizons going to be like? What sort of frameworks do we require? What are the challenges, the opportunities? And to decode, decipher that, we have an all-star cast of eminent industry leaders joining us today. First off is Mr. Suresh Manglani, who's the Executive Director and CEO of Adani Total Gas Limited. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Gautam Chakrabarti, who's the CEO of GAIL Gas Limited. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Kamal Kishore Chatwal, who's the Managing Director of Indraprastha Gas Limited. Welcome, sir. Abhilesh Gupta, MD and CEO of Think Gas. Good to have you, company, sir. And last but certainly not the least, industry veteran Mr. Sandeep Jain is with us. He's the former Executive Director of Gas at Indian Oil Corporation Limited. Gentlemen, delighted to have your company. Let me jump straight into it. Mr. Manglani, I'll go to you first. Look, the stall has been set. We know about CGD networks, but just to kick off our conversations, how do you view the gas distribution network landscape, and what are your antennae telling you from what you view out there in the market, sir?
Thank you, Gaurav. First of all, thanks to India Energy Week for inviting Adani Total Gas on this platform. It's a very prestigious platform, and you have given us opportunity. Thank you very much. Now, from the city gas distribution landscape perspective, I think many things in front of us. All of us are the beneficiary of this initiative, the transformation which we have seen in India. That entire India today, barring one or two islands, has been fully authorized by the government, the regulator. That itself will give you the perspective that what's the kind of a vision government of India or state governments are pursuing. So that is one aspect. Second, I think as we speak today, almost all the places, various large number of districts, maybe 780 districts which have been authorized, almost all places, different CGD companies which have got authorization are continuously working and accelerating infrastructure, and you are seeing several reports which are coming up is showing you very clearly that how the infrastructure, steel pipeline, MDP pipeline or a CNG network or home connections are going up. Yesterday, Honorable Prime Minister also touched upon this CGD into his speech. So from the perspective of landscape, I think there is onus is now on us to make it more and more accelerated and successful. Policy makers are doing their job. They are continuously transforming the policy to enable us to deliver higher targets. From a global perspective, I think if you look at it, as the Indian CGD market has evolved since 80s, originally we used to have gas distribution network localized. Mumbai used to have the gas localized where the coal-based gas used to be manufactured and then it used to be supplied by Bombay Gas. And then Mahanagar Gas came, or all of us, many more companies came, Gujarat Gas is there. And you are seeing now the electrofusion MDP came in. That was one of the best practice which came from overseas, from British Gas.
Sure.
So India has adopted large number of best practices, large number of equipments originally used to be imported. Electrofusion fittings used to be imported, compressor used to be imported, boosters used to be imported. Large number of equipments were coming from abroad only. Slowly, as we have grown, the scale has gone up. We are seeing Make in India happening. The meters are being manufactured now. Smart meters are being manufactured. So I think industry is evolving at an accelerated pace. And now is the time
for even several parts of the world. And we are seeing, we are getting several requests, and every CGD company is getting requests. Internationally, people are seeking interest that whether we would like to develop the city gas distribution, replicate the example of like IGL Delhi, which is fully CNG city, or the PNG network they have extensively done. We have done in several other parts of the India. So I think now, in fact, India is being seen as one of the country where several best practices, whether in terms of conceptualization of a project or in terms of execution of a project, network planning, operation of the project, with several initiatives which we take on advocacy fronts or on the volume growth front. I think world is watching us, in fact, and they are looking forward, how do we replicate India's model to the various parts of the world. So I think from my perspective, I am seeing a very exciting time working for a CGD industry. CGD industry is responding to the policy framework which is being done. And we are also seeing whether it is MOPNG or the PNGRB regulator and state governments. There used to be a time when we used to push very hard for several policies and permissions. Today, largely, if you see state after state, because every state is looking forward investment in their state, employment generation in their state. So CGD is one of the vehicle where state governments also feels that when we come in the state, we develop ancillaries, we develop associated and affiliated businesses around it. There is an economic development of a state. So I think CGD is now being given, if I may say so, that kind of a red carpet, that what policies are required for a CGD entity to come in and invest and develop infrastructure. So all in all, 360, I think it is a very positive momentum is happening on the CGD side, and responsibility lies with the CGD developers like all of us to continuously respond and accelerated infrastructure development.
Mr. Chakravarti, we've, Mr. Mangalani set the stall. We talk about economic development, we talk about supply chains. What is GAIL's viewpoint? What is your reading, sir?
As far as energy landscape is concerned, I think CGD, as Mr. Milan has told, that it is taking the center stage now. And if you see in India's perspective, around over 20% is now is total energy consumption is through CGD, and we are expecting that within 3-4 years it will be reaching around 30% of that. And probably now it is in the second position after fertilizer. Probably it will be taking that position, center positions or first positions within a couple of years' time. So for the CGD systems, and as GAIL, if you see that GAIL Gas is a 100% subsidiary of GAIL. GAIL has got 78 geographical areas, if you see. So it is a huge number of geographical areas which GAIL's JV group is having. And as far as GAIL is concerned, so our main focus is now is on the CGD, because the main focus area is CGD, and it is now growing. And as I told that probably within a couple of years we will be reaching 30% of the total consumption. So as far as GAIL is concerned, the main focus is now on CGD only.
Mr. Chutwal, if we look at if I may turn the question a tiny bit, this is in this industry is all about learning and teaching. So, what can in your considered professional opinion, what can India, teach the world as far as advancing C, and what can we learn perhaps from elsewhere?
Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you, Gaurav. Fellow panelists, guests, invited guests, delegates for the conference, a very good afternoon, and a special thanks to the audience, I would say. That's a very difficult time, but I mean, they thought it very important. The topic is very important, and I must thank all of you for giving importance to this topic, and thank India Energy Week for a session on CGD. That's point number one. Second is that yesterday Prime Minister talked about the century belonging to India.
Sir.
And I think within that, the next decade is going to belong to the CGD sector. So why I'm saying that is that whatever success we have achieved within India, be it CNG, PNG, both industrial, commercial, as well as domestic. Now, what we are doing is going out and replicating the same success, as he said, Miglani Saab said, the success of Delhi and NCR region, we are trying to replicate to internationally to other countries also, because slowly and slowly, gas is playing a central role. If you look at next 10, 15 years or 20 years, major themes of the world, be it decarbonization, be it sustainability, be it circularity, or affordability, energy security, in every aspect, the CGD has a central role to play. So that is what we feel that the next decade is going to belong to CGD sector. And the beauty is that the infrastructure, whatever is built, that can be used for the future fuels, be it renewable natural gas or waste to energy, waste to gas projects. So that can be used there. And whatever knowledge we have got, I mean, IGL, I mean, subsequent, maybe this next round, I will share some of the case studies that we are doing in our GAs, where, you know, the future, what should be the vision of the gas-based economy that we talk about? What should be the vision of that, and how it is fitting into all the themes that we are talking about?
Sure.
So that may be in the next round, but yes, the success of city gas is being replicated in the world, and shortly, I mean, we will be demonstrating that. I mean, since the tendering process is on, so I will not like to comment on that.
Absolutely. Mr. Gupta, if I may come to you, the Honorable Prime Minister yesterday and Minister Puri also alluded to the fact one very key facet of this which applies to CGD is that the price positivity for the Indian consumer is paramount. Affordability and security of supplies. Our urban centers in this country, perhaps the world, are magnets for attracting the human population there. To solve that conundrum, to solve the challenge of energy demands of some of the biggest metropolitan areas in the world, where does CGD figure, and what is your viewpoint on that, sir?
Thank you, Gaurav, for having us here. So we are the largest foreign direct investment, 100% foreign direct investment company in the country. And our focus is that when the highest level of the country is talking about gas playing a major role in energy security from 6 to 15%, it essentially means that gas is going to play a major role in urbanization, handling and providing the safe economical energy to the customers. It also plays very significant role in not only for providing gas to the domestic household industries, but also to the vehicles. Now, we have seen that wherever the percentage of gas in an energy basket is higher, most of the places it is used in power generation. However, India is uniquely placed where power generation is not happening in a great manner with the gas, and gas remaining at 6%. But then we have a unique opportunity of CNG, which is playing a very major role, and we have demonstrated in the last 5-6 years that when the CNG infrastructure has rolled out in the country, the usage of gas and the contribution of CGD sector in the overall basket has improved and increasing day by day. So we are uniquely placed, and this is the time when the infrastructure development has happened, and it is going to happen much faster. CNG can play a very wide role for increasing and immediately giving the result to increase the gas share, entire gas share. And once the CGD and the CNG plays a major role, it is of course rightly priced, fuel is rightly priced as well. It is cheaper than diesel, petrol. There are certain bottlenecks with respect to taxation and the treating the fuel differently than the other alternate fuel which are dirty. But barring this, I think providing unique opportunity to India, CNG can play a very wide role and also make the overall gas much cheaper. Because if you are in a position to increase the gas quantum itself, any additional molecule become quite cheaper. So it's very important that CNG should be promoted significantly, Rest all sector, industrial, domestic, automatically will develop.
Ms. Jain, over to you. I'll tweak the question again, expand on the affordability paradigm by asking you, if you're talking about CGD networks being at the heart of consumer affordability, it also has to be, the operator has to make a margin, the operator has to find it viable too. How do we balance the need for affordability for the citizenry and for the operator to make the operations viable?
Thank you, Gaurav, and thank you, India Energy Week, and of course, thank you, the audience. I know it's very difficult immediately after the lunch to attend such sessions. Well, Gaurav, it's a very pertinent question to be asked today. Affordability is not only important to the Indian consumers, but at the same time, running a CGD company should also be affordable to the CGD promoters. It's very important for us to delve into this point and find out a solution for that, because unfortunately the outlook is bright, but at the same time, due to some confusion in the overall scenario of the policies and regulator, the development at the pace which is expected is not taking place. So there is much to be done. I would say the auction round is over. Now the execution round needs to start. As far as affordability is concerned, yes, definitely today with the APM cuts and all that which are happening, and that also are happening with a lot of unpredictability. Sometimes you have around 30%, 30 to 34% only APM availability to CGD sector. Sometimes it goes up to 50%. Sometimes currently it is around 40%. So therefore, there has to be a certainty so that the rest of the gas which is to be procured by the CGD operator, they are able to, kind of plan it. And time has come now for CGD operators to plan it on a long-term basis. They need to adopt a very judicious portfolio approach so that, okay, 40% is given to them. What about 60%? You can't depend upon spot, because spot there is a lot of volatility in pricing. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it comes down. So there has to be a very judicious, adequate, suitable mix of spot, long-term, and even medium-term gas which needs to be, procured by CGD companies, so that they are able to, first of all, they are able to provide, there are three things. They are able to provide, number one, competitive alternative to the alternative fuels. Number two, they are able to provide affordable fuel solution to the consumers. And number three, they are also able to make good margins out of it. Because until and unless they don't make margins, Gaurav, then there is no point. I mean, the CGD development, which right now, I would say it is only 30 to 20%, 30 to 40%, which is achieved. It will never peak towards the 100%, where we want it to be there, because our Honorable Prime Minister has already announced that we need to increase the gas in the basket from 6% energy basket, from 6% to 15%. How is it going to happen? I mean, there are so many challenges. There are state policies are different, central policies are different, the regulator wants one thing, and the policymakers think about another thing. Time has come that all the stakeholders, they need to sit together in peace and find out a very synergized solution. I mean, of course, during the course of the session, all the other speakers will also speak about what is required to be done. There's a lot required to be done so that we are able to really achieve and make India a gas-based economy. Thank you.
Absolutely. Eloquently put, Ms. Jain. I think one of the pressing issues that the audience have thought about, and some of the feedback that we've taken on board in terms of framing the dialogue is about what technologies can be brought to bear to make them make CGs more efficient. And another thing is, of course, the idea about regulatory frameworks and the sort of benchmarking and frameworks that exist. So perhaps, Mr. Gupta, if I may come to you, let's have a word on some of the technologies that have come to bear that are improving the efficiencies of CGDs. Is there any particular case that springs to your mind? And perhaps after you, perhaps an additional question to Mr. Chhatwal, but Mr. Gupta, let's start with you first, sir.
Yeah, so it's a nice question actually. So I have seen that when our promoters, one of the promoters are large Japanese utilities, and they have the technologies which is much more advanced than what India have been using, and also the other part of the world. What we have started is that whatever industry has been using, either natural gas or the coal or any furnace oil, etc., we are working with them to ensure that energy is efficiency is improved while the natural gas is used. There are several other wastages, the changing of equipment, the new technologies, everything we are bringing from Japan, trying to bring in Japan and demonstrating it by way of experiment to some of the customers. And then there is a visible demonstration to other customers also that even if gas is slightly cheaper than your alternate fuel, then overall scheme, looking at the pollution level, looking at the other nuances of using the polluted fuel, the overall scheme you are still better off. So this is something which has been developed over 100 years by our Japanese investors. We are trying to replicate in India. A second important part which we have been doing is implementation of SCADA tech from the day one. Most of the CGD entities, they have gradually moved to the SCADA. Initially they started, but our company, every technological implementation has happened from the day one, day zero. We have an excellent control room. We see that each and every vehicle movement is tracked. Every pipeline depth is measured, geotech. So this is something which is also giving us a unique opportunity to reduce our operating cost as well.
Sure. Mr. Chhatwal, over to you. Any example from amongst your operating portfolio that you're really proud of that amplifies the efficiency argument?
Yeah. Just to take from what Jain Saab said, that 40% is APM and 60% has to be sourced by CGD entities. So now what we have demonstrated is that it is possible to replace this 60% with renewable natural gas. So that is what we have done in one of our GAs, sir, which is running 100% on domestic gas, be it APM or be it the CBG. So that GA is Cathal, where we have integrated all three modes of evacuation of CBG, that is through cascade, MDP, as well as steel. So it has three avenues where it can go, and it is self-sufficient, and not only self-sufficient, we are exporting that to other GA, because pipeline connectivity is there, so whatever excess is there, so that is going to other GA. Now, how we have been able to do this is that that's a agrarian kind of a GA, where you have the agriculture waste, you have the industry, the distillery waste, the spent wash, and the press mud in nearby. So we can use that, and that is what we have demonstrated, that it is possible for CGD entities. They have to just innovate a little bit, and because everybody has to reduce their cost of gas. Sure. So that's how, for your question regarding affordability, that's how we can compete with the alternate fuels, with EVs, everything. So we can compete only when we reduce. What we have done is, we have taken this gas and installed further purification equipments or guard bed to say, to inject into the steel network. So that now it is PNGRB pipeline specification compliant. The regulations we have is that it should be CGD has or CBG has a special some specification, but that is not complying to the pipeline specification. So there we have put some specialized equipment just to remove the impurities, because the current specification talks only about CO2 as an impurity, but for us CO2 is inert. The other impurities are more critical, like moisture, oxygen, and H2S. So these things, so we are focused on that. Second is few innovations or the technological, as you said, if I can share with the audience, is that IGL is the only company which is using for CNG the compressors ranging from 350 SCMH to 2400 SCMH.
Right, sir.
So in Delhi we have, because the space constraint is there, so we have used first CGD entity using 2400 SCMH compressors. And for smaller GAs, like for example Ajmer, where the area is larger, but the density is less. So there we are using 350 SCMH. So that's the kind of spread we have. And in between you have 600, 1200 kind of compressors. And as far as PNG is concerned, there we have what we have done is, because we operate in a highly dense area of Delhi. So what we have done is we have introduced another layer, that 100 millibar kind of a regulator, from 4 millibar to 100 millibar and then to the homes.
Right.
So what that has done is reduce the pressure, reduce the volume of gas that is there in the pipeline, so the safety aspect. Keeping the safety aspect. So these are a couple of innovations that we have done.
Sure. Mr. Chakravarti, we can perhaps switch from technology to regulatory frameworks, which are also an essential part of, building the market, taking it to a stage, and of course, especially if it's a nascent stage or it's progressing, we need the regulators on board. So from Gail's perspective, how do you view the regulatory landscape, and perhaps what do you seek of the regulators going forward?
You say that regulator is doing great, and they are always in synergy with the CGD companies, and all the things are in place as far as regulation and from the government of India is concerned. But in the field, actually, the implementation of those things are really a challenge, because you know that getting a permission is a huge challenge. Sometimes it requires more than a year time. And you know that whenever there is a time overrun, there is a cost overrun. And these CGD companies are, it is a highly cost-intensive industry, and any escalation will hurt us very badly. So in field, we need more support from mostly the state governments and all, and they should prioritize these activities. For them, probably CGDs are the last priority activities, probably after water or electricity, or even telecom sector is before, and there are many construction activities are going on. So we need more focus in this particular area, and also getting the lands, because as you know that we have started little bit late. You require more CNG stations, more gas distribution stations, where you require a land in preferably in a premium locations, and where the cost of the land is now huge. So we need government support to that. So probably regulator is doing their job pretty well, but in the field we require more things to be done.
Sure. Mr. Manglani, we were talking about the proof of concept of some sort of an ideal framework that would encourage the CDZ business. So for the benefit of our audience, what is your take on what could be a possible ideal framework for encouraging the CGD business?
I think again it's a very important question, and as Sandeep ji said, that there are a lot of challenges for CGD. Not only you see customer affordability, but what about viability of a CGD entities itself, which is more vital for the nation, that such a massive investment, as Abhilesh was saying, that, and I feel very proud that, CGD sector has invited 100% FDI, and they're doing quite well. And Gautamji said, there are challenges in the field. Let me sum up in that sense that while I fully agree that there's a huge holistically policy development in terms of whether it is upstream, because it's related. If upstream doesn't get fully developed, we will always be dependent on imports. So there is a holistic development on upstream, which is perhaps to encourage more and more domestic production. A lot of development on midstream. You are seeing how the national gas grid is expanding. Number of RLNG terminals are expanding. And then we see downstream, which is the CGD infrastructure. As I said in my opening remarks, that today whole of India is authorized now to develop the city gas. It's a real, if you look at from landscape perspective, huge policy focus on upstream. There is a separate regulator, DGH. Then there is a significant development going on through regulator and the government policies on the midstream and downstream both. Is it all ideal? Of course, industry will always be looking forward more and more policy developments. Because India, our Honorable Prime Minister had set the tone of his vision that India has to move from 6% to 15% by 2030. Now, as yesterday, Honorable Minister stated that we are more closer to 6 than going towards 15, even after so many years left. But doesn't mean that India has not progressed on gas consumption. In terms of an absolute volume, I think we have doubled the volume. But because energy basket is growing so much with India GDP growing 6, 7, 8%, gas is remaining at around similar 6, 6.5%, sometime even 5.5, 5.8 or 9%. Is that doable by 2030? Most of the people think it is not doable, by the way. 6 to 15%, most of the policy or our industrial friends, they think now it could be somewhere middle. But is it doable? I think it is doable in my view, but provided we take certain steps. We collaborate, as Sandeep ji said rightly, that there is a synchronized policy framework is required. What do we need to do? I think if we need to achieve 6 to 15, or we would be pushing towards that direction, that we don't say after some time that we are still closer to 6. We would be closer to 10, 11, whatever is possible. Certain steps have to be taken. At least I would narrate what I think we should be taking decisions on downstream city gas distribution side. City gas distribution, one is this dialogue which we do here. A lot of discussions takes place in many forums. It remains as a discussion in this room only.
Sure.
How do we get this dialogue summarized, communicated to the policy makers? That vibration should continuously be happening. That from each dialogue, let's say India Energy Week sends a summarized position of what did finally emerged. Now, you are not giving advocacy, you are just stating this was the position, this was the views expressed. That if we do these things, perhaps India would be moving to 6 to 15% much faster way.
Sure.
Or it would make CGD entities more viable to invest more, accelerate more, and connect more. Correct? So one important part is how do we move from this dialogue in this room to send the right messages on a continuous basis to policymakers. So they are aware this is continuous sound is being made. Second, in India, I think people are, almost Indian audience, so I may say something in Hindi actually. We have, 6 to 15%, generally I keep speaking in many forums and I say, for us, this is a Gayatri mantra, which has been stated. That 6 to 15, you go, every forum you will find this for last several years going on. So I say normally that a time has come where Gayatri mantra ko man mein bolo.
Absolutely.
But gas chalisa ko soundly bolo.
True.
We need a gas chalisa. It means a lot has been done. Out of that chalisa, you may have 15, 20 points which have been already cleared. Be grateful for that. We must be grateful for what has been achieved, what has been done by state governments. We see so many state policies are coming up. Karnataka said 1 rupee per meter reinstatement. The permission charge is fantastic. Assam says deemed permission, phenomenal. How do we bring those replication to other states and bring, as somebody said, ideal policy and you said ideal policy. So I think we should be grateful for these 10, 15, 20 things which have been done from this chalisa, gas chalisa. Remaining things what we need to do. Couple of things I will give you now here, but there are many more things in my mind, but time is not there. So I will only give you 2, 3 more important part to audience. One is, I think, how do we enhance the utilization of CGD networks? And for that, important is we must encourage, promote use of natural gas in MSMEs. We have more than 1 million MSME in this country. And largely barring some NCR areas, unless and until gas is cheaper than alternate fuel, they are not using it. They are finding ways and around to, and even in NCR, they are finding ways around to use pollutant fuel because they want to be competitive. There is no level playing that a MSME located in NCR makes the same thing what somebody in Haryana, UP or Assam, they will make it, but they can use alternate fuel. Now, how this entity will compete in domestic or export market? Obviously, answer is it will be difficult for them. So how do we bring the level playing field for entire MSME? So we have been requesting policymakers to look into it, that MSME should be given some sort of a stability of affordable price through consumption linked incentive.
Right.
We are giving today for even for various manufacturing, because we want to make in India here and India wants to be Atmanirbhar, we are actually giving production linked incentive, PLI, which is a great, which should be done because it creates huge employment. But similarly, we are saying to bring India on one stage, we have done the Swachh Bharat. Now we do the stage 2 Swachh Bharat is the MSME cleanup. They should not use pollutant fuel. They should use natural gas as their preferred choice through consumption linked incentive for 3 to 5 years so that they can achieve the payback. And whole of India MSME is now using natural gas. So there is no issue of non-competition.
Right.
It's a competition. Everybody's production cost is similar. Efficient person will have better cost. So MSME is one area which can add more than 100 million standard cubic meter additionally if everyone adopts natural gas. So this is one. The second is again, how do we bring level playing field on several fuels which are being used? There was a need for transaction policies to be formulated. There was a policy for CNG promotion. We did a lot of investment in CNG. Then policy came for CBG. People started developing CBG. Then now policy is coming on EV. Demand side, supply side, all side incentives are being given. It needed because government wants to promote a particular type of a fuel. Then tomorrow there will be hydrogen coming. Ethanol we are giving some blending incentives. So I'm saying these transaction policies were needed at that point of a time. Today, as Honorable Minister was saying, several fuels have to coexist. How do we bring level playing in those fuels in terms of taxation, fiscal benefits? Today you buy EV vehicle which runs on a conventional electricity is far cheaper in terms of taxation and fiscal benefits versus a CNG vehicle. We are also cleaning climate. I think we should not be penalized. We should have a similar policy framework. So just take a minute or more. Then I am saying we bring level playing field. How do we bring? Our suggestion is that policymakers should consider, there could be multiple other solutions. How do we categorize fuels in, let's say, green fuel? Now, green fuel is real green, which is hydrogen, maybe CBG, maybe EV on renewable energy. These are green fuels. We don't mind, even if CNG is not coming in the green fuel, whatever fiscal benefits, taxations are being given by the government as a level playing field, green fuel is no problem. Then you come cleaner fuel, CNG, LPG, and PNG. There will be many other fuels which will be cleaner fuel. EV running on conventional electricity in cities. You give a similar taxation system, similar fiscal benefits, similar subsidies, incentives, then we will be knowing that if you buy EV vehicle, we have a similar taxation, we have similar benefits, similar incentives, similar subsidies. Then you have third, rest of the fuel.
Right.
Green fuel, and rest of the fuel. Rest of the fuel is diesel, petrol, and many more things, similar fiscal benefits. And then customer knows that now if what vehicle I should buy. If he buys EV vehicle, he buys gas vehicle, he knows long-term stay. Government has a policy, same category. And you can probably go ahead one step further and bend the canopy with the red is a red, blue is blue and green. And people can see, am I polluting and I am not polluting. So this is the second. The last is Har Ghar PNG. Because there is an Ujjwala, I think country needs Prajwala.
Right.
And where initial 1 or 2 crore homes should be, momentum building should happen, where similar level playing field should be brought in, where direct benefit transfer goes to the customer end, not to the CGD entity. They get back some money from what we are charging 6,000 for connection, 6,500 connection cost.
I appreciate
and
that.
then there will be a level playing field for a Har Ghar PNG or Prajwala scheme. There are many more things, but I think you are running short of time, so I'm pausing it.
Absolutely. Mr. Jain, if I may come over to you, a special question to you. Mr. Manglani mentioned about the sort of leveling the playing field to service the population. There is this, it is established, the CGD community has its sort of fans and its propagators who say that this is the solution. Now, urban centers are spreading, not just in this country, but if you speak globally, places like Brazil and so on, perhaps Tokyo is the only metropolitan area among the largest 10 in the world, which is in a developed country. The rest are all emerging markets, developing companies. Can these networks, so assuming we say that we believe in them, can they keep pace with this rapid pace of urbanization that we are seeing, not just in this country, but in the whole world in emerging markets?
I think Sureshji has mentioned it all, but as I've understood from your question, you want Indian example to be emulated by global players, or?
Perhaps, and of course some solutions that growing urban centers could take, learn from each other. Because can these networks, if we believe in them, can they keep up pace with how these cities are growing?
Yeah, of course. One thing which I think our discussion will not be complete if I don't speak about the urban centers, which are very rapidly now coming up. It's not only tier 1, tier 2 cities which are important in the country, but we are now going down to tier 3, even tier 4 is now being talked about, because these small towns, because of internet and everything, I mean, everybody's aware. So there's no communication gap. So how do we develop these urban centers, keeping pace with the development which is expected of them?
Sure.
So for municipalities to develop, they should understand one thing very clearly, and that is where the gap is. The municipalities should understand that gas is just like a utility equivalent to what water is, what electricity is, what a telephone cable is, and what the sewage disposal pipeline is. Until or unless they don't give that kind of priority or that kind of importance to the gas pipelines or the gas network in their municipalities, in their town centers, it is not going to develop any further. Because as rightly pointed out by a number of my fellow speakers as well, that in every municipality, in every city, in every state, the policies are different. And that is where we need to, kind of synchronize, so that eventually where this development is going to take place. It is rural, getting a penetration into the rural area is far off. Leave it to LPG. We are doing very well in LPG, Ujjwala scheme. In fact, I was one of the one of the executors of Ujjwala scheme during my earlier days. So leave the rural area to the for LPG being given under this PMUY scheme. But at the same time, the urban centers, we need to provide complete PNG, complete all the process. Every household should be a PNG. I mean, it should happen like this, because APM gas is limited from well to household, and from the other side, the LNG terminal, because a lot of it, 60%, if it is going to come in the form of LNG. So the import terminal to the household. So that design we need to develop. And one thing I would like to add, in fact, I was doing one consulting assignment after I got retired from Indian Oil. One of the Middle Eastern countries, they wanted to learn about Indian model. And it was very interesting to retell the entire Indian story, which started from a public interest litigation in Delhi, and how we actually have reached the last corner of the country. And in fact, when I got superannuated, just a month back, Indian Oil got letter from Andaman and Nicobar also, and I think if Dubey is here, I mean, my CGD man of Andaman and Nicobar. So we are going to take now, Andaman and Nicobar also is going to get covered very soon. So this is the example which I shared with that Middle Eastern company through a consultant, that where the regulator focused on the outcomes, not on the operation part. Problem is that when the regulator gets into operations, the whole problem starts. Regulator should only be concerned about the outcome. They should provide the ground for facilitation, so that the entire thing is is regulated in a very smooth manner. And like I said, that we need to now move from auction to execution, from bidding rounds to actual execution. That is required to be done. And of course, the urban centers are definitely going to be the next focus centers.
Sure.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, it's been a very fascinating conversation. I'm conscious of time. It's that point, as we reach the conclusion of this session, it is worth asking you for your key takeaways of how your discussions have been with colleagues. So, Mr. Jain, I'll start with you very briefly, your key takeaways for discussions amongst colleagues.
So I know that time is running out, only 15 seconds, but that's what the clock is showing. So I would say that we started with the very good approach, very good hybrid model of utility as well, and utility plus the market approach, where we've fixed some minimum work programs, ensuring that that not only the infrastructure is provided by the company, but at the same time, the market determined prices at affordable range is also provided to the consumer. So, but the final point is, of course, the synchronization, the synergy between states and the center and the regulator, that needs to be done to take it forward. Thank you.
Mr. Gupta, your brief takeaway.
Yeah, I think the important takeaway from this meeting is that while we have responsibility to deliver cheaper and affordable fuel to the household or to the CNG user or to the industry or to the commercial segment, we need to make a fine balance between the return on investment by the promoters and the investors, and also how do we reduce the delivery cost of the natural gas.
Mr. Chatwal, over to you, sir.
My takeaway would be that CGD industries need to be slightly more aggressive and be vigilant of the bigger picture. That is, the affordability is the key to CGD entities expansion. So there, I think my vision is to make gas available at the same price as Ujjwala cylinder. So that translates to around 40 rupees per SCM of domestic gas. So that I think we will be able, 40 rupees PNG and 45 rupees CNG in SCM terms. So that is the broader vision, and we will make it happen.
Sure, sir. Mr. Chakravarti, your concluding thoughts, please, sir.
It is actually CGD will be the center stage for bringing that primary energy baskets requirement from 6% to 15%. So there is no doubt of it. And one thing that I have already told, that ease of doing business, that should not be on the paper. It should be really in the field.
Sure, sir. Mr. Manglani, final thoughts to you, sir.
I think final comment would be that what we take away from here is that authorities have done a lot. Policy makers are doing their bit. I think as Mr. Kamal Shettiwalji said, time is there now. Call is on us as well. What we have been doing, we need to accelerate more and more expansion, bring wider consumer base into our kitty, so that our voice is further heard by policy makers, and this kind of a collaboration should continue to ensure that India emerges in the next decade, as Kamalji was saying, the CGD nation.
Gentlemen, many, many thanks for your time and insights. It's been a fascinating conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session here is the OPEC World Outlook, and it's going to be presented by Dr. Abdul Razak Ben Yusuf, who's the head of Energy Studies Department, the research division at OPEC in Vienna. So stay in your seats. That follows next, but all that remains is for me to thank our eminent panel, and we really appreciate their time and their insight. A round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me thank moderator also for doing a fantastic job. Thank you. Good work, Gaurav. Thank you.
Thank you. May I please welcome on stage Dr. Abdulrazak Ben Youssef, who's the head of Energy Studies Department Research Division at OPEC in Vienna. Dr. Ben Youssef, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I see the slides on the screen. I think we can start. This morning, it is a great pleasure to be here today to present the World Oil Outlook of OPEC. This morning, we had a good session, this panel discussion about our view for the oil and energy outlook to 2050. For this presentation, I will go through different assumptions of this outlook, and then energy demand growth and energy demand outlook, as well as the more details about oil. Just quick words on the oil outlook. The World Oil Outlook is a publication, an annual publication of OPEC. In short, it calls WO, and providing valuable insights, detailed outlook, and thorough analysis of the world's energy future. The publication is available in our website, and then it is also the physical copies here. This is the outlook of OPEC in annual publication. Let's move now to some details of this outlook, starting by our key assumptions. As we see in this slide, that the first we have to note, to mention that we need to remind ourselves that this outlook was prepared in a time when uncertainties surrounding the global economic and political landscape which were quite significant. This is also related to evolving energy policies, where there is a noticeable trend of pushback and U-turn, intensifying scrutiny of major goals, primarily in the US and other developed or OECD countries. Naturally, the outlook also reflects significant demographic changes over the forecast period, as the global population will grow by 1.5 billion people, with non-OECD region accounting for almost all this population growth. This is very important because we will see the impact on the energy demand and oil demand in the upcoming slide. For India, already the most populous country in the world, and it exceeded China in 2022. By 2050, we expect that India will add around 230 million people. Moreover, increasingly, urbanization will impact future energy demand. We expect that 1.9 billion people, or a little bit more, will live in cities by 2050. India urbanization rate is projected to grow and to reach 53%, moving from the current level of 37%, or 37%. On the economic side, the global GDP is expected or projected to more than double from now to 2050, with non-OECD countries again driving this growth. It is worth highlighting that India is expected to be the world's largest and fastest growing major economy, with an average annual growth of around 5.8% from 2024 to 2050. The size of India as an economy in the world GDP will represent 17% by 2050, as we see in this graph, moving from the current level of 8%. Now, when we move or taking account all the assumptions that I have already presented, we see that primary energy demand is expected to increase by 23% over the forecast period, with the non-OECD countries accounting for 72% of the global energy demand by 2050. Oil will retain the largest share in the energy mix throughout the forecast period, providing 30% of the global primary energy demand. The combined energy mix share of oil and gas is expected to stay above 50% between 2024 and 2050. Other renewables means here mostly wind and solar will have the largest and fastest growth and will reach 13.5% by 2050, up from the current low level, 3.5%, supported by different energy policies. The only energy source where we see decline is coal, which its share will decline by around 13 percentage points on the strong policies to decommission coal plants and limit coal usage. Regarding India, we see that India is said to be the single and largest contributor of global energy demand growth throughout the forecast period. We expect India energy demand will increase to 44 million barrels of oil equivalent, moving from the current level of around 22 million barrels of oil equivalent per day. This means energy demand growth on average will be at around 2.7% from now to 2050. Here it is important to highlight that one of the sectors will have a significant increase, which is the global electricity demand, which is expected to increase from around 32,000 terawatt hour in 2024 to almost 58,000 terawatt hour by 2050. The major drivers of the residential and the commercial sector, followed by industrial and transport, as well as the data centers and artificial intelligence. Strong demand growth on all regions. However, 75% growth is projected to come from developing and emerging economies. The OECD region will see also a significant growth. In terms of generation, as we see the right-hand side graph, that the strongest growth is expected to come from other renewables, means here from wind and solar, rising by 21,000 terawatt hour. Additionally, generation from gas also expected to grow, hydropower and nuclear. Due to the stringent policy and capacity phase-out, coal-fired generation is expected to decline by almost 3,000 terawatt hour. Consequently, the share of non-fossil fuels generation or sources for energy for electricity generation will increase from 42% to around 68% by 2050. Now let's move to the more focus on oil from different sectors, from different perspectives, and also with more focus on India. As we see in this table, at the global level, oil demand is projected to top around 113 million barrels a day by 2030. However, it will reach 123 million barrels by 2050. From our side, we don't see any peak demand in the, in that horizon. In the medium and long term. Demand growth will be primarily driven by non-OECD region, adding more than 28 million barrels a day. However, we see a decline of 8.5 million barrels a day in OECD region. The largest increment of this demand is expected to come from India and followed by other Asia and then the Middle East and Africa. More details about India will be discussed in the upcoming slides. Yeah, this slide is, we have more focus on India. We see that total oil demand is expected to increase by 8.2 million barrels a day over the outlook period, although an increase in overall oil demand is expected across more sectors. Road transportation is projected to witness the most significant growth with an increase of 4.6 million barrels a day. Several factors are behind this, the most significant being the exponential expansion of Indian passenger cars fleet, around 50 million in 2024 to more than 240 million in 2050. Furthermore, surrounded by economic growth, commercial vehicles are expected to increase fourfold by 2050. As a result, the most important source of incremental demand will be diesel, followed by gasoline. India petrochemical sector uses naphtha as a primary feedstock, and its demand set to increase from 0.4 million barrels a day in 2024 to around 1 million barrels a day in 2050. Compared to other regions, the Indian oil market features somewhat high demand for other products, which is mainly bitumen, and petroleum coke, lubricants, and wax. Now, to meet this demand, we have to talk about supply. As we see in this graph, the development of the US supply and the required or the demand for DOC. Here, the word DOC is Declaration of Cooperation Countries, and this is what the media called it OPEC plus. In the medium term, non-DOC or non-OPEC plus liquid supply is projected to reach to raise from 53.3 million barrels a day in 2024 to 59 million barrels a day by 2030. This will cover almost 50% of the projected demand growth for this period. US liquids growth makes up 25% of the growth, followed by Brazil, Canada, Qatar, and Canada and other countries. Tight oil drivers the rising US supply, but we see a plateauing for this from the tight oil in the US. And beyond 2030, meaningful non-DOC or non-OPEC plus liquid supply growth only takes place in Canada, Brazil, and Argentina, largely offset by the decline in other mature producing regions. As a result, non-DOC or non-OPEC plus liquid supply plateaus at just under 60 million barrels a day from the 2030s, and continued demand growth, as we showed in the previous slide, means that DOC liquids or the demand from OPEC plus need to keep growing and raise by 1.5 million barrels a day, by 15 million barrels a day by 2050. As a result, the OPEC plus producers' share of global liquid supply increased from 48% in 2024 to 52% in 2050. Now, between the supply and demand, we have the downstream, which is mainly the refining sector as well as the trade, as we summarize in this slide. The left side is the capacity additions for the refining, and the right side is the crude and condensate export from Middle East by destination. In the long term, global refining additions are projected at 19.5 million barrels per day, including creep capacity expansions, with almost 85% of additional will be materializing before 2040. The majority of incremental refining capacity is expected to be added in the Asia Pacific, including India, and India will likely to be the most significant contributor to this growth, followed by several other large countries, including Indonesia. In China, capacity additions of around 3 million barrels a day are expected in the period to 2050. Africa projected refinery capacity additions is in the long term at around 3.2 million barrels a day, which mirrors domestic demand growth. Considering the trade in the second graph for the trade between Middle East and the different parts of the world, global inter-regional crude and condensate trade is expected to increase by over 10 million barrels a day to reach 47 million barrels a day by 2050. The Middle East is the major contributor to the global trade growth, with export volume increasing from 17 million barrels a day in 2024 to 28 million barrels a day in 2050. The Asia-Pacific, including India, remains the most important destination, with total imports increasing from 24 million barrels a day to 34 million barrels a day. Now it is important to talk about the investment. As we see in these two graphs, the cumulative oil-related investment for the oil sector in the period 2025 to 2050, and the other one is more detail or breakdown by region about the upstream investment requirement for the same period. In order to meet the steady rise demand that we have shown in the first slides, as well as replace barrels lost due to the natural decline, global cumulative investment of 18.2 trillion US dollar are required over the period 2025 to 2050. This is in 2025 US dollar. Almost 15 trillion US dollar or 547 or 74 billion per annum is needed in the upstream sector. The downstream mid and midstream sector will require around 2 trillion and 1.3 trillion US dollar respectively. Any shortfall in meeting these needs risk market stability and energy security. Those are the messages reiterated by OPEC. What I have presented to you in previous slide, we call it our reference case, but we developed other scenarios. Two other scenarios. The first is the technology-driven scenario and the equitable growth scenario. For the technology-driven scenario, forces a more rapid pace pace of investment in advanced technologies that those assumed in the reference case. Besides higher energy efficiency, hence lower primary energy demand, other impacts include significant fuel substitutions and changing energy mix. As a result, global oil demand could reach 106 million barrels a day by 2050. However, we expect another scenario, which what we call the equitable growth scenario, focuses on improvement on energy access and further additional eradication of energy poverty, especially in developing countries, assuming a higher economic growth in the absence of coordinated move to reduce emissions. In other words, local development needs in this scenario are prioritized over the global issues. As a result, oil demand in this scenario tops 120 million barrels a day by 2035 and could reach 129 million barrels a day by 2050. Now, the key highlights from the presentation is that the recent policy shifts increase the range of uncertainties of global energy system. However, we have also inequitably between the global north and global south provides both challenges and opportunities for energy industry. We see in our outlook, or we don't see any sign of global oil demand peaking anytime soon, but we see that oil demand will continue to grow in the medium and long term. And also another message is that continued adequate investment are needed to meet future demand needs. The world needs realistic future energy pathways with a balanced approach to lowering emissions, while to ensuring energy security, energy access, and reliable and affordable energy. Finally, cooperation is crucial for sustainable and common energy future. Before I leave the stage, I would like to remind that we have all these publication free for download from our website, either in PDF, also all data related, and also we have it as an app, and you can download the publication. And with this, I will let you in a few minutes to watch few minute video summarizing the key finding. With this, I would like to thank you, and then I let you with the video. Thank you very much.
In a world of multifaceted uncertainties, OPEC's World Oil Outlook 2025 again offers a vision of a plausible and viable energy future. An impartial outlook for all stakeholders. Today, energy policies around the world are undergoing a thorough recalibration. Decision makers are increasingly taking a realistic view of the challenges we face to comprehensively address energy security, affordability, sustainability, industrial competitiveness, and emissions. Energy demand is set to rise by 23% by 2050, driven by economic growth, rising populations, increasing urbanization, and the need to bring modern energy services to the billions that still go without. Demand for all fuels except coal is set to rise. Renewables grow the most, while oil still retains its 30% share in the energy mix by 2050. Meanwhile, demand for electricity will rise by more than 80%, primarily attributed to strong growth in the residential and industry sectors, as well as the spread of artificial intelligence tools and related data centers. Supported by policy shifts and an improved economic outlook, global oil demand is set to expand nearly 20 million barrels per day by 2050 to reach 123 million barrels per day. Powered by India and other Asia, the Middle East and Africa, and driven by road transportation, petrochemicals, and aviation, no peak in oil demand is in sight. On the supply side, the U.S. drives medium-term non-declaration of cooperation liquids growth, followed by Brazil, Qatar, and Canada. U.S. liquid supply, however, is set to peak in 2030, while total non-DOC liquids are expected to plateau around 60 million barrels per day from the mid-2030s. As a result, DOC liquid supply keeps rising, increasing by almost 15 million barrels per day to around 64 million barrels per day by 2050. In the downstream sector, the Asia-Pacific, Africa, and the Middle East lead medium-term refinery capacity additions. Later in the outlook period, these additions taper off, mirroring the projected oil demand growth trajectory and a rising share of non-refinery liquid supply. Global oil trade is set to rise by 25% by 2050, with the key Middle East to Asia route set to further grow in significance. Against the backdrop of rising demand, as well as to offset natural decline rates, global cumulative oil-related investments of $18.2 trillion are required by 2050. Two alternative scenarios to the reference case, the technology-driven scenario and the equitable growth scenario, again highlight the uncertainties ahead. This year's outlook also sees a special chapter on new Charter of Cooperation partner, Brazil, reflecting its huge significance for the global energy sector. Brazil is uniquely positioned to drive an all-of-the-above energy strategy and is a major player in global energy diplomacy. OPEC's World Oil Outlook 2025 is designed to stimulate debate by providing an unbiased, data-driven, and credible outlook for the world's energy future. An energy future in which affordable and sustainable energy supports the prosperity of nations and peoples around the world.
I thought you swapped the bottle.
Yeah, I swapped it. Because I opened mine.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to yet another interesting session. If you open the news this morning, chances are you would have seen three things. Another FTA in the making, a news war headline, and another energy price chart which is showing some dramatic results, right? So welcome to energy trading in 2026. This has become a reality now. Decades back, energy trading was all about getting the cheapest molecules. Today, it is all about surviving the next news headline. And this has been the affair of global energy trading over the last 1.5 years, impacted by macro, geopolitics, and whatnot. So what does the market look like today? You have Brent, where we have seen a drastic reduction, probably one of the only few post the pandemic. LNG supplies are changing worldwide, and biofuels, green hydrogen are no longer just policies, but now a reality. Who else is better placed to then explain what's happening in this space than our esteemed panelists? That's the reason we are calling this session Duties, Deals, and Disruption. Without further ado, let me introduce the panel to you. We have Kiran, who is the head of Asia Vitol. Next, we have Patrick, who is the Vice President of LNG Trading in Total Energies. Sachin is the CEO of Trafigura India, and Fabian is a Executive Vice President of Asia, CEFE. I'm your moderator for the session, Manan Shah, partner with Carney. So let's really dig into the key questions and topics of interest, right? So Kiran, maybe I'll start with you.
Sure.
Over the last year, we've seen Brent has really seen quite a volatility. In fact, the prices have gone down, steep fall of almost 10-15%. How do you see this geopolitical landscape evolve in 2026? And for Indian refineries and trading houses, are there opportunities that open up?
Yes, well, good afternoon, everyone. Great to be in Goa. Yeah, well, obviously it's been already quite an active commencement to 2026 in the energy markets. I guess most recently, in the last few days, the US market has had to, take into account loss of some shut-in and loss of production with the major winter storm that's taken place there. That's, that's very fundamental, weather-driven, etc. But, as you alluded to in your introduction, really last year was dominated by geopolitics and headlines, and the beginning of this year was dominated by the same, in particular the capture of Maduro in Venezuela and what that may mean for the energy markets. I think looking forward, there's obviously been an uptick in prices over the last week or so. Again, principally maybe because of that storm, but looking forward, coming into the year, Vitol and I'm sure some of the companies represented on stage here today saw the market as largely oversupplied. Mm-hmm. Now, where we may differ, and analysts may differ, is how oversupplied that market may be. And it's undoubtedly heavy. We do see a build-up in oil on water, but I think key to that is where are these stock builds taking place, particularly on crude oil. We see them taking place perhaps not in the pricing centres, which is key, and maybe more on water or North Asia, etc. And so what does that mean? We know the market has had to contend with a huge shut-in of the CPC Kazakh crude. And so that's really had an impact on the immediate build-up in stocks, because we forecast somewhere north of 40 million barrels of exports were lost from damage around CPC. And therefore, the first half 2026 build is probably, we estimate, somewhere along the lines of 700,000 barrels a day, whereas a lot of analysts were predicting that would be significantly more than 1 million at some stages. So, that has put, given the Brent market, a little bit of support. And in terms of where the opportunities may lie for the Indian refiners, as you say, a build is still a build. There's still plenty of crude around. Refinery margins are quite healthy, and demand for transport fuels within India itself, but in much of Asia is still very healthy, and therefore, what capacity is available, and there's significant capacity builds coming in India through 2026. I think it's the buying power really of that excess crude that's on the market. It's the big opportunity for India.
Super. Sounds quite interesting. And moving from one oversupply market to another, and let me switch gears to LNG. Patrick, you've been looking at LNG globally, and from your vantage point, the next year and 2026 is going to be fundamental because of the surge in supply, mostly coming from the US and Qatar on LNG, right? So from that standpoint, if I can ask you, how does this shape the pricing for LNG going forward, especially for countries like Europe, China, India, where LNG imports are sizable? And what kind of trading strategies has Total Energies, for example, adopted going forward as you see this new supply dynamics?
Okay, so thanks for the question. Before entering into the core of the answer, what I would like is to make a kind of introduction, in a sense where through all the conferences, gas conferences that I have attended, there is always every year not a mantra, but a keyword. It has been in the past security of supply. Then it was some other years flexibility, physical flexibility of the cargoes. Then it has come back with security of supply because of the crisis that we know of Ukraine. And now I think that everybody will agree that there is only one keyword on every mouth. It's uncertainties, unexpected events that are popping. If it is not every single day, it's at least every week. That can have an impact on the market. So, I mean, in this. It's definitely a new environment for, I think, for the LNG industry and the stakeholders, that you can call it disruption or news, twins, but at the end of the day, it has definitely an impact, and it is obliging all the players to show some, I would say, flexibility, agility, and the key word of this year and the last year, I would say that it's optionality. Optionality, why? Because I mean, in an environment that is not certain and moving all the time, too many times, you need to adapt, and if you don't have this capability to adapt, through optionality that you can have in your portfolio, you can turn being at risk. So that's what I wanted to highlight as an introduction. To come back to the new wave of supply that we will experience, I think first it's a good news because I mean our LNG industry has suffered so far and still it's a growing market but still emerging market. It's not a mature market, and in a non-mature market you're always welcoming every component, every players that is bringing liquidity. So, I mean, this new flow of volumes will bring more liquidity, which is needed in this LNG industry. And it will, of course, impact all the stakeholders in a sense where the best way is what I was saying before, to manage this new environment. I think it's to have an asset-based trading approach, meaning that I was telling before that you need optionality in your portfolio. This optionality, you need to build it. It's not overnight. You gain these assets through, as examples, you need regas, gasification capacity nowadays to adapt. You need a fleet to cope with the new logistics, Suez Canal open or not open, and this kind of event, again, geopolitics. And you need also in this asset-based approach some long-term contract that can anchor your portfolio. I think I took a bit of time.
Thanks, Patrick. Just taking cue from on the same point, right? Sachin, from Trafigura's standpoint, if I take a cue of what Patrick said, which is asset-based optionality going ahead, and this was for LNG. We talked about Brent. So how do you see the market? And you've talked about partnership as a theme as well. So if you can elaborate a bit about your outlook and how is Trafigura and your company doing about bringing optionality as well as resilience in your supply chain?
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon, and thanks for this opportunity at the India Energy Week. I mean, I'll take 2 minutes maybe to little bit highlight what Trafigura is doing in India, because I think that is more important. I mean, Trafigura as a company operates by and large in 4 buckets. One bucket is oil and gas, then we have metals and minerals division, we have a gas, LNG and power trading division, and the 4th bucket is what we call as the bulk division, which basically is thermal coal, coking coal and iron ore. India, we as a company are very bullish India in terms of the energy requirement that India has. And not only in oil and gas, across all the buckets, we see massive opportunities in India, and we are supplying all these commodities in India, either in a CFR model, but we also have introduced another model, which is a cash and carry model, which is mostly on the metals and minerals business, to remain much closer to the customers. What basically partnership means is that from our perspective, we have to be very, very close to understanding what customer needs. Trafigura as an energy trading company predominantly is a key logistics solution provider and a shock absorber. As today, we are operating today in a very volatile world, and you just don't know the next day morning how the world would be, how the prices would behave. That is where energy traders like Trafigura can bring in a lot of partnership, tailor-made solutions to the customers through its global presence. We operate in more than 50 offices globally. We have geographies closer to 150. Our market intel, our swiftness in moving towards any sort of a decision making is much faster than anyone else. So that enables us in being much closer to the customers, providing the right solutions. And that has helped us in creating a lot of partnerships in India. We have signed a 5-year deal with one of the national oil companies in India on LNG. We have recently signed a crude deal with one of the NOCs for the next financial year. And I don't know, many people may not know, India is the largest Trafigura office globally. We have more than 1,000 people, and our global operations for Trafigura, at least 50 to 70% is being run out of India. So our commitment to India, the energy requirement that India has, and it is not only limited to oil and gas, it is also metals and minerals, coal, coking coal, iron ore, shipping solutions, all that put together. I personally feel that we are very rightly positioned, and it is for India to take that as an opportunity, how we can create more partnerships in the country.
Thank you, Sachin. Fabian, maybe a question for you. Of course, CEFE sits at the intersection of state policy and market operations, right? And given the use of energy supply deals as a strategic lever, how has this role of state actors, changed in this trading market globally? And do you think this state involvement creates new avenues for commercial players in this market today?
I think short answer to that is yes. Why I say that, I think state actors used to be more of a point A to point B business, security of supply. But increasingly, we see a lot of state actors in Asia, globally as well, setting up their trading capabilities and trading arms. If you think about it, size matters in the trading game. All right, margins are getting compressed, and let's say you have a 20, 30 million ton portfolio, especially with the flexibility of contracts. A lot of these state actors, not just Germany itself, but most players in Asia have set up their trading arms, or have already set up or in the process of setting up. All of them have offices in London, Geneva, trading optimizing some of their global volumes, going to Asia as well. So that's one thing. We also see the state actors getting more and more sophisticated. I think some of the biggest financial players in Asia are from some of the state-owned companies, leveraging off some of their, I would say, oily expertise before. We do also see some partnering with some of the state actors together with the private ones as well. Take CEFE, for example. We have quite a huge regulatory affairs team. So we are quite plugged in with EU policies, decisions. Actually, I'm saying this, one of my colleagues is from there, sitting in the audience. So I think in today's trading world, there's a lot of sanctions, compliance, vessel sanctions, route sanctions, KYCs, AML. So sometimes it is quite useful to be plugged into the entire policy machinery to understand how this may potentially affect your portfolio, how it may affect your trading systems. So for us also, we are quite strong in Europe. We also see the need to balance some of our supply-demand requirements. And it's not like you have X, you kind of contract for X, and you don't know how the weather is like, what your downstream consumption is like. So for us, we like to partner with some commercial players out there. We also like to partner with some of our Asian players who are strong in Asia itself. And I think in today's world, because of the increasing fragmented world order, these G2G partnerships under a package, or even G2G, some of the key commercial players out there, are pretty key to keep the conversation going, especially if, like, I come from the perspective of LNG, it is a global commodity.
Thanks, Fabian. Well, shifting gears a little bit, moving towards geopolitics, Kiran, if you can ask you about US and US's role in terms of, it was perceived as a pro-transition in some shape or form, but that was a few years ago. There have been policy reversals. There has been a slowdown in the clean energy space. There's a renewed emphasis on fossil fuels and its export strategy. So how has this shift sort of changed the rollout of renewables, EVs in the Asian markets globally? And how does this impact the future of investments and, more importantly, trade flows as you see it?
Yes, well, you're right that there has been somewhat of a policy shift since the new administration came into the US. I'm not sure it's had that in of itself has had a huge impact on the sort of Asian renewable penetration into the market, etc., like that. I think that was proceeding at a fairly significant pace anyway. You know, China's reliance on solar and renewables has certainly accelerated over the last few years. Now we do see somewhat of a plateau in the EV penetration in China, but if you think, you know, if we stick with EVs for a second, we look at total new car sales globally in 2025. 15% of those were fully battery powered. In India, only 5% were battery powered. So that what we would sort of look at and see as an opportunity is that there's huge upside in that. Now, as you say, the US has pivoted somewhat back towards fossil fuels, but with that, a huge amount of the fresh LNG production that's scheduled to hit the market over the next couple of years, you know, aside from significant amounts in Qatar, is also coming from the US. And therefore, there, you know, by its very nature, there should be a lot more affordable LNG available to the market, in which India can procure at better levels, and therefore support that renewable market. Now, part of that obviously requires infrastructure, and you know, India's gone a long way in deploying city gas. Which is of course taking away from LPG and other fossils, but there's more to do. But you know, the pace at which India can develop that is pretty much unmatched globally, and therefore there's a huge opportunity in that regard. But you know, what we would see is a slight difference what's happening east and west at the moment on the renewable front, but in of itself, China and India are world leaders in terms of the growth in those segments.
Very interesting, Kiran. If I can take the point forward on new emerging areas of trade, and Sachin, maybe a direct question to you would be, as you operate from an Indian standpoint, where do you see these, you know, contradictory opportunities come up over the next 2-3 years? There's LNG on one side where supply is increasing. There's EV penetration, as Kiran is saying, there might be saturating. India, of course, has a growth potential in electric and battery space. So do you see contradictory opportunities? Do you see risks in this long-term view on these commodities? Talk about that.
Yeah, see, if you look at India, and I agree with Kiran, that if you look at the EV penetration in the country, it is, I think, 4 to 5%. Our internal analysis is that we are not even close to any inflection point in India in terms of EV transition. What we are seeing in China, India is totally opposite of that, at least for the next 10 years. What does that mean? Today, India's oil demand is roughly, say, somewhere around 5 million barrels per day. We feel that by 2050, this oil demand will be closer to 9 million barrels per day. And what is contributing to this demand is the strong diesel demand, gasoline demand, LPG demand. LNG normally is not included in this demand, but of course, India is going to buy a lot of LNG. But sometimes we also miss a couple of other products when we talk about the India's energy demand is the bitumen, is the base oil, which India imports. Huge quantity. India is almost among the top 2 importers of these commodities globally. And at the same time, with the amount of infrastructure development that is happening in this country, the demand for metals, whether it is copper, aluminium, everything is growing in double digits. So, and at the same time, India is doubling its steel capacity from roughly 150 million tons to 300 million tons. What does that mean? That India needs more and more of metallurgical coal. So when a country is growing at this sort of a rate, and that is the requirement of energy in the next 25 years, how do you meet that requirement? One is you continue to operate in a current traditional way, which is more of a procurement through a tender process. I personally feel that this is an area where India has to rethink. We do business globally. We have a lot of businesses, for example, we do in Korea and China. A lot of these businesses are concluded on bilateral basis. So, I mean, tender process has been more of a legacy issue in India, but I think this is an area where India should start thinking that there can be a lot of structural partnerships that can be done in India to meet this growing demand. Otherwise, the way the market is moving, the way world has changed, and the way today, things change all of a sudden. Like, we were talking about the Brent prices, we were talking about the weather conditions in US. 2 months back, this was not the weather which was anticipated. All of a sudden, you have to change your strategy. So I think India is such a big growth engine with a very big base, 1.5 billion population. It's a consumption story. To meet the requirement of this energy, India has to change a little bit on the way it procures its energy. And we are seeing those changes, and I'm sure the customers are also seeing the benefit of it. And that's where people like us play a very important role, because we are able to move fast. We are able to bring solutions or the tailor-made solutions to the customers much better than anyone else. So yeah, I guess, there has to be some small changes to meet this growing energy demand. And this will be for the benefit of India.
Right.
Thank you.
Patrick, interestingly, what we are seeing is, markets, they've stopped behaving like markets and started behaving like policy instruments. The world energy is no longer neutral. And with evolving dynamics on all fronts, whether it's geopolitics, whether it's energy security, new energy coming up, from your vantage point, since you've been in this business, what has not changed? While we talk about change, we're talking about disruption, but if there's something that has not changed so far, what would that be?
What can be always sustainable, it's the law of the supply-demand and the balance of what can be produced and what can be consumed. What you need to do nowadays, it's to benefit from this moving environment, either the threats or the news, to get more resilient and to gain in resilience through, again, from a trading perspective, through optionality. But what will remain is the rationale of this supply-demand balance. That's the reason why we were talking about the new flow coming on the market. I think in this energy transition period, which is ours, we will have more volume, so it will be for the benefits of an LNG commodity that will become more affordable, cleaner, affordable, sustainable, for the benefit of the end users more than ever in India.
Kiran, if I can ask you that, and Fabian, I'll come to you next on the same thing. How do you see India market and any change you want to bring about on policies, infrastructure reforms that Sachin alluded to from an India market standpoint? What would that be?
Well, I think it's actually taking place. I don't think it's particularly new or needs implemented. As Patrick alluded to there, there's a lot of, import infrastructure on the LNG side. It has been and continues to take place. With that, we're seeing a lot of development within the grid itself. Again, there's more room within the cities for households to get connected to the grid, etc., like that, and that in itself opens up avenues for further gas imports, right. Cleaner cooking, etc. And so I think it's already happening. We see it. We see it in the growth numbers, and so we see that continuing. But the market is evolving. Sachin alluded to there the oil demand growth as well. And with that, if there's another 500,000 barrels a day of refinery capacity coming online this year, outside the usual sort of maybe summer seasonality on exports. Largely, the products that are derived from that capacity are going to be consumed within the country itself, and there's the country remains short on petchems, and some of the new technology and integrated refinery technology means that India will go a long way to become a lot more self-sufficient in that sector.
Super. Fabian, on the same topic, right? I think we all generally agree that at some point in time, we might just be the last surviving major economy still dependent on oil. So our last drop of oil is at least 15, 20 years away in India. Gas continues to grow, and there's, of course, EVs. And from an India/Asia standpoint, Fabian, any inputs you have in terms of changes from a policy standpoint or changes from an infrastructure standpoint that can benefit India as a demand hub?
Well, I'm no expert on India, so can I pass the question to someone who is more expert in India? Anyone?
Sachin, you might want to.
I think I already answered that question, but difficult for me to comment anything on the policy front. But I think the broad message is, we all by and large agree, whether you talk about LNG, whether you talk about any other energy, whether it's crude, whether it is bitumen, whether it is petrochemicals. India needs to import a lot of energy. Yes, we are adding more refining capacity in the next 4 to 5 years. But at the same time, if you look at the last 1 year data, LPG demand has been so surprising for us. LPG demand on a very big base has grown by 5 to 7%. And whatever is this incremental demand, it needs to be imported. Similarly, if you look at diesel on a very, very big base of closer to 90 million tons, India is growing at 3 to 5%. What does it mean? 3 to 5% on 90 million tons is roughly 3 to 4 million tons of additional diesel demand. It's huge if it were to continue like this for the next 10 years. Gasoline, again, India has been growing at 5 to 7 to 8%. By and large, it has been able to absorb the shock of huge increase in gasoline supplies because India has very successfully implemented blending of ethanol, which is now very closer to 20%. So I think more than the policy side, I don't personally see that as any major constraint. It is more how you change the mindset in terms of procuring this energy requirement that India has. We talk about LNG, most of the LNG contracts are long-term contracts which are being discussed in the country. These are not easy contracts to do and easy contracts to operate, the risk on these contracts. So I think a little bit of a mindset change and a little bit of a process change can help India in meeting its energy demand in a much more efficient way.
Right. So Fabian, let me then come back to you on a new topic, right? So I think decarbonization is, of course, topic we keep talking about. And interestingly, a few molecules have started appearing in the global energy flow. Green ammonia, it's talked about as the sort of next sustainable fuel. Biofuels, you talked about ethanol, but there are more SAF in the picture. And other carbon-linked products have also started seeing trade across regions, right? So Fabian, from your standpoint, how do you see these new products emerge in the conventional energy trade flows and risks, opportunities from that standpoint?
I think the hydrogen and green ammonia conversation has been going on for quite a while. And people are starting to find that it's not very commercial in nature. For it to become, I would say, a persistent part of the overall energy mix, I don't think it can rely on government subsidies. It needs to hit critical mass, it needs to hit commerciality on a standalone. Say CEFE, for example. We do have a hydrogen and clean energy team. We have about 200 BCM equivalent of downstream, 200 terawatts equivalent, or 20 BCM equivalent of our downstream demand. So we have been looking to see whether our secret sauce is aggregating some of the demand of our retailers, our end buyers, to see whether they want to switch some parts to some low carbon equivalent. It is still a very small amount. We did look at importing some green ammonia, but the cracking, post-cracking, and then sending it into the pipeline itself, I think commercially is still very challenging without a clear view on government subsidies. We are also looking at local electrolyzers, hydrogen, putting in a pipeline. So in short, changing it into green ammonia for shipping, and then cracking it at the discharge port and putting it back is just commercially not very attractive currently. So we do try not to be a trailblazer in terms of these, I would say, decarbonization fuels, but we do think there is a future for it. So we are really looking very closely at it. We want to be more of a kind of a trailblazer in approach. Maybe start off with small-scale projects, not the big 1-2 million tons equivalent. A proof of concept before we kind of, I would say, go full swing into it. So, I mean, that's a very long answer, but it's about, it will be part of the energy mix, but to scale up to the levels which some reports out there are saying, I think some are saying like 10%, 15% by 2050. I think maybe a little bit difficult, challenging for now.
Right. So some skepticism there.
Don't say that.
That's fine.
My German government ministry might be listening to this.
All right. Kiran, what's your point of view on the same? Do you agree with sustainable fuels not scaling up, as anticipated? How do you see from your vantage standpoint?
Well, I guess I think it's you can't sort of throw a blanket over all of them. Over the last couple of years, some of the price points have been a barrier for certainly for investment in some areas, and therefore in some of the areas that just spoken about, we've seen it mainly been the large utilities or Middle East national oil companies that are more exploring these areas rather than smaller private companies.
Yeah.
But then there's other sort of sustainable areas where there's policy. SAF, for example, where airlines are going to be mandated in certain parts of the world, whether it be 1 to 5% up until a pathway up until 2035, and again, that was very prominent for a few years. It sort of faded into the background, and now that some of those mandated policies from governments are coming into play, then SAF is back in the headlines again, and where that's going to be produced, where it needs to be injected into the system, etc., it becomes quite prominent again. So I don't know. There's a little. I don't want to say they become a little bit in vogue and then disappear, but price really matters when it comes to these sort of things.
Right. Patrick, any viewpoint on sustainable fuels?
No, I think it's a part of the energy transition. But I mean, that's you need the participation of all the stakeholders in order to make this segment of the energy industry profitable, because eventually it's what will be at stake. And again, to put the proper regulatory frame, because it has definitely an impact on the profitability of this kind of business.
Super. Sachin, last thoughts on sustainable fuels from an India market standpoint. How are you prepared for it? What is it that you're doing from a global energy standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, from India perspective, when we talk about sustainable fuels, of course, we have a couple of upcoming green hydrogen, green ammonia projects, which might be coming online by 2028, 29, that sort of a time frame. There are a lot of challenges, as you know. I mean, it's not an easy area to operate in terms of economics, in terms of able to export these molecules. I mean, you're able to export when there is some sort of a policy change into the country where it is going to get imported. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult to justify that sort of an economics at which they get exported, because there are already alternate fuels. You have green ammonia, but at the same time, you have abundant of gray ammonia also available. But I think what we are seeing in India is definitely a lot of opportunities related to biofuels. And when we talk about biofuels in India, ethanol has been a very big success story. But I don't think so biodiesel has been a success story in India, because to produce biodiesel in India, we do not have enough aggregation to produce that quantum of biodiesel, because the base of diesel is so huge that to blend 5% biodiesel, you need 4.5 million tons of biodiesel. But that's the area where we definitely see opportunities both on supplying feedstock into the country and also exporting these barrels out of the country. So for us, on a sustainable fuel side, one is this, and then at the same time, India also produces a lot of tire pyrolysis oil, which is available in abundance in India. But the problem with this fuel is to place this fuel into the refinery system, it takes a very long period for refineries to accept. So yeah, on the sustainable story, one side of the coin is green hydrogen, green ammonia. But I think the low-hanging fruit, I would say, would be more on the biofuel side, which can be biodiesel, supplying of feedstock, and buying biodiesel out of India to be exported to Europe and other destinations.
Right. Thanks, Sachin. I'm mindful of time. I'm sure we have more questions and we'll continue going. I'm going to spend the last 3 minutes with a rapid fire, and it might just be able to do one rapid fire. So if I can request you to just answer it in a sentence or so. So what is the single biggest trading opportunity you see emerging in the next 3 to 5 years? Fabian, maybe I can start with you.
Well, I think it's definitely India, for sure. Not because we are here, but India is a huge growth market. And post EU-India trade pact deal, I think there's a lot of more opportunities for energy collaboration as well.
Right. Patrick?
I will remain, as a wrap-up, I will remain global. I think that if you focus on the trading that I'm a representative of, the best strategy, taking into account what we were talking about during all these panels, I mean, it's to keep an integration throughout the value chain of the gas, remaining global through this integration. The importance, I think, and it might have been discussed in some other panels, but I think digitalization is key. With all this artificial intelligence coming, I think we are estimating the impact at any level. That's the second aspect of a winning strategy in trading. And the other one would be to also to think, and you will be sensitive in this audience, what is all about trade finance. It's not addressed in a lot of panels, but I think it's important for the end users, for the counterparts, to have the best credit terms to run their business. And last, winning strategy with, as far as the trading is concerned, and it is the case in India, I think it's to find the key alliance with a partner, an Indian partner in this occasion, in order to develop your portfolio and to make it stronger and to work together.
Thank you. Sachin, biggest trading opportunity?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit difficult to answer that question because, there are so many opportunities in the country. But I think if we have to pick one, then I would definitely go with LNG, where we definitely see a lot of opportunities in the country because India will import a lot of LNG. The domestic gas production also, where it is, we don't see it to be, rising much. But at the same time, we see massive potential in India, also on the petrochemical side. I would definitely add bitumen and base oil to it, which we normally don't talk about it. And definitely we are very constructive metals consumption in the country. And we have a massive portfolio of metals book globally. So if I have to rank, then definitely LNG comes at the top.
Right.
But then again, there are many other products where we see massive opportunities in the country.
Right. Last thoughts from you, Kiran, on trading opportunities next 3 to 5 years.
Like Patrick, I'll keep it more global, but I think assets.
Assets.
And with that, I think at the current price point of both crude and LNG, the environment for the trading community without assets is incredibly competitive, and therefore, without assets, those that are trying to forge their way or stay towards the top of the ladder, etc., versus those with some assets are going to find it a little difficult. But with that also is the advances in technology and AI over the next few years will be significant, and therefore those with assets can fully embrace those advances and push ahead.
Right. Well, thank you. I can see we are running out of time. I'm sure we would have continued the debate and discussion. But thank you, panelists. Thank you for dissecting this complex topic and also showing us where the opportunities lie ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nida.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this panel discussion on unlocking India's upstream potential, a topic that probably resonates or connects at the heart of India's energy ecosystem right now. We are a growing economy that's in deep need of energy. We are expected to grow at probably 3 to 4 times the global growth rate on energy consumption over the next few years. And oil and gas is going to continue to remain the mainstay of India's overall energy portfolio, more than 30% by even 2047 as per our projections, which basically means exploration per se continues to, or the upstream sector per se continues to remain a very, very important part of India's energy ecosystem. But we are not here to discuss the importance of upstream. We are here to discuss what will truly unlock it. And I couldn't have asked for a better panel for this. We have with us a set of speakers who have more than 150 years of experience combined between this group. And they represent operators, they represent service providers, they represent people who've worked in different kinds of emerging markets. They represent people who have been working on the cutting edge of technology, and they also represent people who've done some very massive collaborations globally and shown that these collaborations actually work in the upstream space. So with that, let me just quickly kind of introduce my panelists. So we have, to my left, we have Martin White. He's SVP Asia Pacific for Halliburton. We have Saloma Yomdo, Director Exploration and Development, Oil India Limited. Rakesh Agiwal, Chief Strategy and Planning Officer for Kane Oil and Gas. Wayne Beecroft, VP India and Mumbai High Director for BP. And last but not the least, Lee Dan, VP Asia for Reservoir Performance Schlumberger. So with that, I'll get started with the questions, and we've divided this into 3 broad rounds. We'll start with kind of just getting the policy ambition in place. This will basically be interacting with our operator colleagues on the panel to get a sense of how they see India's vision panning out, and then we'll quickly get into the how of it. So speaking to the panelists regarding technologies, partnerships, and what will it take to de-risk the sector. At the same, and then eventually we'll end with execution challenges and what does it take to create an ecosystem. So with that, Rakesh, let me come to you first. And with the ORDA reforms and the announcement of Samudra Manthan by our Honorable Prime Minister on 15th August, there is obviously a huge impetus on upstream. And from your standpoint, what could be some of the lessons or best practice interventions which will be most decisive in converting India's deepwater ambitions into reality?
Thanks, Saurav. And good afternoon to all. So, Saurav, in recent times, government has basically set the tone for the deepwater exploration and extraction. So, but despite this current progress, the past knowledge is very, very limited in terms of the experiences that within India that we have. So, first of all, a process has to happen in terms of capturing the exploration and the development campaigns, both successes and failures alike, as to what has gone right and what has gone wrong in these campaigns. So that is the first most thing. Today, India doesn't have that. Secondly, I would say that systematic engagement with international oil companies who have already got these best practices available, how do we basically move in terms of getting that experience into India? Third, I would say is the people capability, how to basically enhance that capability. And fourth, I would combine in terms of, there are 4 or 5 aspects which needs to be very clear over here, like the subsurface understanding, the detailed engineering part of it, the contracting strategy, and then the execution challenges that one faces. And alike to that is what the service providers are developing the entire ecosystems, the rigs, the subsea equipments, the FPSO, as well as the other specialized services that are required for deep water. And last but not the least is the regulatory framework around that, in terms of what it takes to basically make things fit for purpose, and with predictable timelines, because that plays a very important role in the oil and gas sector. How do we basically make things happen as per the schedule? So, but it is still in early stages, so there is a lot of learning curve required to basically make things happen for National Deepwater Mission.
No, thanks, Rakesh. And interestingly, the points that you mentioned around capabilities, partnership, ecosystem, regulatory framework, we will probably be touching upon each of these aspects as we kind of go along, because each of them are very critical to what we need to get to be successful in our ambition. But before that, I will move to Saloma, and I'm kind of going back in time a bit. Just last year, Saloma, if you recall, or rather a couple of years ago, at this very place in Goa, we were on a panel and there was a conversation around how OIL was looking to get into deep water at that point in time. There was an ambition. A lot of water has flown under the bridge since then. There's obviously a much bigger foray now from your standpoint. So it'll be good to understand your journey, what has transpired in the last couple of years, and from your perspective, what has really changed that makes offshore exploration a lot more compelling today than it was in the past?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Saurabh, for the question, and thank you for having me as well in this panel. Very, very enriching panel, as you mentioned. Well, if you talk about what we discussed a couple of years back and where we are today, let me start off by saying that a couple of years back, our acreage in the country was roughly about 45,000 square kilometers. And today, the acreage that Oil India holds in the country is around, say, 107,000 square kilometers. So that's more than double the acreage that we have. And interestingly, after the last meeting that we had a couple of years back, our offshore acreage has actually increased by about, the total offshore acreage that we have is about 55% of our total acreage in the company. And what has transpired in the last 2 years is that we have mobilized the drilling rig in Andaman, and as we speak, the third well is currently under drilling in the eastern coast, and the well is at a depth of about 3,300 meters. Our target to drill this well is up to 4,500 meters to target the Eocene. And as you remember, in the first well that we drilled, there are 2 objects which are to be tested, and since they are tight, we are going to go back to that well to stimulate it. Unfortunately, in the very second well that we drilled in the eastern coast of the island, we have been able to establish the presence of gas, which is 87% methane. And the indications suggest the gas to be a mix of both thermogenic and biogenic origin. And therefore, in the second well, we are going to go for an appraisal plan. And currently, as we speak, we are trying to mobilize a high-resolution 3D seismic survey of about 600 square kilometers to further delineate the structure and come up with an appraisal program. In the third well that we are drilling, let's hope, fingers crossed, we are 3,300 going to 45. And also, very interesting to note, you will appreciate, is that we have also spotted our well in Kerala Konkan, shallow offshore, which is at a water depth of 60 meters. The target for the well, we have capped it to 6,000 meters. I think it's going to be one of the deepest offshore wells in the country. Currently, we are at about 1,300 meters. We are going through a difficult formation. We are practically drilling blind. There is nothing coming out in the annulus. But in order to reach 6,000, we have to target two traps. And there lies a challenge, but we are up for it. And this is unprecedented times for the company, because this is the first time that we'll be having 3 offshore rigs operating at one point of time for the company. The third well we are going to spot in the mid of February in the KGDSF block, which will also be sort of an appraisal well. And so, yeah, very exciting times ahead. And what have changed? And why are we so aggressive and upbeat about it? I think there are 3 things that have changed. Firstly, I would say the amount of data that is available currently in the country. thanks to the vision of our Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas that you need to have seismic across all your basins if you want to do exploration. So unless the seismic program is run by the government, like we have done the National Seismic Program, we have done the Mission Invasion, we have done the Extended Continental Shelf. So quite a huge amount of data is available currently, which gives us a confidence to come up with proper geological models and prospect identification. Second thing is, I think, a disciplined execution. And for that, a lot of vintage data is available. It's very critical that we go through the entire reprocessing of the data in the current digital capabilities that we have, and also de-risk prospects by undertaking detailed basin-centric approach rather than block-by-block approach, which coupled with play-based exploration concepts will definitely help us to firm up drilling locations which have a better chances of success. And the third thing that I would strongly say is the new policy that the government has introduced in terms of the ORD Act, in terms of the new Petroleum and Natural Gas Rules Act Rules 2025. A lot of good opportunities for enhancing or encouraging exploration. No revenue share to the government in Category 2 and 3 basins till there is a windfall gain of about $2 billion. You're free to carve out your own areas of interest for exploration. You are free to extend your seismic program beyond your allocated block. Like I said, it's now becoming a basin-centric approach and play-based concept. You are also free to apply for extension of your block areas if you think that the structural extent is extending beyond the boundaries. So all this combined together, they are making a very, very good recipe for success. And that's the reason why we feel that we should also take part in this aggressive exploration campaign before we lose out on the race.
Thanks, Saloma, and completely agree with the point about the policy environment being more conducive than it has ever been in the past. And that obviously gives a great fillip along with data and the other enablers that you spoke about. So that's great. Let me now, shift gears and go to Lidan. For us to be truly successful at scale in deep water, it really needs, integration across geology, reservoir drilling, and production decisions, and bring those early enough, right? And from your global experience with SLB, where do you think operators most underestimate the value of end-to-end integration, and how do you see that?
No, thanks, Saurabh. Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here to attending the India Energy Week. It's great to see the excitement behind the deep water growth. But as Saloma said, right, deep water comes with its own challenges as well. Normally, deep water comes with more complex subsurface, more harsher operating environment. Of course, the extremely high cost as well, right? So yeah, integrating geology, reservoir drilling, and production early on extremely important, right, for the frontier exploration and development. I wouldn't highlight what operator has underestimated. Maybe I just highlight some of the values which the early integration would bring to to those type of operations. The first one is better subsurface understanding, enable better decision makings, right? So the early collaborations between the geologists, the reservoir engineers and drillers will help teams to refine the reservoir models, identify the risks such as overpressured zones, the reservoir compartmentalizations, and also the fluid context, right? And then enable the optimum well placement and trajectory designs, right? Second point I want to highlight is the faster cycle between the discovery to the first oil to the first production, right? So when the disciplines work sequentially, right, today, rather than in parallel, it delays its decision making. So when the geomodels, the well designs, and also the facility concepts can evolve together, the key decisions in terms of number of wells, the tree spacings, the host selections are made earlier, there will be minimum rework need to be done in the later stage of the development, right, which is extremely critical in the deepwater economics. So if we do these things right, we can reduce the project risks and overall cost exposure, right? I think let's not forget by far the most important is those early decision makings will enable the higher recovery and long-term production optimization, right? So we can make sure that the right wells are drilled in the right place. The completions and the artificial lift designs are aligned with the long-term production outlook and the flow rate in mind, and also the production systems do match the reservoir deliverability in the long term, right? The last point is probably this early integration can really align decision makings, right? When all the teams involved in the decision making has a single source of truth, have really a common understanding of the trade-off and the risk involved, right? This will further involve, faster decision makings, at different technical assurance and the gates process, right? So I think it's extremely important, those early integrations for frontier deepwater explorations and development, extremely important.
Great points, Lidan. And I think given the high cost and risks involved in deepwater exploration, I hope everything that you're saying is being closely noted by the audience here, because some of this becomes very critical. But the other element that is needed to really make India's upstream story a success is investments. And we need almost, by our estimate, almost $100 billion in the next 5 to 7 years just of investments coming in. And on that note, I'll move to Wayne. Wayne, BP is one company that has kind of been very bullish on India. You've collaborated with ONGC recently on stratigraphic wells and also working with them at Mumbai High. How do you see international operators partnering with Indian NOCs to really attract this kind of capital into India under RDA and the future OLP rounds?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Saurabh, and namaste to everybody there, and welcome to the panelists here. Just basically want to say before we start, I had the opportunity to talk to the Goa university students this morning. We have a lot of experience up here on the panel, and we've got a next exciting cadre coming through of engineers and geoscience, so they're very interested in what's going on here in Goa. I'm an engineer by background, so I'll just give you a simple formula. Work for us all around the world is basically national oil company plus international oil company or international energy company, depending on your flavor, plus a stable fiscal environment. I think that's our best chance to deliver $100 billion of investment. Hopefully it'll be a bit less from our perspective or a bit more, depending where you look. But as you said, what we've done in India, we've partnered with ONGC to set up this technical service providers for Mumbai High. We're working directly with them in the Vasahara office, co-located with the engineers and geoscientists of ONGC. We bring a lot of experience from around the world, from an international oil company. We manage a lot of the giant fields in the world, the Ramalas, the Bergans, Paleogenes coming in the Gulf of Mexico. That seismic technology, that digital technology, kind of what we're doing with our management systems, all of that is going into ONGC. And what I would say is, ONGC has been here a long time. They have a tremendous track record. They've got tremendous capability. They've got tremendous technology. All we're doing is supercharging kind of what they've already done. So it's a win-win from BP and also ONGC about what we're doing in Mumbai High, and you can look at the results. We've arrested decline and we're growing production in a very short time. So we're very excited about that. Equally excited to have our engineers and our geoscientists partnering with ONGC and stratigraphic wells. Great to see the wells going around. We're helping them with the seismic, with the shot point locations, with the the well planning and the well execution. So again, partnering with the government to extensive amount of data they have to make the right decisions. So that's the first part of the equation. The second part is that stable fiscal environment, and I think when we look, about the changes with the ORD amendment and the HELP and the OALP, I think they have moved quite a lot and made some very favorable changes in, things like the lower royalties for going out to deep water, ultra deep water, I think is a very progressive stance. I think the revenue sharing model is something that's going to be a win-win as you start to push for early production and no longer worry about cost recovery and spend, simplifying how we kind of manage our costs. I can't tell you how many times in my career I sat outside of an oil minister's office in a PSC environment getting ready to get shellacked about trying to justify why we spent money to get cost recovery. So this is, from my perspective, is going to be something that's really, kind of really simple. So, when I stand back and look at it, I think a lot of capability already exists in India. We're partnering, with ONGC. I think you can partner with other companies as well. I think there's a win-win mentality in the regulations that are coming with the policy frame. And, BP's, we've been here since 2000, so it's not just in the short term. We've got partnership with Reliance in the East. We've invested over $12 billion, so we kind of put our money where our mouth is. We've got a couple of more billion coming with the OALP 10, I think, hopefully, knock on wood here. And, we're real excited on the journey that India's on and real happy to be a partner for the, for the greater good of the country. So,
thanks, Wayne. And, it's just obviously music to the ears to hear that the Mumbai High Partnership is already starting to deliver results. So fingers crossed, I'm hoping to hear even better things in the coming days. But coming back to you, Lidan, and I'm just taking a cue from one of the points that Wayne mentioned, which was around technology. And from a technology and subsurface performance perspective, what role can advanced seismic reservoir modeling and digital workflows play to really help in reducing the geological and development risk that is involved in India's deep water basins?
Yeah, so from the subsurface and the technology standpoint, so advanced seismic, the reservoir simulations or digital workflows, right, are really about turning that uncertainty into something, the manageable risks, right? Especially in the deep water type of basins where complexity and cost are very, very high, right? I'll highlight some of the technologies, right, in each different pillars. I think the first one is on the advanced seismic imaging, right? Things like high-density 3Ds, the full-form inversions. Now we have AI/ML-enabled inversions, right? Really significant improve our subsurface clarity, right? Really give us that better understanding of the complex structures, the strategic traps that we're looking for, and also the fluid presence, which will help us to, I would say, help the operators or customers to identify the prospects and reduce the risks of drilling dry wells, right, and the drilling hazards to a certain extent. The second is on the integrated reservoir modeling. It would allow us to quantify the uncertainties instead of, ignoring it, right? By combining the seismic, the wells informations, and also the dynamic data, we can test, the developed scenarios in different scenarios, really forecast the performance and predict the outcomes, right? With that, we can optimize the well the placement, your drilling trajectories, even before we commit large capital expense, right? It's important for deepwater again because every well we need to make it count. I think finally the digital workflow ties it all together, right? Today we have cloud platforms, we have automations, we have real-time data integration capabilities, right? We can really translate the real-time data into operational insights that enable that decision-making in the real time. With that, we can improve the collaboration between the different disciplines, between the geology, reservoir, and drilling and production. Also allow that rapid updates as soon as the new data comes in. With all that, we should enable the faster, better informed decision-making and more adaptive to, our development scenarios, right? So overall, we have all these good technologies. It really doesn't eliminate the geologic risk. It will still be there, but it will significantly reduce that uncertainties and improve that predictability, right? Give us customers the confidence, right, in putting that large capital investment, right, before we sanction the projects.
Absolutely. And I think in the next few years of India's upstream and deepwater evolution, I think technology is likely to be a big game changer, which could really change the way we've been operating so far. So, so far we've spoken about policy, technology, strategic partnerships and so on, but I think the one big element that we still have to cover is capability, because that's something which is so crucial to success, especially in a highly specialized area like deep water. And Martin, let me come to you on that, right? So from a services and execution standpoint, what capabilities need to be built or scaled rapidly in India? Because of course we do have certain pockets of capability, but what else needs to be done to really make this a success?
Good afternoon. It's great to be here. Great to be back in Goa for IAW 2026. I think the easy answer is everything. Everything needs to be scaled up. I mean, the policy changes, ORDA, the plans that the Indian government have are, on a scale that's really not been seen globally for many, many years, equated to maybe Latin America, Suriname, etc. But the scale is going to be enormous, and while India has a fantastic oil and gas business today that has scale, I think we're moving into deep and ultra deep water, and there's a range of skill sets, a whole set of skill sets that we have in the country, but we have to expand. So I think just from a capability perspective, my colleagues have been talking about early planning. Planning campaigns, how we execute, is going to be absolutely key, because we're not going to be able to find things off the shelf. We're going to have to build that whole ecosystem that's going to be the backbone of this industry going forward. So I think from a purely service company perspective, I look at capabilities such as we're going to have to increase infrastructure in terms of shore bases, LMPs, mud plants, cement facilities, all the workshop facilities, because as we go into that deep and ultra deep water, we're just going to need more of everything. And, that's not 2x a jackup rig, it's more 4, 5, 6, 7x of product, of capabilities. And, as my colleagues have said, this is an extremely expensive operation. We can't have rigs shut down waiting. So contingency plans, contingency tooling, contingency people all have to be present. So, I think as an industry, we have the capability to scale very quickly. And I think, as service companies, both, Halliburton and Schlumberger have great examples around the world where, we've been able to flex our organizations and expand rapidly. But I think the key bottleneck is really going to be, infrastructure support. So what I think this presents opportunities in India for is for companies downstream from where we are, because we need support. We need those shore bases. We need boats. We will need capabilities for cement plants and liquid mud plants. So the infrastructure piece is probably something that we all talk about, de-risking reservoirs with technology and the latest AI, ML workflows. That's absolutely critical. We have to de-risk that, but there's no point de-risking that piece and then not being able to get product to the rig. So I think we need to really think about the capabilities that India has today, particularly on the East Coast, which is now supporting 2 or 3 deep water rigs. If you're in an environment where now you're supporting 10 to 15 deep water rigs, then that's exponentially more difficult, and it presents great opportunities for business in India downstream from where we are. I think the other capability we really need to look at is people. India has a incredibly highly skilled workforce and a large oil and gas industry. But again, we're moving into uncharted waters, excuse the pun, and we need to make sure that we don't simply translate from what we do today into the deep water environment. So we have to look at plan forward. How do we train Indian engineers in the deep water space? Again, I think the companies on the stage today have the capability. We all operate globally. We have the capability to take Indian engineers into global operations, deep water operations, to really build that competence. And I think to me, having the infrastructure to allow us to do what we need to do, having the competence in the workforce to allow us to do what we need to do safely and effectively, that is truly the key, because without the infrastructure and without competent people, we can bring all the technology in the world to India, but it won't be applied correctly, and therefore we won't have de-risked projects, and therefore the projects will be over budget, and therefore the project won't be viable. And I think we just need to look at the whole ecosystem to make sure that everything on the critical path is there. And I think sometimes we tend to forget about what's downstream from where we are, and we need that support in India.
Excellent points. I mean, both on infrastructure as well as on the people side, there is a clear need to build those capabilities. But let's now shift gears and get to, the execution part of it, right? What will it really take to make it happen? And there I'll again go back to Wayne, and I'll ask you to go back to your experiences across the world, including multiple emerging markets, and also, in deep water areas like Gulf of America, Brazil, and whatnot. The question is, what will it, how can advanced technologies and concepts like common hub infrastructure help de-risk and accelerate India's deep water thrust?
Well, thanks, Saurabh. This is a great question, and I can tell you from BP perspective, I appreciate you asking it, because it's great to be back in the big oil game. So we have some great technologies we're working on in 2,500, 3,000 meters, kind of water depth. We have a 10 billion barrel play in the Paleogene in the Gulf of Mexico, Cascada, Tiber, Guadalupe. What we're doing there, historically we tried to appraise all of the reservoir, and that would lead to an optimal facility design so that you can maximize production rate. We moved away from that probably about 5 years ago into more of a modular type of approach to get production fast. Maybe you sacrifice 20, 30,000 barrels of incremental rate, but you can accelerate, by a couple of years by going with a standardized, lower cost facility. So in the Gulf of America now, in Cascada, we're getting ready to kind of start up. We've already sanctioned a 100,000 barrel facility that will be a cookie cutter for what's a 10 billion barrel oil field kind of in place. Similarly in Brazil, where we've had Bumerangue, which is our largest discovery in 25 years, 1,000-meter hydrocarbon column. We're looking similar ways to do early production systems with FPSOs. Looking at sustainability for CO2, and we're looking at, as my colleagues have said, advanced seismic imaging, because that's the critical aspect to get a better visualization of the reservoir. So I think taking all of those together, those are things that we're bringing to India as learnings and technology. And I think, as it was said, the National Repository of Seismic, it's a huge, it's a huge data set. There's 25,000 terabytes of data in that. It resides in the University of Houston as a mirror image. So when I worked in Houston, I used to go, opportunity to look at this. But I think it was said, there's all different vintages of seismic there, 2D, 3D, different operators shot it, different processing sequences were made. We do think, in BP, it's how do you even start interrogating that data? So things like supercomputers and generative AI, machine learning, where you just kind of throw everything in the pot and, kind of turn it on, and then you start to couple that with the inversion that they talked about here from the stratigraphic wells. I think that could give us a real game changer of an image that, we can find the next Mumbai highs in the deep water. Because if you stand back and look at it, Mumbai High is 1,500 square kilometers. It's one of the greatest giant fields, probably the top 100 giant fields in the world. And we're chasing 1 million, kind of square kilometers in the open acreage. So we need technology, and we need it quick to unlock that. And then I think the final point, as you said, the common hub infrastructure, anything we can do to accelerate dynamic data, That's another way to appraise simply and reduce the cost of appraisal. I've had a number of write-offs in my day, so I'm trying to keep that, keep it off the books. And really, the dynamic data allows you to see much farther in the reservoir and make much more informed decision because you're proving up contingent resources, future reserves, and making making those investments more solid. So I think anything we can do, whether it's kind of FPSOs or tying into adjacent infrastructure, like we're looking at in Sarastra in the West, I think those are all good for all seasons. And so I think the seismic, the stratigraphic wells, the carbon-based hub infrastructure, and the last thing I would say, I haven't heard a lot at the conference, but the revolution in frac technology is moving out of shales, and it's moving into deep water. We're fracking our Cascada wells to go from like 10,000 to 25,000 barrels a day, and that technology exists, and we're moving that now into the deep water environment, and it's a pretty exciting place to be.
Wow, that's super exciting, and I hope some of those technologies are brought to bear to India quickly. Rakesh, just coming back to you, I mean, as deep water and ultra deep water emerge as a very important part of what we want to do as a country, what specific role must the government and the industry play to make, let's say, Samudra Manthan a success or the overall upstream push a success?
Yeah. So, see, for us, India, now deep water and ultra deep water is no more a choice or an option. It is a kind of an essentiality where one has to basically start investing now and wait for a long gestation period. So from the government point of view, what they can do differently is, one is, while there is an ORDA Act, there is a kind of a conviction that the fiscal stability will remain, but that needs continuous refinement and reiteration. That is number one. Second is, the government also has to put a kind of a risk corpus in some form. So whether it is the initial drilling risk or subsequently upon when the evacuation is required, how do you basically create a subsea pipeline for gas or oil evacuation? So that is equally important. Today we don't have that as a country. Third is, the government can play a very, very important role in creating these strategic collaborations with the international oil companies. So how do we basically build that over the period? Fourth is that you have to open your fronts on multiple fronts. Whether it is OLP 10th round, it cannot just be that we go one block at a time. It has to be multiple block, has to be basically brought on exploration mode at one point of time. And then obviously many people have talked about seismic. So if you are able to provide the initial data sets, that becomes a very, reduces the entry barrier which is currently there for the foreign players particularly. As far as the company is concerned, what it needs to understand is that they are going into a high risk capital with a long-term commitment. So any deep water project will not cost less than 5 to 10 billion in that range. So they will have to basically be prepared to basically handle that kind of a gestation period when it comes to investments. Obviously, people have talked about capability, and also that goes without saying that until unless you develop the skill set within India, it will not be easy for us to basically move transition to this regime of from the normal shallow waters to the deep water. And obviously, the collaborations again play a very important role with the companies as to how they basically get the best practices into the Indian system, how get the best solutions which are there into the Indian systems. So this is what the companies are required, is what I would say.
Great points again. Thank you so much, Rakesh. And Martin, just coming back to you, I mean, a very important part of success for us here would mean faster execution without compromising safety or cost discipline. And from your or from Halliburton's global deep water expertise, what are the failure modes or what are the points where projects typically lose the most value? And how can India avoid those mistakes? Because the good part here is that none of what we're doing is absolutely new. It has been done somewhere else, and it's players like you who've kind of been there, seen that.
I think, when you talk about execution excellence, it really does come down to, that whole planning process, the early engagement, really building those collaborative teams across companies, across industries as early as possible, and planning and planning and then planning some more. And I think, again, we've heard a lot about, making sure we are drilling in the right place, utilizing, modern imaging technology, AI-assisted workflows to ensure that we have the right plans and we know where to drill. And then I think it comes down to really having contingency plans. One thing we don't want to do is have a, $1 million a day rig spread rate sat idle while we try and solve problems. I think we have to really do that contingency planning scenario analysis so we have robust plans in the event something doesn't go to the original plan, so we can make quick and easy choices. We all know the chain of command, the escalation points, and things don't get stuck in process. That don't need to get stuck in process. So I think the major failure modes, and failure probably means additional cost here. We can mitigate that, we can de-risk that just through that planning process by the early engagement. And I would say, don't underestimate the power of teams and having teams who know each other and trust each other and can feel they can work in a very open and transparent manner. That takes time, that takes effort, that takes upfront engagement. And that's key. And then obviously, as we go from, simpler, shallower wells to, high pressure deep water wells, safety is absolutely paramount. So again, we have to make sure that we have robust process safety systems, robust personal safety systems. And again, the team is committed to that safety first mentality whereby if something does change, we stop, we have a conversation, we move on because, at the end of the day, we can de-risk and de-risk and de-risk, but we're still operating in high pressure environments a long way from help. So we need to make sure that, safety remains paramount, but really we can do that. We can de-risk through early engagement, planning, building those collaborative teams or the alliances so that people are very, very comfortable having an opinion. People are very, very comfortable talking about challenges and problems in a non-judgmental way. And, the key to success here is how do we integrate that execution so that we are seamless and we don't waste time, we don't waste effort, and therefore we can deliver projects on time, on budget, safely.
Great, thanks. Thanks a lot, Martin. And Saloma, just coming back to you, we're all excited about, the initial successes that we seem to be seeing in Andaman, and fingers crossed on that. But let me, provoke you into by saying what gives OIL the confidence to really go after the Andaman Basin and the other ultra deep water plays, given the technical and capital intensity involved.
That's a very pertinent question. Not only capital intensive, but also very time sensitive. And our director of finance sits just next door to me, and we are the best of friends, and we joke around. I just want to maintain that relationship and not, ruin our relationship in terms of financing our offshore water campaign. Because, as I said earlier, we currently have 8 offshore blocks. Two in Andaman, 1 in Kerala Konkan, 1 in KG-DSF, 2 in KG deep offshore in OLP9, and 2 in Mahanadi deep offshore OLP9, and also 1 Mahanadi offshore with ONGC. And so the whole idea is to actually sequence our capital investment. Phase it out. Let me put it this way, that we would rather first invest on the quality of the data and the reprocessing of the vintage and the processing and interpretation of the new acquired seismic data. So even as we speak, we have already completed our 2D seismic campaign in Mahanadi and KG offshore. 2 ships are already acquiring data, new data. We have almost completed 40% of our 3D data acquisition program in Mahanadi and KG, deep and ultra-deep water offshores. And so the whole idea is that we have to have a very strong understanding of the basin, and also to have a proper understanding of the play there, and then finally with confidence mature prospects which will finally undergo drilling, where the chunk of the capital comes in. And that's why I said we have planned it all out, that these are all phased, and every investment will be phased. And that's the reason why, apart from exploration, it's very important that the revenue source that we are earning from our existing resources, production trend has been increasing, because until and unless you have capital, it's going to be difficult for us, I know, for financing our campaign. And it's also very important that you carry on your near-field exploration to improve your reserve replacement ratio, and also to replenish the increased production levels that we are having through various IOR and EOR methods. And I'm very happy to announce that today we have our highest production ever in the record of the company.
Congratulations.
And finally, like we talked about de-risking, so we talked about collaboration. I think collaboration is very important. It's key, actually. For example, the first stratigraphic well we have spotted yesterday in the Andaman deep water. ONGC has taken up that campaign. We are partners with ONGC for the stratigraphic wells, where we'll be drilling 4 wells. Mm-hmm. And BP is, of course, our technical partner in this campaign. And so you can't ask for a better combination or a team to be working on this stratigraphic well campaign. And so the next wells will be in Mahanadi, and then in Bengal, and one in the western Saurashtra Kutch offshore. And so even in our scheme of things, in order to ensure that the capital due diligence is done in the proper way, sure, you are also aware that we do have a technical service agreement with Total Energies. And we are very fortunate that we have developed a very strong bond with them, with their technical team and us. And for the next stratigraphic well campaign as well, which will be very critical for our future exploration in OLP 9 and 10. They are also helping us in the well optimization and also the well design of these wells. So all these are certainly going to de-risk our capital investment in the future.
Fantastic. So we are nearly towards the end. So this is my favorite part, where I'll ask one question to the entire group. And mind you, and this is to the audience, 2 years ago when I'd asked this panel a similar question about what their wish list is, 2 of those things have come true. So be careful what you wish for. and let me, I'll, Lida, and I'll start with you. It's the same question to everyone. If there was one change or one thing that you wanted that could change in the entire Indian upstream space, which could really help unlock the sector, what would that be? And a 10-second answer, please, from everyone.
I'll take a little bit of proactive approach from the service company perspective. I would say it's our procurement process, right? The lowest cost bidder wins, right? I think the deep water has its unique complexity. We need technology. We need the world-class player to come in and drill the wells efficiently, safely. So procurement.
Procurement.
To reward performance.
Yeah. What about you?
I'm just going to stay with stable, attractive fiscal policy. I think that gives us confidence that we can invest in, and made some great changes. Let's just deliver on it.
Thanks, Wayne. Rakesh?
I think what we need is a coordinated partnership between the industry and the government. Basically, it's a 20-year term that we are talking about to basically make things happen. So it's not 1 or 2 days. So it should be a coordinated effort between the government from the regulatory point of view and the industry from the capital and commitment point of view, and even capability point of view.
Great. Thank you.
Well, like the government sponsored the National Seismic Program by covering as much area of the country as possible with seismic, so that's the basic start for exploration. I think there is already a plan for 4 stratigraphic wells. I personally believe deep and ultra-deep waters are still uncharted territories, unknown. We need more stratigraphic wells sponsored by the government.
Done.
I think for me, procurement, yes, absolutely, but I think there's also that this real openness, transparency to new business models, and then how can we transfer knowledge easier from outside to inside? So, how do we, just a really boring one, taxation on expatriates. I think there's a real thing there we can do to really transfer knowledge into India quickly and get down the learning curve inorganically rather than organically.
Fantastic. I think great set of asks. I hope in the next time we are here, some of those actually come to fruition. Absolutely. Fingers crossed on that. And before I conclude, I think I'll just say that my reflections on the discussion from a policy standpoint, the country has indeed moved the needle. I think there is almost unanimity on that particular aspect. What is now needed is execution. And to make that happen, there are multiple points that have been highlighted, right from the right kind of strategic partnerships to looking at technology in a big way, to looking at integrated planning across the value chain, better coordination between the government and the industry stakeholders. How can we streamline procurement and other processes within the organization, so buying them. A bunch of things that need to be done. None of that is not possible, to be fair. I mean, we've accomplished a lot more and a lot more difficult things in the past. I think it is time for India's upstream sector to rise and shine, and I think this is going to be India's decade, and I am really hoping that we see fantastic results in the years to come. So on that happy note, thank you all for your excellent inputs, and thank you, audience.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to this session. So we are going to deal with how to finance the energy transition in India in particular. And my name is Per Magnus Nysven. I am the chief analyst in Rystad Energy. I'm based in Oslo. And Rystad Energy is a business intelligence firm specializing in the energy sector. Together with me in the panel, I have Katan Hirakan. You are country manager for Société Générale Bank. I would call you an investment banker, but you do many things within banking. And then we have Rohit Gupta. You are head of the energy in DBS.
No, that's
Rajasthan government.
Yeah, Rajasthan RRCL. And that is a kind of authority. So you are dealing with the legal aspects and the planning of the project in Rajasthan, which is the state in India with the most solar panel installed. So
That's right.
yeah, so very relevant. And then we have we have Subahu Kordia in the end here. You are from Edelweiss Alternative, CEO in Edelweiss, and you are dealing with securities, as far as I understand.
Alternatives.
And asset managers, capital asset management. Yeah. And then from DBS, we have Sanli Weng, and you are dealing a lot with project finance, a lot in India. So it's a very qualified and senior panel. I think I will start with you, Katan. We have seen technology costs is coming down. Solar panel modules is down, everything is down, batteries come down. And the tariffs, electricity tariff is coming down. What do you think is driving this? Is this technology or is actually finance a part of why the tariffs are coming down?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the question. Clearly, as you already alluded to, technology costs have come down extremely significantly in the areas you mentioned. You know, solar modules, wind turbine. We've seen storage costs come down, a lot. Yet we're still seeing, certainly in a lot of the projects that the government are bidding, the playing field is very competitive. The tariffs being achieved are eye-wateringly low in some cases. So clearly, under a broad banner of financial optimization, a lot has been possible. And broadly, we sort of look. You'd look at two things, right? Firstly, is the cost of capital for that particular company, that particular developer. Second thing will be the sort of leverage that can be achieved in order to enhance equity returns and help put the developer in a position to bid very competitively. So we've really seen that a lot of the sort of juice, probably in the last year and a half, has come from the fact that the financing market has been very, very supportive. And I'll talk about it a little bit later as well. It's not just sort of traditional project finance. There have been other ways to lever up equity investments, which I think has actively happened in India. There's a lot of financial engineering that can happen sort of beyond the traditional project level, project SPV level as well. So like I said, I can come back to that. But I think the market has been very responsive. You've had domestic banks who have been very strong, but I think with the way regulations have evolved in areas both in terms of domestic financing, but also external commercial borrowing, that has really facilitated a larger entry of foreign banks into India. It's an asset class that they're comfortable with as well in terms of the development and the construction risk and then moving obviously into the operational life cycle as well. So it's played a big part. I'm happy to come back to talk about the various components of that a little bit later. But financial optimization, in our view, will continue to play a role in ensuring these tariffs are as competitive as possible.
So when we do LCOE calculations, where should we put the cost of capital, just from very broadly speaking?
Yeah, you can't say that because it depends obviously company to company, right? But I think a lot of people are looking to, these days it's more equity returns they're trying to achieve sort of in the teens. So I think you're looking at generally a double-digit number, apart from a few companies that have they can have very explicit state support, which allows them to borrow money domestically more competitively. So you can't really land it at one number.
No. Okay, that was a good answer. I have to consider that it's a double digit for the equity side, and then it's quite leveraged, right? So the WACC is relatively low still, right? Yeah. And Rohit, in Rajasthan, you also have a net zero target in Rajasthan, and it requires a lot of financing to get there. So how do you finance the project in Rajasthan?
Thanks for the question. I think it really depends on the kind of project you are thinking of. So just to talk about numbers, we have about 42 gigawatt plus of installed renewable energy capacity, but about half of which is for the consumption of the state and half of which flows outside for the rest of the states and the country. So that really depends who's the off-taker, and the financing model works on that. But if going forward, if you look, the state has a target of installing about 125 gigawatt of renewable energy in the next 5 years, 10 gigawatt of storage, which is pump storage as well as battery storage, and then the associated the transmission infrastructure and the associated grid modernization efforts. We also have a large target of distributed renewable energy projects, which is currently we are about 10 gigawatt and we plan to add 5 gigawatt more. Now, so all these projects have a very different kind of financing model. So for example, for big projects, we look for development financial institutions, DFIs, ADB or World Bank, we work with them. So currently we are working with ADB for the grid modernization project in the state. But then you also do public-private partnerships. So big renewable energy generation projects, they are mostly on the public-private partnership basis where we provide land and, it's a private entity which brings in the financing. And then we also have the state corporations like, the state transmission company, the state generating company, or we as the solar park developers, the RREC and RSDCL. So here we are also thinking of exploring the financial markets. So for example, we are planning to roll out an INVIT for the state transmission infrastructure. And on the solar park development side, we are also, we have engaged a financial company to sort of, plan for going for equity market. So it's a whole range of, it's a whole suite of financial arrangements.
How many $1 billion are we talking about in Rajasthan only that goes into renewables and energy transition, or maybe only solar? It's a double-digit $1 billion number, I would guess.
Yes. So just to give you an idea, we are currently building a solar park. The bid is already on, which is about 2.5 gigawatt of renewable with 6.5 gigawatt of battery storage. The investment in that project itself is about $2 billion. So we have worked out some numbers. So if we have to meet our renewable energy targets and the pump storage targets, which I mentioned earlier, the number works out to about $70 to $80 billion. And that's the kind of infrastructure we need. But, and you would be happy to know that in the last 1 year, we have seen about the grounding of about 5 lakh crore, which I think is a substantially good number of the projects which have been grounded, which includes nuclear battery storage as well as solar.
Yeah.
So
I can add some number, global number, you know, because 2025, it was installed 530 gigawatt solar panels, and that was something like $450 billion. So you need to count in average 85 cents per watt installed in solar panels without batteries. And what is happening now is that you get more and more batteries. So I think that about in all the awarded solar panel projects in 25, it was distributed batteries included. So that's the way it's going, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So we have about 6 gigawatt hour of standalone battery storage projects already under execution, which is apart from the 6.5 gigawatt hour of battery storage in the solar park, which I mentioned. And now we are also planning to come up with a project of distributed battery storage, because you have all this distributed renewable energy flowing into the grid, and of late the challenge has been to balance that energy with the energy flowing from the large utility scale solar projects.
Yeah.
So you are right, as we go forward, a lot of fund will go in, a lot of money will be needed for battery storage.
Interesting market.
Yeah.
We sang.
Yes.
Can you be honest about the profitability and the returns on projects? Has it been good in the past, and what do you see going forward?
Typically, this is not unique to India. If you look at other countries, Japan, the implementation of renewable projects in particular, usually if you're in wave 1 or wave 2, the returns are obviously attractive, largely because of feed-in tariff regimes or other mechanisms that governments use or state agencies use to reach to accelerate the tipping point, right, for economies of scale to kick in. So generally, renewables has seen a steady form of infrastructure-like returns. It's just that I think it appears that the temperature or the excitement around that asset class has cooled down somewhat recently. I think it has gotten more realistic. I don't think it could have been a bit more euphoric in the past, where people expected it not just to be infrastructure-like, but also possibly a multiple play, where upon exit, they make X times MOIC and all that. But like Kotan said just now, we continue to see that well-structured projects, especially on the development side of things, in most countries, including India, what we're seeing is you can get, if you shape it right, mid to high teens on the development side. Obviously, on the operating side, you'll be looking at a lot more like low teens or high single, right? Depending on also your investment currency. Obviously, if it's the US dollars that you're pegging it to, then you've got to factor in the rupee depreciation. So generally, you see the maturation of the whole ecosystem of capital providers coming into places like India, because obviously the developers, the strategics, they would want that development premium, but the sovereign wealth funds and the pension funds, because there's so much to deploy, they are looking for a lot more fixed income-like returns, for which a deep market like India does present opportunities.
That was better returns than I expected there. So it's very promising for energy transition that you can actually get up to
we can talk about challenges later,
returns.
yeah, but I'll start with a promising outlook for now.
Very good. And Subahu, you are CEO of Edelweiss Alternatives. And that is more public securities and capital asset management, if I understand that right. Could you say a little about the kind of macro environment and the power demand increase in India? I think we are at around 2,000 terawatt hours as we speak, and it has the potential to double in 20, 25 years if our numbers are realistic. Do you agree with those numbers? And what is driving this extreme growth of power demand going forward in India?
Yeah. So I think we look at energy as one of the mega trends in India, right? And our belief is, and we do a lot of investment in energy sector, but our belief is that the India energy demand grows by about 7% on an annual basis, whereas the world energy demand grows at about 3 to 4%, right? With the base, what you just talked about, that means the incremental demand of energy is significant. And that cannot be just met out of renewable power. Renewable power will be a significant source of that energy demand to be met. Saying that, we have about 250, 300 million population, right? The number of people who are getting added to the population, which is an expectation by 2035. So there will be an increase in demand. There is a digitization happening in India, which is also increasing demand, data centers and digital. There is also the increase in the income, right? Middle class, the income is increasing, and that is also will lead to an increase in the demand of energy. So overall, from a demand perspective, the market looks quite exciting. And sometime I take back this analogy to US, which was in 1987-88, was about $4 trillion economy, and the average age of population of the same of India today. Right? Yeah. So what we have seen out there, and US is a service economy, right? Largely. India is the same. 65% of our GDP is service economy, but we are adding manufacturing. So directionally, we will see the similar amount of, or the same trend, what happened in US since 1987-88 till now.
And this 7%, what's the time horizon that we can see so high increase?
So this 7% plus has been there for a very, very long time in India. Yeah. It almost matches closer to what is India's GDP growth, right? And that is how electricity demand elasticity is linked to the GDP growth. So India has been doubling GDP every 6, 7, 8 years. Right, on a PPP basis, the energy demand has been growing at 7% or 6% to 8, 9%. If you take data for last 5 years, 10 year, 15 year, 20 year. So that is expected to continue with the growth in India's GDP, the growth in the population, the growth in the middle class, and the consumption.
Yeah. And power in particular, I said that it can double. What do you think about that number?
Sorry, can you repeat
I said that the power, the electricity demand in India can double over 20 years. Is that possible, or is it realistic, or do you have any idea?
If you put 7% growth over, let's say, over 10 years on a compounding basis, my view is that it should double in next 10, 12 years and not 20 years.
Okay, right? So maybe I thought that our forecast
and
was...
that is what has been happening. If you look at historically, the energy demand in India has been doubling every 12 odd years on an average. Right, so I expect the trend to continue. Big data center and EV infrastructure, which is where India is also investing a lot, and manufacturing, which is a focus for import substitution and the PLI scheme that the government has. I will not be surprised that if the growth happens much faster.
Okay, let's take a new round. Katan, you have been involved in LNG, I think. What do you think about that LNG market?
Thank you. You mean sort of interplay with renewables?
Yes, in a kind of longer term, because I personally, I am a kind of, I think that the LNG market is going to grow, but for the short term, mid term, it's a little oversupply, but in the long run, I think it's. But do you have any ideas about when will this market tighten and?
Yes, so I think you know we're sort of, I mean, you know, for as long as I was involved in that market, it's always been quite cyclical, mainly because supply comes on in such large chunks. And then clearly, even though you'll have contracted offtake in many, many instances, the ramp up takes time. The uncontracted part obviously has to be sold, and I think if you look, if you look at the global market, there's a very significant component now, and more than 40%, I think, that is sold on a either a kind of anything from medium term to short term to spot volumes, right? So that market very much aided by the aggregators who came in and basically said, we'll take the risk and we'll warehouse volumes until various markets develop. That changed the market. Obviously, the shale evolution in the US, that's really important because that fundamentally changed the way LNG was going to be produced and the way it was going to be, bought and sold. Now, if you kind of fast forward to today, clearly, Asia Pacific is still one of the key anchor markets. Europe has had obviously a tough time with the war, situation and having to, import more LNG from places like, the US. So look, I think there will continue to be a degree of cyclicality. And if you think about what's coming online kind of this year and next from a combination of Qatar, US, and then there's a couple of very big projects in Canada, if all of that comes online, as forecast, then I think post-2027, again, we'll be in a very buyer-friendly market. And, what I always predicted, I don't think it happened at the pace it has, and actually recently with all of the, with the situation unfolding the way it is in the US and people clearly putting more focus back on gas development, more LNG projects, but I thought there'd be more of a sort of short to medium term market developing. So by that, I would mean sort of maybe 3 to 15 year type market. And that is there. As I said, you've still got a significant component of the market that is there. But we've seen buyers continue to underpin 20-year contracts. So all of these, if you've got a 2050 net zero target, then, you're very, very close to the cusp, of that. Clearly, one of the game changers is how all of this LNG is going to get developed, likely in conjunction with more carbon capture and underground storage as well, right? And I think there are several projects that are doing that. The economics of that still have to work out. So I still feel the jury's a little bit out. But it's clear that LNG will continue to play somewhat of a base load role in power.
For a very long time?
Well, I think the other dynamic is that countries like in Asia, you've got countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, that were historically big exporters of LNG, who have now turned into, importing the product, as well. So some of it will clearly still underpin for a sustained period of time. And like I say, recent evidence has shown people still signing up, on a long-term basis. I guess the thesis that everyone was talking about is, the LNG interplay with renewables and sort of addressing the intermittency. Although I think don't overlook the development in India, right? Because India has got very far along the process of being able to provide round-the-clock power, right? So by combining, solar, wind, and battery storage, or in some cases pumped hydro storage, they really have developed these solutions very, very fast. So, is that thesis still completely valid? I think there's still a question mark on that. But again, if I come back, that's why I talked about the US evolution, is that LNG is obviously, with Henry Hub, where it's been for a while, you know, if that stays low, then clearly sourcing LNG from the US is competitive. Plus, there remains a huge pricing arbitrage because of the inherent flexibility of being able to buy out of the US. And I think whilst the Qataris obviously want to maintain their very, very significant market share, I think they are also more receptive to having sort of more flexible contracting structures as well. So you're pushing me in a way in terms of the runway for LNG. It still looks quite significant. But, you know, will it be done in conjunction, you know, with more carbon capture? That's one of the things we'll have to see, and how much buyers attach importance to, you know, sort of burnishing, if you like, you know, the green credentials. I think all of these will play factors.
By the way, the Henry Hub is above 6 as we speak because of the winter storm, and there has been a crunch of the gas supply. So that is going to impact the LNG prices as well. Roy, do you have a good overview of all kind of how projects are financed? Private investments is, of course, very important. How do you attract private investments, and how do they perceive the risks in renewable projects?
Right. Thanks. I think for attracting the private investments, you really need to first establish the brand. Investors need to be, you know, they first need to know about the investment opportunities which are available in the States. So we have been trying to do a lot of outreach events. Last year, we organized a mega global investment summit, which was inaugurated by an Honorable Prime Minister himself. And during that event, in the run-up to that event, we saw a large number of MOUs, assigned in the energy sector itself. So something to the tune of about 30 lakh crores. That's a huge number. But the question which I think is more important again is that how do you make sure that the risks are being covered? And if you look at the energy sector today, you can divide the risk into broadly three different categories. One is the operational risk of the project itself. So whether the developer will be able to get the land, whether there is a connectivity available, how fast the transmission infrastructure can be constructed. And we have been working a lot on that. The state has been very proactive in resolving right-of-way issues. We have been very proactive in providing land to the interested developers, so much so that we have also tweaked our policies to make it more easy. And also, then the State Solar Development Corporation is acquiring the land and then setting up the civil and electrical infra so that the developers can just come and plug and play their projects. So that's one part. And then the second is the off-taker who will take that project. And before we came on stage, we were all talking that there are so many bids which are there in the country, but they are finding it difficult to get the off-taker. And so we are trying to mitigate that. So the recent solar park project being the one example where we are procuring the power so that the off-taker risk is zero. And similarly for the other projects which are coming up in the state, we try to make sure that the off-take is assured. And alongside the off-take is the financial credibility that the payments will be made on time. So we have the payment security mechanisms, not just LC, but also setting up dedicated payment security funds. So some of the projects which we have done on different financing models like hybrid annuity models, we have even set up dedicated escrow funds so that, we park the money in there so that the developers can see that this is the money which will be used only for making those payments. And then I think are the broader issues which are related to the supply chain. And that's where a lot of focus is on establishing the domestic manufacturing industry. So just recently I visited one of the battery storage assembly units which has come up recently in the capital city of Rajasthan. But right now, most of these components are, for example, getting imported from our neighboring country. So I think going forward, there's a lot of focus which Government of India and also the state government has so that supply chain risk is minimized. And we are providing special incentives to the manufacturing industry as well to set up the module, battery, cell manufacturing plants in the state.
It's good that you mentioned manufacturing because it's quite potential for manufacturing in India, and I think that already you are manufacturing much more than you consume on solar panels. You actually export quite a lot of solar panels, and even solar cells, but the wafers are coming from China still. Right?
Yes, the
but we have to
wafers
pass on to
Sure.
because. I would like to know where this capital is going to be sourced from, whether it's India, rest of Asia, Europe, and America, and the amount of capital. If India is going to double energy demand and decarbonize at the same time, the capital, we are talking about trillions of dollars, right, in a couple of decades from now. So where is that source, all this capital?
Okay. Thanks for that question, Per. I think what's been successful for India in terms of attracting investments have been what we've seen elsewhere as well, where especially for long-dated infrastructure projects, I would just put it succinctly as 3 Cs, right? The first C is obviously the commercial drivers must be there, especially for infrastructure projects, meaning that there is a real supply-demand gap that can be economically filled by the private sector. I think that's quite key, right? And in India, obviously, there exists that gap because of on the demand side, obviously, a burgeoning middle class. My colleague spoke about how power demand is increasing, et cetera, et cetera. The industrialization of India, made in India, turbocharged by the AI demand now, as well as geopolitics. And then on the supply side of things, yeah, that domestic supply chain that's increasingly being assembled more on the module side, but also increasingly on the cell and further upstream. And the country is just also naturally well endowed with especially rich solar resources. And although other countries, including mine, have rich solar resources, it's not just, you can't just have one duck in a row, you need 3. And so you have rich solar resources, you have land, right? Asia Pacific next to Australia, you probably have the next big piece of land that can deploy these renewable projects. And then the third one, obviously, is that track record, right? Which I think the country obviously has exceeded its target of getting 50% non-fossil fuel ahead of time, right? So these drivers, commercial drivers, that's the first C. The second C is obviously contractual arrangements, right? For any long infrastructure projects, especially foreign investors like us, we want to see a place that has contractual arrangements that are sensibly allocating risk to the right parties, and obviously also a regime that respects contracts. Yep. And India ticks the box on both these things, especially the arrangements around SECI being the off-taker on a lot of these projects. That's been a game changer, as we were talking to some of my colleagues.
I see the time.
And then the third...
The time is, we have to leave the space.
Yeah, very quickly. The third C, obviously, is counterparty, right? Anything multiplied by 0 is 0. So obviously, whoever signs these off-take agreements or these contractual arrangements must be a credible. I think that if you get these 3 aligned, the future is bright.
Yeah, we didn't get to hydrogen, but that will take a little time. But maybe it's just as good that we didn't get to hydrogen this year. We will come back to that later. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Great discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the evening session here in India Energy Week and the Resilience Pavilion. Topic today for us is to discuss India's petrochemical opportunity, turning domestic strength into global leadership. A very quick introduction. My name is Sudeep Maheshwari. I'm a partner with Carney, a global management consulting firm. With me, we have Leon de Bruin, who's the president and CEO of Lamas, Mr. H. Shankar, who is the chairman and managing director for CPCL, Mr. Bhartan, who heads the director refinery for HPCL. Warm welcome to all of you. It's a very interesting period. I've been, tracking this petrochemical market for more than a decade, and we have been professing all our clients, especially the refinery, owners, to get into petrochemical, and we see a lot of activity. But what has really changed in last couple of years is there's a significant overcapacity in the global market, and which is completely changing the dynamics of the petrochemical industry. So it's a very interesting period. I mean, on the one hand, there's a global overcapacity, rationalization that is happening. At the same time, if we look at India's demand, it's pretty robust. And so that's where I guess a lot of discussion will happen. Given this market situation, a dichotomy of sorts, how should India navigate? And should it be about self-sufficiency in petrochemicals from here, or is there really an opportunity for India to become a manufacturing leader? So that's the topic for today. What we will do is to start with, to my fellow panelists, I want your view on one question, and I'll want view from all of you. Short 1 minute, then we'll dive deep into some of the other questions. Okay, Leon, I'll start with you since you're next to me. From an India's point of view, where do you think, what is the single most biggest strategic shift, especially if we take a 2030, 2035 timeline, that India should really think about if we have to, be a powerhouse in petrochemicals?
So yesterday we heard in the opening speeches some consistent messaging. India is the fastest growing energy platform relative to any other country in the world. And that presents with opportunities and needs. And we have to make sure we support that with better, more reliable, more efficient, and more profitable technologies to make the most out of the imported crude oil and gas that India consumes. More and better technologies that are deployed to convert these valuable streams into higher value products that are in higher and growing demand in India. And we have to figure out together how we can maximize this conversion in the most sustainable way and also in the most profitable way so that we create enough momentum to keep growing this way.
Thanks, Leon. Mr. Shankar, same question to you from your vantage point.
Yeah, from continuing with what my fellow panelists have told, I think the shift that is very important for us now at this point of time is to see that just as we are expanding our refining capacities, we are going global, and we are going to be a kind of global power center for the refining industry. I think we need to take a shift and move towards the petrochemical, also build capacities, try to diversify, build more petrochemical intensity index in the existing plants, and plan the new projects with the higher integration of petrochemicals and become a global hub for the capacities and the volumes with respect to the overall petrochemical demand that we are seeing rising daily. So I have a feeling that the major shift that should happen is in building more capacities in petrochemical plants.
Mr. Bhartan, your views?
Yeah, good evening. Good evening to panelists and the select few audience who are there with us. About 5 years back, it was projected that India should have one cracker built every 5 years, and we thought we will make 7 to 8 crackers. We did commission one in Bathinda, another one in Barmer will get commissioned this year. Bina is getting constructed. Beyond that, what is the question? I think we should not lose the momentum. We should see means and ways of how do we sustain. This is where innovation in the form of feedstock and technology will come in. That is what we should concentrate.
Thank you, Mr. Bhartan. Just taking this discussion forward, and my next question is to you, Mr. Shankar. I mean, CPCL, you have been in middle of a project conceptualization. You have pivoted it from a fuel-centric refinery to now more towards petrochemicals. If you can talk about that, how the shift is helping economics, if at all, and how does it helps in the India's overall petrochemical supply-demand gap?
Yeah. See, CPCL, if you remember that around 2017, we had the huge plans of going for a 9 million metric ton refinery at Nagapattinam, down south in Tamil Nadu. That we had done an entire study and we wanted to build it in two phases. The phase one involved building the fuel systems, and then the phase two was planned to go into the petrochemical sector. So that was a phase-wise integration in moving from the fuel side to the petrochemical side. But while we were doing the assessment of the financial returns, if you look at the IRR and other concepts, a fuel-based refinery on its own, it cannot be sustained on a financial terms, on an economic scale, of 9 million metric tons. So we had to relook at the whole thing because we thought if we are able to directly move into the phase two position of the project, instead of graduating phase-wise over a period of 5 to 7 years, we took a look at it. We went back into the drawing boards and we started working on the concept. And we saw that if we are able to move into a cracker area, like what Mr. Bardhan was saying, every 5 years you need a cracker. So what next? So we thought the next good idea would be having a cracker in Tamil Nadu, because Tamil Nadu is really doesn't have any cracker of its own. So we looked at various ideas of maybe looking at naphtha cracker or some other streams. But then finally we could look at a cost-based solution so that we don't build too much of capex into the project. So we worked it out, and then we have, you can say, done a stage one, you can say around 30-40% of the costing. If you say plus minus 40%, we found that ethane cracker would be a good proposal there, because the ecosystem is very good in the Nagapattinam region. We have a very good and running port out there and good rail and road connectivity. So considering the import requirement of the feedstocks and also the evacuation of the products, that area is very well suited to have a large cracker. And that is what the state of Tamil Nadu is also starving for. So we are trying to build a kind of a project proposal at this point of time, because land we have already acquired and we have a good parcel of land. So we are looking at the ethane cracker as one of the major projects that we can build in Nagapattinam. And we are also studying what are the economics, how we can build with the state government support, how we can move forward and put this in motion. So we can say that right now, although we have a plus minus 40 level of configuration available with us, also we are talking to the government of state government of Tamil Nadu for to see how this whole package can be incentivized. So that's where, and it really gives you a good returns also, because when yesterday I was talking to some of the industry leaders, they say that a petrochemical intensity of around 35-40% is what we should look at as a minimum, and the IRR should not be in the range of 10-12 that we normally talk about. We have to look at something like 25-30. That is what the new rule is in the market. So looking at it from various perspectives, how to build the very efficient and very profitable model. That's what is the plan now.
25-30 is very ambitious, sir.
Yeah.
I hope for the best.
I know, but that's what the market talks about,
Leon, coming to you and your opening note, you mentioned, right, technologies, and you are seeing around the world as CEO of Lamas. Are we on the right path in India as far as technologies? What should we be thinking about, especially for next 5-10 years?
Yeah, so the breadth and the depth of the demand for advanced materials and energy products in India demands that we have to think beyond just the conventional process technologies. We have to start thinking of an integrative approach of all technologies, process technologies, digital technologies, better catalyst technologies, equipment technologies, and whatnot. And it's very encouraging when you look at the innovation state in India. The R&D by the government companies is phenomenal, and I know my gentleman on my left would agree with that. And so I look at the opportunity of combining all that innovation with an infrastructure and a partnership between private companies, public companies, and the government to make sure that the right policies are in place to allow an expansion of the hydrocarbon industry in a prudent manner. and then with the right investments. And of course, Mr. Shankar highlighted that there has to be the healthy return on investment, because these are investments for the long run, and these are massive investments. These require to deploy the best of the best and also have the return to support that. So when we look at Lummus Technologies' role, we want to support this energy transformation and addition, as Mr. Sultan Al-Jaber mentioned yesterday, to the best possible. I would say India doesn't just embrace the energy needs and the transition. India is leading and shaping the energy space, and it's a blessing for Lummus Technology to be a partner to many companies in India to do that.
Thank you, Leon. Mr. Burton, coming to you, and Badmir will soon come online. I mean, it's a very difficult market if we see, at least in our view, in next few years. There's a rationalization of capacity happening, both on refinery side and also on petrochemical. In such a scenario, I mean, what's your view? Where we should be? What operational capability? How should we be running our refinery and petrochemical to, really be economically viable?
Right. So we are definitely going to start in a period where the price is really low, and looking forward, we don't know, 2, 3, 4. It's anybody's guess when it will go up. But the blessing in disguise is this refinery is integrated in such a well-knitted manner with the refineries. Each and every stream is actually valorized properly, and molecular valorization will bring in lower cost of operation. That is one advantage. Definitely we have kept it in the design, and in actual also we must be able to do. The second blessing in disguise is actually the fuel cracks are quite good, and we are looking at fuels from this refinery also, though the petrochemical intensity index is as high as 26%, which is highest, going to be the first highest in India. It's ironical that fuel is going to subsidize petrochemicals in these initial days, and in the coming days we hope, as the prices improve, we will be able to catch up and then go for the next expansion plan. Having said that, I feel we will have to add one more. We should not treat polyethylene and polypropylene like a simple commodity. We will have to add value to that, bring some engineering solution to that, which are the other main class of importing that is taking place today. Today, two major class of products are being imported. One is the plain vanilla commodity polyethylene, polypropylene. Second is the engineered product. We will have to look at the engineered product if you want to have more value.
So if I may add, so what Mr. Barthelman just said is extremely important. Yes, there is overcapacity in certain products, but there's also a dire need for certain higher value products. And I think the capacity that has been built up in India had served a very important basic need, but we can go into more specific high value products where there is no overcapacity, and this way deal with the market situation in a profitable manner.
Got it. Got it. Very interesting. The next set of question, I would want view from each of you on the same question. One of the questions that I'm increasingly picking up these days, given the market scenario and challenging economics for new projects, is should India be even looking to produce domestically? And the argument that is given is, hey, why not go to a Middle East where feedstock is cheaper, build those capacities there and bring the product, or, sign free trade agreements and get the products from there. Again, I would like each of you to opine on that. I mean, is that strategically the right direction? Are we missing something? Would be good to know. So maybe Leon, if you want to get started, and then we'll go in the order.
I believe India is on the right track. India is slated to become the powerhouse in petrochemical production. But a few things have to happen. One, we have to broaden our thought around feedstock. We shouldn't just rely on the traditional feedstocks. We should broaden it, because the import of crude and gas is growing, and there's trade balance issues by just keep growing that without some smart solutions. So we talked, Mr. Shankar mentioned the need for higher efficiency. There's a lot of innovative solutions to have a better use of these imported crudes and hydrocarbons. But after the importation, we make advanced materials like polyethylene and other polymer products and other advanced materials. It's crucial to keep those hydrocarbons in circulation. To say it very bluntly, we make plastics and then we dispose of it. Plastic is too valuable to throw away. These are high-value hydrocarbons that in smart ways can be kept in circulation. So if we figure out how to keep the hydrocarbons in circulation, we can help satisfy the thirst for more consumer products and industrial products without a proportional increase of import. We also have other opportunities to take biomass and other feedstocks alongside with the traditional feedstocks. So that is number one that I think must happen. Number two, we need to consider India as a potential export hub for petrochemicals, because that shifts the mindset to a larger opportunity. And I think with the domestic demand and the relatively efficient capital deployment in India, you can outcompete the places where, yes, feedstock may be inexpensive, but the capital deployment efficiency is much worse. So I think that is a second advantage that India has. And third, with the vast available existing infrastructure, you can capitalize on that by having much more integration and, again, better use of your feedstocks to maximize the high-value products and minimize the production of less valuable products. And you know that Lammers has the crude to chemicals, which is one beautiful solution. But there's many more solutions to achieve this. And like I mentioned in my opening statement, we need to find an integration of digital and process and catalyst and equipment solutions to get to smarter outcomes. And then the last point that I think is crucial is we have to have the right policies and government mandates to keep expanding in these various directions so that we can make sure that India is on this track of becoming this global powerhouse also for export. This is my vision.
Thank you, Leon. Mr. Shankar, same question to you. Should we be making here, or should we just buy from outside or go build outside?
No, this, from my point of view, I say this is a very important decision whether to make or buy. This is the kind of decision that everybody takes in our industry on a day-to-day basis also. And we have looked at this option of make or buy. And then I'll give you one very beautiful example about how this CPCL's ecosystem runs. We are a 60-year-old refinery and a standalone refinery. And at the same time, if you look at our petrochemical intensity index, which is very important from profitability point of view, you would say, but we have never believed that the entire range of products will come out from the refinery. Around 80s, 90s ecosystem developed in the Chennai, Manali area, our refinery area, where we acted as a mother industry for various petrochemical downstream refiners, the petrochemical plants which came up there. So a beautiful ecosystem has been developed in this region, and we give the petrochemical feedstocks to them, and after the value is realized at their end, the return streams come back to us. So that kind of a collaborative way of working is taking place in Manali area. And needless to say, we believe very firmly that you have to develop a proper ecosystem there wherein the maximum value can be achieved by collaboration and by working together, whatever is good for the nation that comes out from that area. So when even the government of India is working towards making many petrochemical parks where there is a proper integration of the feedstock, there is a ready consumer available across the street. So these kind of benefits you will get only when you bring in the feedstock and do a value addition at our end. So what I personally feel is that taking this very successful model of how CPCL operates in its region, I have a very strong feeling that we should definitely bring the feedstock and then do proper value addition at each level. And then subsequently at the downstream level also value addition occurs. And in that scenario, what happens is there is a very strong bonding that takes place, that the streams get properly valorized. That is the most important part that comes out of it. So I have a strong feeling that this is a very successful model, and we have demonstrated it and running like this for last 60 years. And with this model in place, we can only replicate it in a larger size. and also look at ready consumers available for you. For example, if we are building a, say, PDH plant we are making, then there are people in our Mandali area who can definitely be a part of the entire project. So we are looking at some joint venture kind of an arrangement where the feedstock and the products keep exchanging across the street and through pipeline network. So that gives a maximum value to the system, and the capex also can be shared equally, and there is a lot of potential available to improve the entire region by going on a manufacturing process instead of buying and importing the whole substance, because it also adds to reliability. Otherwise your feedstock reliability also is broken. You don't have any proper control on the market. The capex also, you are funding somebody else's capex to bring the products in. So it's an ultimately, if you look at a win-win situation, the best thing is to produce at our plant so that the entire environment also grows along with it.
Thank you, Mr. Shankar. Mr. Bartan, your thoughts on this?
See, we moved from make for India to make for the world several years, at least quite a few years back. The stated policy of government is stop import, self-sufficiency, and Atmanirbhar and whatever Viksit Bharat dreams we are having. To achieve that, there is no second question that we should not do. We should do here only. Mr. Shankar has put it very nicely that how the ecosystem has grown around Manali when they came and started introducing some of the petrochemical feedstock when they gave. At least 4 to 5 industries are today thriving there, which is actually helping India in several ways. 2 ways we'll have to see this. One is, as a government company, definitely we'll follow the stated policies of the government. If you just look at Barmer, it was a deserted desert few years back. Today is no more. If you just come to that place, see the district, the economic activity, even before our production started, is very, very huge. The entire the sleepy village has become a very prosperous town, and in the coming days, it's only going to grow. For that to happen, we will have to make in India. Now, there is a question is there. What if somebody does at a very cheap price and then comes and dumps here? Then why are we following this torturous route? That's true. The question is true. This is where technocrats, business, entrepreneurs, all have to come and then provide a solution to this. Mr. Leon has very nicely put it. Look at recycling. Look at distressed feedstock. See that your cost of production, cost of feedstock comes down and survive and produce in this highly competitive market. We'll have to look at that. We'll have to look at, going back to my initial opening remarks, again, standard feedstock and technology to achieve this. So the onus is on us, and we'll have to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Bartan. You made a very important point. I mean, the stated policy is not just Atmanirbhar, but also look at exports. Realistically, where can India really build the leadership beyond commodity petrochemicals? And maybe if I can again, Leon, start with you.
So several areas. So besides the petrochemical basin, that is, in my opinion, an opportunity for export, as I mentioned earlier. There's 3 key areas where I think there's a growing potential in India. Number 1 is crude to chemicals. The crude import is obviously very significant in India, and the infrastructure is there, but the growth of petrochemicals in the long run will outpace crude consumption for production of refined fuels in the long run. And I know there's a current market tensions, but when you have a vision for 2040 and beyond, you have to think of the long term. And this is where crude to chemicals can be a highly efficient conversion of crude to petrochemicals, maximum yield, or also co-produce some diesel and or gasoline as you desire. This has shown in Korea to be a highly efficient path, and with the domestic consumption growth in India, I think the right recipe is, economic recipe is in the long run for crude to chemicals here. Second is ethanol. India is one of the top 3 countries in the world in production of ethanol, together with Brazil and the United States. Ethanol, of course, is highly added into gasoline, and in India, I believe it's now close to 20%, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
Which is great, but I think much more can be done with ethanol. Ethanol can be a petrochemical building block to make any molecule. You can convert ethanol profitably to ethylene, and then from ethylene you can make any molecule. So we have a technology to convert ethanol in a few steps into SAF, sustainable aviation fuel, for example. We have a technology to convert ethanol in a few steps to polypropylene and polyethylene. So this is a fantastic opportunity for India, which does not depend on imports. And it can create an opportunity for export because the world is looking for more sustainable aviation fuel and green polymers. So I think this is a great opportunity in India, and Lamas is actively pushing for this ethanol to SAF technology in India. And then third is waste conversion into value. I know waste is not sexy to talk about, but when you think about the opportunity you have to convert waste into valuable products, you address three things. One, the circularity of keeping hydrocarbons in the industry instead of disposing of it, reducing import reliance in relative terms. Second, you actually solve a big problem of waste that is not used anyway. And third, you make valuable products in a sustainable manner. So let me give you two examples of what we have been working on and where I think India can profit and benefit. We have a technology in partnership with Innovent to take waste tires. Globally, there's more than 1 billion tires wasted each year. I'm sure in India it's a large number of tires. I didn't track, but I'm sure it's in the hundreds of millions. So if we can convert those waste tires to carbon black, to steel, to pyrolysis oils, which can be fed back into the petrochemical sites, you have a clear case, and we can. That's our technology. And second example I want to give is to convert waste plastic into valuable products. There's so much plastics produced, and again, if we can recirculate the hydrocarbons in smart ways, we can achieve the three objectives I just stated. And again, we have technologies in small scale or larger scale that can be either distributed in small communities where you don't need long-distance logistics. You can actually locally collect the waste plastic, convert it into valuable hydrocarbons, and consume those hydrocarbons again locally. So beautiful examples of what I think are opportunities in India. Crude to chemicals, where Lamas is the #1 technology developer in the world. Ethanol-based production of sustainable aviation fuel or polymers. And third, conversion of waste like rubber tires and plastics into high-value products.
Thank you, Leon. Going to you, Mr. Shankar, again, which places, which areas where we think we can build, not just for India, but for the world?
Yeah. There is a good report of Niti Aayog, I think 2023 report. It highlights two important things. One is that it says that by 2020, 30 or 32, the specialty chemicals we should be the net exporter. That is what it predicts. So figures show that the specialty chemicals we should be the net exporter by 2030, 32. That is the range. And coming to the petrochemicals, there is still a gap that is there. There is almost more than 50–60% of the gap that needs to be bridged. So I feel that if we are able to make a good impact on the specialty chemicals to continue this journey, that would be one area where we could be a net exporter in reality. That is one area. Secondly, the petrochemicals offers a very huge opportunity for the entire nation to build some, this is the right time to actually invest. If you see the downtrend that is continuing, it is only a matter of time before the petrochemicals, the pricing also improves and the profitability also comes in. So as the saying goes, like it is better to invest at this time, and so that by the time you are seeing the peak, you are up and running with the new projects. So that is where the real investments are required, and with a good support from the government in these areas, because the capex is quite large. We are looking at almost a 10 billion kind of a project to begin with when we talk about petrochemicals. So We need really huge capex to come in, and we need to have a good support over a long period of time from the government to keep this project running. Because whenever we do such big projects, multi-crore projects, when we do in our area, there is a huge multiplier effect which comes around the entire region. So that also adds a lot of, like what Mr. Bardhan was saying. Barmer is a good example. If you look at all the Indian oil refineries, if you look at our own Manali refinery, when we started 60 years back, where was it? And today we are a part of the city, proper city itself. So that's the kind of impact it makes on the entire society. So when we look at petrochemical, it is good time to really invest in a petrochemical and start building capacities to bridge the gap between the import and export. And then the specialty chemicals, we need to identify the core areas where we can really contribute and really make that Niti Aayog report as a reality move into the totally net exporter region.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Bhartan, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, same. I'll repeat crude to chemicals. We are doing a demo plant in our Vizag refinery for a single-step conversion of crude into olefins and aromatics in a different platform. There is also an alternate technology to the conventional steam naphtha cracker, which will again utilize a different technological platform to get a similar yield, which will be at much lower operating expenditure. If such things exceed, I mean, if they succeed and we can scale up, definitely India can lead in this petrochemical production, what we are talking about. So technology is definitely one. We should look at different ways, innovative ways of bringing the difference in increasing the production at the same time at the lower OPEX. Think big. Scale has to be big. If you are still going to look at small scale, you will not be able to beat the competition. So second is the scale technology, then the scale. Feedstock we have discussed enough. With this, we must be able to compete and keep growing. And the other one I already mentioned about the don't stick to simple commodity polymers, but let us do some value addition to that.
Thank you, Mr. Bhartan. We talked a lot about opportunity for India. Again, one question where I would like opinion from all of you. What's the biggest execution risk you have seen or you see in scaling India's petrochemical sector? Leon, start with you.
So any major investment has execution risks, and India is no different from any other place. But I think the opportunities outweigh the risks if well planned. And I know Mr. Bharathan has led a major project and quite successfully. And so I think the way to mitigate the risks, as he has mentored me, I would say, or taught me, is to make sure you leave no stone unturned to look at what could go wrong. And I think Mr. Bharathan actually invented the term, the what could go wrong approach in safety and operability reviews. And if you leave no stone unturned, you ask the right questions and the tough questions with an open mind, you mitigate the risks of these large investments that are directly linked to the implementation and execution of those projects. And the second side is around any project, the infrastructure and the policy. I think the strong partnership between government and public sector companies permits to manage those risks in a very prudent manner. So I'm very optimistic in the capability of India to manage these large projects, and that has been demonstrated by Mr. Shankar and Mr. Bharathan.
Thank you. Mr. Shankar, execution risk?
More than the execution risk, I think the timing of the decision is most important. When are we going to take this decision? That is the most valuable thing that we should come out with, because the more we delay on these kind of investments, it is only going to increase the cost of production, the cost of execution of the project. So the timing should be right. That is where I would like to give focus on. The decision should be quick. You need to take it forward with a good support from the government and also from the industry players, where you have a good tie-up of the feedstock coming in and then the product getting distributed. So you end up in a good collaboration manner with the distributors of your products, take it up as a good end-to-end solution 2-year project and then time it right. That is where the biggest challenge comes in. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Burton.
Yeah, we have two major problems. One is we don't have large contractors who can execute in a very efficient way. We have shortage of skilled labor. These two are the shortage which is actually hitting the construction. The moment the time goes more, your cost of project also goes up. These two will have to be addressed. For this, we definitely look at different stakeholders, government, our own companies, and so on and so forth. If this is done, then whatever we have been talking in the last 20-25 minutes will be made possible. These are the two things we'll have to address.
Thank you, Mr. Bhutan. My last question for the day, and maybe 1-2-liner answers. What is one decision from a refiner's or policymaker's point of view that we must get right in next 12 to 24 months to sustain this momentum?
Have the right long-term plan for a long-term vision and not being held back by the current state of economy, but have the long vision and act fast and with precision. Use AI as your starting point and capitalize on AI to have a digitally native approach to your future.
Thank you. Mr. Shankar.
The right thing that has to happen is see what the market requires rather than seeing your own capability. Like I said in the beginning, what the ecosystem really wants, what they want to really what they want for the growth of the region. We have to look at the products which are most beneficial for the, rather than going on a commodity zone, look at specialty areas, take the right decision, invest at the right time, and then move forward. That's the key word from my side.
Thank you. Mr. Bhartan.
So for us, immediate is to stabilize the assets, what you have built. We'll have to start producing and create value for us. That is obviously the priority number one. But notwithstanding that, we also have our own plans for the future. We'll have to at least have the blueprint ready. So the moment we are able to invest more, we will also do that at the appropriate time and taking the right decision at the right time.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to conclude this session. Thank you, my fellow panelists, for patiently answering the question, and thank you for the audience to stay for the last session
Thank you
of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much.